All right, I guess it's time to do that thing. What's
Good
up?
evening,
Oh, go ahead.
chat gang.
There you go. What's up, chat gang? I'm, of course, the magical Mr. Mephisto, the most dangerous man in Age of Sigmar. Formerly, I guess I've got a new nickname now. It's the purple-haired wizard of the airwaves. Kind of rolls off the tongue. There's a little alliteration. This is episode 61 of AOS RantCast. I am joined tonight by one of the best dudes ever on the internet. Heywoah. How's it going, dude?
Yo, I'm probably the slowest uploader of AOS content on YouTube, but I like to think they're pretty good.
There you go. So we're actually going to be talking. We're going to be talking about the GHB 2020 tonight. So I'm actually covering Age of Sigmar content. But what really I mean about that is, why don't you tell me about World of Warcraft? Because I heard your guild got like World 9th clear on AQ40.
Yeah, there's an asterisk next to that World 9 because so they split it up in regions, but in China, WoW is completely controlled by a separate company because that's how China works.
Tencent, right?
Yeah, I think it is Tencent. Tencent is quickly becoming the complete monopoly on everything in China, and it's actually kind of frightening.
It is Shadowrun. It is literally like Megacorp Shadowrun.
They're a
like,
Megacorp, yeah.
Yeah, it's
and they're the bad type. It's not the good dragon. It's not Dunkelzan that rules over them. It's the bad dragon.
Yeah.
I don't know, Renraku or something like that.
Yeah, it's amazing, and that means this video is gonna get shut down now because I've like angered them. But it's like they took the worst parts of communism and combined it with the worst parts of capitalism, and they've just like become this omni-capitalist communist engine, and it's kind of terrifying. But yeah.
But it's run by a different company. It's overseen by a different company. The phases come out at different times than everybody else, and there's WoW tokens that you can buy for real money that give you gold in that game, in the Chinese version of the game. So it's generally, I don't know if it's widely considered, but it's basically considered like a separate game.
Okay. Okay.
They get most of the patches usually like up to a week before everybody else does, and everybody there is like both gold farmers and buying hundreds of thousands of gold at the same time, and so it's a very different game.
Is this both for live and vanilla, or like that's how they handle their live?
This is for live, and this is for retail and classic. Yeah. For retail, it's less egregious, I think, because they're moving towards global launches because they discovered the world first race is hyped to watch. So it's much closer to the same thing on retail than it is on classic, because retail has WoW tokens, and that's fine because everyone does. In classic, China you can buy gold, American you can't. So that's a huge difference in a game as grindy and information based as classic WoW.
Right.
It's China. I don't know what number we are. Like they had it for days before we did, so a shitload of people were able to get it. But yeah, as far as like when I say world, I guess I mean whole world except for China, which is kind of playing a different game. But yeah, world 9th. Real
quick here, Tomb King Tristan with 13 months of rants. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. And he says, more like Catagross. Thank you.
Nice.
Nice.
That's almost 14 years. Not bad.
Yeah, almost 14 years. Minimum Pants has redeemed, has spent 1,000 RDP to remind everyone that chat gang ain't none to fuck with. Yeah, so you actually, you've been playing like vanilla, like kind of like once. I know, just from our personal conversation, you've been playing like like once a week since vanilla.
Yeah, about once a week.
Yeah, and but the whole guild Turbo Bus, like they had their eyes on the prize.
Turbo Bus in all capitals, yes, because it just isn't a proper guild name if it's not in all capitals. At least that's how I see things.
I agree.
And you have to choose a guild name that's so stupid that people are like residually salty that you're beating them so hard.
Yes. Yeah,
both of the sweet spot to get into. Yeah, well, there was a lot of preparation that went into this entire event. It's the opening of the gates of Ahn'Qiraj, which for any non-WoW players in chat, consider this a TED Talk, and there will be Age of Sigmar. But
we got to get the most important rabbit hole out of the way up front, otherwise we'll just end up interrupting the GHB talk with it consistently throughout the show.
Yeah, so it's a one-time event where when Phase 5 comes out, which is what we're in right now, they release this thing called the War Effort, which both factions have to farm hundreds of thousands of materials and gathering things and turn them in. And when you've turned in enough for each faction, the War Effort's complete. It goes to Silithus, and then Lieutenant General Night Elf Badass Man, I can't remember his name, in full might there with the Grand Marshal's glaive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's got the sweet double sword, right?
Gives you a quest to go talk to Anachronos, the dragon of the bronze dragon flight.
This is a time dragon.
He tells you...
That's the timey-wimey dragon, as I recall?
In the Caverns of Time in Gadgetzan, one of those dragons outside. You can talk to him and turn in the quest, and he tells you to go kill Broodlord Lash Lair and Blackwing Lair. So you go there, kill that boss, second boss in the dungeon, and a single head drops off of him. And only one person can loot this head. If they do, they can right-click on it. It starts a quest. And the quest says to turn it in. You do. And then he says, you need to get neutral faction with the Brood of Nosdormu, which are the time dragons. And there's these elite giant insects in Silithus, all in the outdoor areas, giant hives. And if you kill one, it drops between 1 and 3, sometimes 4 fragments.
These bugs had a famously low drop, as I recall, for like the actual Gadgetzan quest or the Young Goro Crater quest, where you had to collect their antenna, and it was like 1 in 100. It was absurd, even on the like vanilla. Like,
the antennas are super rare, yeah.
Yeah, the standard just rando quest to kill them. And I remember I used to love that quest because then I just got to murder them forever, and like eventually like click on the thing to level up.
It's decent grinding XP, and it gives you quest bonus at the end, so it's not bad, actually.
Yeah.
But so each of these elite level, probably 58, sometimes 59, 61 bugs, give you between 1 and 4 fragments. You can have up to 4 in the good hive, Hive Regal, and you can have 1 and 3 in the other 2 hives. Hive Ash Tea and I can't remember the other one.
Yeah, that's right. Zytekix, exactly. It's the
Duluth Hive. Zytekix, truly.
Yeah.
And they have like annoying abilities, like they mind control you, they disarm you and give you Curse of Tongues and stuff. Like, they're really annoying to kill. And so when you kill one, drops between 1 and 4 of these fragments, you can turn those fragments in for 1 reputation point each. How many reputation points do you need to become neutral? Well, you start out hated, so you need 43,000 of them. This is a grind, ladies and gentlemen. It is an MMO.
Man, but that's I think
these are outdoor, no instances. You can attack Horde and Alliance there, and you got to get the tag on the monster, right? So you have to fight a battle. Truly, it's a battlefield like an AOS where you're controlling locations of it. And there's power projection.
You're playing the objectives. You're playing the objectives here.
These are the objectives, yeah. So there's 3 giant hives. One's the best hive. The other 2 are a little worse, but still good. They're big. They cover a lot of surface area. And this isn't like small-scale PvP. This is like tactical group 40v40 PvP.
Well,
sometimes more than 40, because if there's 60 Horde in the hive, and the Alliance want to team up with 2 raid groups to push them out, who gets what place? You have to guard the areas that you've taken over from Horde rezzing or coming back to try to kill you. You have to guard the place from your own faction and not just the Horde, because there's slimy Skaven of your own faction that creep in there with their little claws. And even though you cleared the hive out, your guild cleared the hive out of all the Horde and had to fight and win. Now that the Horde is Alliance controlled, you have these Skaven coming in from their warp tunnels, just like, oh, maybe I can get the tag on this thing since it's safe in here.
Yeah.
And then they start multiplying, and more of them come in from the warp gates. And then you're like, maybe we just log out and let the horde kill these guys. Send them a message. How can we push these guys out? There's politics. There's posturing.
Yeah.
You can't talk to horde, but everybody kind of, you can send messages like more and more hordes start creeping up outside of your area. So you got your little bubble wrap around there, and you're like, yo, we gotta send these guys a message. We're not gonna push them back from coming to our hive. We're gonna send our 25-man PvP, like world PvP spurgs that we have in our guild that you can hardly control, but they just love killing, and so you just point them in a direction. Like, why don't you go mess up their hive?
It's like goblin fanatics. They just like are spinning and murdering with impunity.
Yeah, and there's tunnels throughout these things. We had actual like battlefield tactics going on because there were so many people. There were 60 horde coming into our hive, and we only had 35. But let's talk about choke points and terrain. So inside these caves, like 60 v 35, like you can't win, right? But choke point, if they all have to come through a narrow entrance, well, now we're talking. As Diablo 2 taught us, or even Diablo 1.
Yeah, kill things through the doorway, man.
How does one warrior beat 50 demons? By standing slightly behind a doorway. So he has to fight them one at a time. I mean, it's the Battle of Thermopylae all over again for the history buffs out there.
Right.
Or the buffs out there.
Yeah.
We're talking about the movie.
Yeah, you 300 them. Exactly. Yeah, you're talking...
So we retreated into the tunnels, and they came in with their 60. And little did they know that we had scouts and we had invisible people that weren't like participating in the fight. They were just overlooking things. They had line of sight, and the horde was sending a flanker force to flank us and pincer, close the trapdoor and pincer attack us.
Yeah, so you're trying to turn your
25 that they didn't know about, and so we pincered their pincer and caught them between us like a zipper inside the tunnels.
It's interesting because they're essentially trying to turn your strength, which is like having a kill cordon, right, into a weakness by then now trapping you in it and destroying you.
Yeah.
But you thought of that, so you had this like this fanatic force, these 25, to deal with that.
Yep. And so we did it. There were also hilarious moments where 60 of them managed to kill us in a different hive earlier that day. And they figured we would just leave, like, once we had all died. But we're like, we can get these guys. Because there aren't enough... 60 isn't enough to control an entire hive yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're huge. They have enough to kill us. And they have enough to farm. They don't have enough to kill us and farm at the same time. And so let's use nonverbal communication to let them know that. We had like there was battlefield tactics going on. It was group PvP. Hundreds of goblin sapper charges were used for any of the big brains out there who really know about like WoW meta full scale PvP. Lots of sappers were being used.
Yeah.
And so we locked down a hive. We got all that. We did the Scarab Lord quest for the opening of the Gates von Courage. Scarab Lord quest is the most intensive, longest, and most elaborate quest line that they have ever made.
They've designed it to be like
people helping one person do it. There's no other way to do it.
Yeah. They designed it to take like 3 months in the original.
It's designed to take 3 months. We did it in 3 days because turbo. Bust.
You had a story where you talked about like how the horde were coming and you logged your entire guild out, and then all logged in immediately, and then just with you had a bunch of like mages and stuff off, and then they just all logged in spamming arcane blast and just...
Oh yeah, we have a bomb squad. It helped us get into Blackwing Lair because 100 horde like to camp out on top of the Blackwing Lair orb. And 100 horde in tight corridors creates a lot of lag. And, how can you beat 100 people? By having 38 mages, everyone leveled expressly for this purpose, to die and log out dead on the orb. So you just have to count to 3 on Discord, click accept res, and then 38 people press Arcane Explosion 3 times, and you see 110 HKs appear on your screen. And the real raid casually strolls up to the orb, right-clicks it. See you next week. And all those mages pretty much just stay dead on the orb. That's their life. Nobody plays them. Like, I mean, some people play them, but about 20 of them are just not played. They're just that is their purpose. It's like that robot from Rick and Morty. Is this my purpose? Yes. Yes, you put that on the orb, you click res, you click Arcane Explosion while jumping to increase the radius a little bit. Twice. You get killed, all the horde die, and then same time next week.
There's a bomb squad. That's fantastic. Kicker asked, most importantly, what class do you main, Heywoah?
I play a warlock. Play a human warlock. Why human and not gnome, you ask? Great question. There's a chat delay. I'm assuming you're going to have to ask that. But gnomes have a rough time wall jumping on certain weird areas when you're trying to solo instances for money. And your gear looks dumb on them because it's scrunched. And humans have a reputation bonus for grinding. And I rolled humans specifically to grind Scarab Lords. So there's that as well. And you have to be cute in an MMO, because otherwise, I mean, what are you doing?
Right. Yeah. It's important to look
Truly,
cool.
what are you doing with yourself?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, there's 2 options. You be the biggest thing you can, or the cutest thing you can, and that's it.
Yeah.
It's only 2.
This makes so much sense when you consider that you play ogres as well.
Huge is the truth. Yeah, that's very true. You know,
Huge.
Bigness is perfection, but
bigness is perfection. So yeah, your guild, your server actually was at Sulfuris, I think is your server is also kind of like world famous right now because you have a group of like some of the most famous grogs on like griefers on the server. And this is my favorite thing. I guess people can read this article, but basically, what were they called?
Oh yeah, I can tell the story if you want. G-Dead in chat. Shouldn't I play Tauren then? But then I would have to play Horde, and Horde suck in vanilla. That's the only problem. And all their cities are dog shit. They're mud huts. It's gross. Their layouts are absurd and make no sense. They don't even have Blessing of Salvation. Like what savages are these Horde? I mean, their PvP talents are pretty good, like I won't lie. Being immune to fear with a quarter of your race is pretty strong, but it's not like PvP is really a thing in Classic. It's just kind of a grind to get GM gear. TBC, that's where PvP starts actually mattering.
It's the weird thing for me is like I thoroughly enjoyed like world PvP in vanilla and despised it in
world
TBC.
PvP is sick in vanilla, and group PvP is also sick.
Well, like I remember like Hillsbrad, South Shore or Hillsbrad, the Hillsbrad area. The battle for South Shore never ended. When they first released Honor,
we crashed the server in Classic, recreating that because everyone, as soon as Phase 2 started, which was the
when Honor comes,
brought PvP ranks in, you know.
Yeah.
I went to South Shore and I lagged out on the Griffin even getting there and logged back in midair and just fell because there were so many people in Hillsbrad trying to do the Hillsbrad thing.
Yeah.
That the servers couldn't deal with it.
Well, it's
then they came back up and they gave it another layer and everything was fine.
Well, it was really interesting because it was pre-rank or pre-honor, and if you remember, there was this weird gap before Battlegrounds came out, but they still had honor in the game.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it was just a permanent war at Hillsbrad, and no matter like you were just always, if you went to Hillsbrad, you were going to get ganked, and it really sucked for Alliance because to get to like to Scarlet Monastery, like you had to go through Hillsbrad or the Plaguelands, so you were like effed.
Yeah, it's rough to get to that. It's rough to get to that instance for Alliance, that's for sure. Mm-hmm. Which is unfortunate because it's the best leveling. It's the best leveling dungeon next to Maridun and ZF in order
Well, it's. I mean,
for those levels anyway.
I mean, this is a Warcraft stream now. Pardon me. I the thing those imperfections or what were considered inconveniences for the time I think are part of what made the game so unique. I mean, I talk about this all the time, like the sharp edges. Like your thing, Vince calls it having this is a feature, not a bug. You know, I call it the sharp edges of a game or the sharp edges of art, where all WoW has done progressively is polish down those sharp edges. Now, in the case of like something like BWL, which was like busted at launch because they internal tested it, they never externally tested it.
That was the last instance they never externally tested was BWL,
right?
Because it was such a disaster when it came out.
Right.
They're like, okay, I guess we wanted it to be a surprise, and I get that. I understand it. Like, as a company, you want it to be a surprise for everyone, like what's in there, but it's just not feasible to test it internally, and so they had to. So they had to start external testing after Blackwing Lair trivia.
Right. And so if you got a point to finish up there.
Oh, and I was just going to add to your point. Yeah, it's a completely not balanced, not fair MMO, but that's where a lot of the fun comes in. That's where most of the fun comes in fact, is because a lot of the items they were making, they didn't really know how to make items yet. They didn't really know what kind of interactions were going to work out. There's so many like low-level items that still work on people that are interesting, or engineering stuff that you can do, and the classes are just like completely unbalanced against each other.
Well, their old item budget.
Where a ton of the fun comes from. It is sort of shitty for a lot of people. I won't lie. Like if you're a Ret Paladin, I mean, this is where the Ret Paladin thing comes from. Sometimes when you think something isn't very good in a 2004 game, and then you come into it fresh from a 2019, like the average gamer is just optimizing way more, and we have another 3 generations that have like grown up playing games and are in that mindset, and so you can come back and be like, man, there weren't a lot of Fury Warriors back in original vanilla, but actually they're the most overpowered DPS in the entire game, and it's not even close. Maybe if all of them put their minds to work on the Ret Paladin, they can find something there. No, it's actually even worse than everyone thought it was.
Yeah, you actually occasionally had a Ret Pally. Yeah.
What?
You occasionally actually had Ret Paladins getting into like even progression raid guilds and stuff sometimes. Like the third or fourth best on the server might have a Ret Paladin. As long as they dipped in and picked up that Blessing of Kings baby and then went, the rest of the way with Ret.
I mean, it's highly decent. It's not great, but it's highly decent in PvP. When your healer can Blessing of Freedom your warrior in a team game, and he can 5-second stun somebody and actually just fucking kill them because he's a Ret Paladin and he's holding like, I don't know, at that gear level probably Untamed Blade or something like that. Like that's decent for PvP, but in raiding, like we have a priest in our raid named Waggle who's a Path of Exile streamer. He's actually like medium big. Whenever they have like one of the PoE races to get to level 100 and kill the hardest boss, and if you die once you lose,
Yeah, hardcore, yeah.
He wins half of those. The last one they did, he got first place and he won a laptop.
Hell yeah.
He likes to DPS as a healer because he's so good at healing. When people don't need healing, he's just like smiting stuff and holy novaing. He does more DPS than a Ret Paladin we brought into one of our pickup raids, who had like the best in slot for everything.
Even like this is the mathematical. There's a cool
like there was a Ret Paladin with best in slot every piece of gear from Blackwing Lair phase, and our holy priest out DPS'd him while healing the whole time. That's rough, dude.
Yeah,
that's rough.
Yeah. No, there's 2 cool points I think we're working with here that I just would like. I think this is relevant to Warhammer, to Warcraft. I think it's relevant to a lot of things. The first one is that sort of sharp edges thing. I always come back to it. Part of the imperfections of imbalance. I kind of talked with Vince during the Rantathon a little bit about this. That the parity is something to chase, never achieve. You never want to polish off all your sharp edges. Otherwise, that that sort of wheel that gets its momentum from something being on the outside, and then that sort of rolls the momentum down, and that keeps that wheel turning. When everything is perfectly balanced, as everything should be, the wheel stops turning. And so
I mean, everyone always has you don't want homogenization. You don't want everyone to be the same. Like that's the like end point of actually achieving perfect balance in some way, like chess or something, even though chess is technically slightly not balanced.
right, because white goes
For
first.
humans it is. For computers it's not, but for humans it basically is. But
Yeah.
You don't want to reach a point where everything's the same, because then nothing matters. But you do want to give everyone the tools to succeed in some way.
And you want people to have agency. I think the main thing is you want players.
You want everyone to be capable, at least. And the tools don't have to be the same, and they don't necessarily have to do the same things, but they need at least some.
Right. Guild Ball claimed being too balanced killed their game. What's Guild Ball? I'd say that being obscure and nobody knowing what you are killed your game.
Guild Ball? What's Guild Ball?
It's like Blood Bowl, but it's the most balanced game ever, apparently. I don't know.
Oh, and it's too balanced and it killed it?
Yeah, that's what it killed it.
No,
I maybe, who knows. I'm not saying that, like, don't chase balance and don't chase parity, and that will never be my take. But when I think about from like a game, a thing that, games should be fun and entertaining, and that sort of, there's fun in the chase, there's fun in like chasing optimization.
Yeah, you can also have a very balanced game that ends up not having balanced gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So like, soccer isn't inherently imbalanced, I don't think. Well, actually, I don't know anything about soccer. Maybe I'm talking out of school here.
Baseball maybe is
baseball is a pretty balanced game, all things considered, because it goes 9 innings no matter what. There's no way to just like suddenly win. There's no like sudden death or anything.
You get at least 9 innings.
Everyone gets equal shares of being the hitter and being the people on the outfield. There's maybe some sort of like psychological subconscious home team advantage because your players are psyched up or something. So I don't know.
Mental game matters. Mental game matters, I think. And
mental game does matter, but that's in the people doing it. The game itself is perfectly balanced, but now you have people in there.
Sumo?
Varying skill levels and varying ages and injuries and psychological stuff.
Weather.
And so that's where all the excitement can come in. So you have a game that's like perfectly balanced, like, I don't know, CS:GO or something like that. But then all of the excitement comes from people's skill levels, and he just did this insane play, or he just did something clever. Then it's all the players doing that stuff. So if your game is, I don't think having a perfectly balanced game is necessarily a bad thing, as long as player skill, as long as that balance allows player skill to shine in a hype enough way that makes it interesting. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, is like, if you don't have like if the game is like perfectly sort of like balanced, and you don't have, if it's so balanced that like players of varying skill, the game itself is so balanced that you're like, say if you have like some sort of like RPS or rock paper scissors, like rock will always beat paper, right? No matter what. Or paper will always beat rock, no matter what. And like the game is so mechanically that way, and like you're the best player at getting in people's heads, but eventually it stagnates.
Yeah, because
down.
That's where you have to find the advantage. You can't find it within the rules of the game because the game is perfectly balanced. Flipping a coin, the game of flipping a coin is perfectly balanced. But unless you're cheating, there's no way to gain an advantage as a player of that game. Mm-hmm. Like, let's say some machine is flipping the coin, so it's just perfect odds every time. That is the type of homogenization that I think people fear, because it's a perfectly balanced game, but there's nothing for the players to do but just guess.
Yeah.
But then there's also a perfectly balanced game, and or not perfectly balanced, but whether or not it's 99% perfect or 100% perfect, it kind of doesn't matter. It's like chess or baseball or something like that. it's still allowed to be exciting because it's in the people's hands still to win, even though the game itself, the rules and stuff are balanced. Right.
Right. Well, that human element, right?
Yeah.
Maintaining the human element is what's, I think, really interesting.
So for instance, let's say you have a game. Let's say every army in the game had a 50% win rate in AOS, right? Like we did the statistics after a year of this 2020
Yeah, we had a
season.
control group. We had 1,000.
Every single army had exactly 50% win rate somehow, mathematically.
Yep, we get there.
Would you still care about who won stuff? Yeah,
I would in Age of Sigmar. The player element is big enough.
You wouldn't necessarily care which army won, because that doesn't matter. In a perfectly balanced game, it doesn't matter what army you're playing. It's 100% on, that guy must be good. Or that girl must be good. Whoever won the tournament clearly got there through some amount of luck and skill, and that's interesting. Yeah. But now you have a game where every army is a 50% win rate, except one army is 55, and one army is 20%. And the 20% wins a tournament. Now that person is even more impressive, right? And the 55% person is slightly less impressive, maybe. Yeah. Because they're playing a really good army. And you can keep stretching these numbers farther and farther until it's, kind of where we're at, with armies that are at 75%. And, I don't think anybody's below 30%, but we don't have
40 seems to be the floor. Around 44%, I think it was Beast of Chaos was the floor this last. While we still had meaningful tournaments to track, I think it was
which we just don't right now.
No, we don't right now.
We have a lot of tabletop simulator things, but it's even less of the same game on TTS than China WoW is for WoW.
G-Dad, thank you so much for gifting.
It's not even in the same stratosphere of the same game. Yeah, TTS versus in real life.
Wow, that's a hot take. G-Dad, thank you so much for gifting that tier 1 sub to Von Nitzenberg. Enjoy the emotes there, buddy. No, where I was going with this though is with World of Warcraft, one of the things I found is my interest tapered off the more that game went on, and the more sterile I felt it got. They boiled down a lot of the difficult. This isn't on the balance axiom. This is more on that sharp edges point I was making earlier. A lot of the imbalance that made it interesting, the unfairness that made it interesting for me. There was no South Shore anymore. PvP pretty much got removed entirely from the world. All that was left is griefers. If you were in a PvP server, there was no. Yeah. There was only
toxicity. Yeah.
Yeah, there was only toxicity, and their attempt to make to partition off PvP in its own little fair arenas with its own little fair gulches and battlegrounds and such like that. They completely left only the toxic elements left, but they had a more balanced.
It also produced the most boring to watch PvP I can even imagine. There isn't even a concept of a more boring PvP in my head
than WoW arenas, late
stage WoW PvP.
Yeah.
After, let's see, probably in WoD and closing in on Legion and stuff. I suppose some mob, but most of the WoW arena tournaments you would watch, people only ever died when healers would run out of mana, which is so boring. They're just excruciatingly long, run everyone out of resources stuff, because everyone's so good and everyone has so many tools that you can just kind of deal with every situation. And so they added this thing to the game. I can't remember what it's called because I don't PvP a lot, but it's basically a debuff you get, and it reduces the amount of healing you get, or the amount of current life you have, and it's just this thing that weighs on you to force the game to actually end.
Mm-hmm.
And almost every game ended like that on their broadcasts. And so it was a bad fix, but they saw the problem, you know.
This notion of bad fixes in games, like seeing the problem and having a bad fix, this isn't new. No matter how big or small or powerful or like unfocused on that your company is. I think. I say that as a decent segue into this GHB because I think that this GHB is the. I really like this GHB, which is a kind of a small tragedy because this is going to be the GHB I play the fewest tournaments out of, personally.
This GHB is actually awesome. I wish we got a full season to play with these battle plans.
Yeah.
This is the best General's Handbook for everything except balance and points.
Right, because
and,
the
like match play rules and
it's like they did everything.
The things and Vince made a point about this. He's like, everything that a GHB should be for is basically a home run for 2020. And the things that it did pathetically
Shouldn't be in it anymore.
That shouldn't have been in there in the first place.
Yeah.
They had to be in there for the first one, and it was a good thing they did it. Like, they added points to the game. That was huge because it made it an actual game instead of just like moving dolls around and making truck noises, with your mouth. But then after that, like, they did that kind of thing so late that everybody else is already digital with their patches anyway.
Yeah, I haven't.
Like, when they came out with the first GHB, like, they're ancient dinosaurs that are already petrified. That they're printing points updates and balance patches in a book 7 months before it's going to come out, and they were wrong about the meta 7 months ago in their pipeline. Like, that's rough. You just can't do that,
Yeah.
And maybe I'm living in because I guess I'm going to keep pulling back to all of our topics. It's like maybe I'm just too used to WoW patches and League of Legends balance patches,
which are like weekly and
ban restricted list announcements for Magic the Gathering and just everything.
Everything
like,
moves
you
faster.
do that stuff online because getting it out as soon as possible is ideal. You can't have a 7-month lead-in on something that contains a metagame, because the meta will have changed by then, and those changes might be wrong.
Plus,
Does
you
that
have
mean
people
you should never do it though. No, because some meta changes are undesirable. Like, you could have nerfed nothing in this. Like, you could have nerfed 0 armies this time, and the meta would have adapted to it. The casual players probably wouldn't have, and would have been pretty grumbly, but like an actual metagame, it would have been fine. In fact, you didn't have to nerf Vanguard Wing when it was the most broken army in the entire game, and it used mechanics to win that were just so clearly not intended and a complete accident to rules interactions. Like, even that was fine. The meta would have adapted to it, but you might not have liked what the meta would have to do to react to it. And so that's why you actually do need to do these changes
more often. Yeah.
On a surface level counter argument, it might be, well, if the meta can adapt to it, why do you ever change points? Because sometimes the meta adapting is like not a great thing,
Well, the meta really will always adapt.
But you might not like what happens when it does, and that's the problem.
The meta adapting, the meta will always adapt. This is I love meta shifts and change. Like, I mean, this is I was very good at League of Legends, like unintentionally good. I remember being the guy we kind of did like drafts with Dota All-Stars back in college and stuff like that. And I remember being one of the last 2 people you wanted on your team because I had a shallow pool. I could only play Frost Archer, and Demon Hunter was trash, but I really wanted to play and get good with Demon Hunter. So I pretty much exclusively played like Frost Archer, and like the nature of that game, like counters, matchups, picks, and stuff like that. But like I end up beta testing League of Legends a little bit. I'm like, okay, cool. Don't play it when it goes live. I play it when Udyr comes out, and I am Udyr main. Udyr, if you're familiar with League of Legends, is a character that has no ultimate, only fists, no teleports, none of the stuff that have developed to make this game the game it is. His gap closer is he runs fast, and running fast when you have stuns and slows is meaningless. You have to be able to teleport on top of somebody and stop them, or shrug off CC while you close the gap, and he just does none of this stuff. But without fail, every season since the game has had a meta change and balance patches, and they've churned out their new heroes with great regularity, an absurd amount of heroes in the beginning, by the way, because their whole shtick was they wanted to do one a month or something outrageous like that, which is just not a dizzying pace, I know.
That's ambitious.
And they kept up with it for years. So that's why there's so many just dead weight or repetitive heroes. They luckily moved off of that, and just like they released them essentially based on more of the season, and they for the most part are releasing heroes to push the meta and change the game. A hero doesn't come out unless it introduces. I would say they've gone too far in the other direction now with it, which is why I play it so sparingly these days. But they push it the other way, to where like heroes usually change the game. It's, you talk about power.
They release heroes to meddle with the metagame.
Yes.
Instead of because it would be interesting to do this.
Or introduce a new mechanic.
People would like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like, we want to introduce a new mechanic. We want a character that plays like a Street Fighter game because Street Fighter is really popular. Like, here's Riven. Like, so now you get Riven. It's a character that plays like a, it's the buttons, man. Like, so they do this. But Udyr, without fail, would always be awesome at the beginning of the meta, horrible at the end of the meta. Because so I really learned to love, as the meta cycled, I really learned to love that character because no tricks, just fists. Like, you're just, there is no ultimates, pure fundamentals, crushing you. And the only reason you lose is that meta progresses and new mechanics and people adapt to the new world. Is because they are playing with cheaty rules and you're just pounding them. And I got so good with that hero, I was still pushing 70 and 80% win rates over my career. Still. Because I was, this is where he's the jungle master. Like, no matter what happens to the jungle, you could always rely on him to be good in the jungle. And they always they didn't always screw with the jungle, but like they got into the habit of constantly shifting the jungle. So you just had this thing. And so, like, I love evolving metas and changing metas, despite like being on the bad side of it as well. When like the meta shifts away from you. I've been that person who's only ever wanted to play mono red burn, and then you just end up in Legacy where it's like there's just a huge spread. There's just a huge period in time where that's just not even viable if you ever want to win anything. Now we did have
unless you're Patrick Sullivan, it's pretty much not. I was about to mention red burn because it sounds like Udyr is mono red.
Yes.
Because in almost every standard that can even vaguely support such a strategy, at the very beginning of the meta, nobody really knows what's good yet. Every deck list is basically experimental, and you can bring red burn and just run people over that are trying to figure out what they're doing for the first few tournaments. And then as the meta evolves, red gets worse and worse and becomes completely unplayable as the control decks finally get their footing and realize what's going on.
Right.
And so it seems to me, and I don't know anything about League of Legends, Udyr is red deck wins.
Yeah, he is.
It's the best at the very beginning of a season, and then people find out what's good, and it just shits on it. And it's terrible. Yeah.
No, that's exactly what Udyr was every year without fail. Now, Razor Tree says something really important here, and we got our GHB here. Now, GHB is the quickest way to shift the meta. Battle plans will change the meta. Battle plans will change the meta. They will always change the meta.
Yeah,
you can count on it.
Battle plans is the thing that it has the highest probability to alter, or highest potential to alter the landscape of the game.
It's new battle tomes and the GHB are the two highest things that are going to shift the meta. Now, relying on the battle tome to change the game is the bad way. This is where League of Legends has ended up. This is the analogy I'm building here, where they started releasing heroes not because they had a good idea or a clever idea for a hero. They did it to introduce mechanics, which isn't always bad. If you come to expect that every new battle tome or every new champion or every new character will have new mechanics, that can become a really, really, really bad thing. Sometimes it's a great way of doing it. I think about hero terrain, army terrain. you want to have terrain be more impactful in the game. You've said it forever. We want terrain to matter. We want terrain to matter. They tried terrain rules. They tried doing all this stuff, and people just still aren't putting enough.
They tried terrain rules. They tried giving terrain special rules that you roll for.
With war scrolls, they did
all
everything.
of them are nothing.
Yeah.
And then they didn't. And then they tried adding 6 more, 3 of which do something in the game. But now you have 12 of them, and
so it's diluted them. Yeah, it's diluted them.
So, I mean, they'll get there. There won't be. I'm calling my shot. There won't be 12 different terrain rules in GHB 21. You won't have 2 tables of 6. You'll have 1 table of 6.
Well, I think one of the major criticisms of this GHB, I guess we're getting our wide view shots out of here. Most of my criticisms of the GHB, because I maintain, I'm with you, I'm with Vince on this. So if you guys wanted like to, if you wanted hardball, 2 different opinions, lob softball pitches at each other, and on how they disagree with their prepared statements, you're not going to get it. I'm with you. I think this is probably the best GHB, at least in my tenure. I started with GHB 2017. And I, as a historian, understand the role of the first GHB. This is, I think, the best one for everything that you guys said, except for points changes, the stuff that just shouldn't be in it anymore. But when it comes to like the battle plans, we're even going to talk about like the open play. Like I go through and I go open play, check, narrative, check, match play, like everything that is in it, they have something, and then there's the meeting engagements at the end. But everything else in there, I'm like, yeah, awesome, cool.
Look, we meme about.
I'm panning it.
Somebody likes it.
Yeah, no, I'm panning it.
It's harmless to be in there now.
No, it's. I'm just joking about it.
It's just easy to make fun of because,
Yeah.
It's like you have 1K games that are kind of imbalanced, and they're like, how about we fix that by making a confusing, not at all like the 2K game in any way, also unbalanced alternative 1K. Weird, but I'm not going to say that making new ways to play the game is bad, because it is not.
Well, you try.
It's easy to make fun of, that's all.
Yeah, it's low-hanging fruit, and it's a little fun.
We're still waiting on that FAQ about Alariel base size and whether she can...
They doubled down on it.
We're waiting on the apology for the, just have it leaning off the edge of the table.
They doubled down with a picture, which is the snarkiest thing they do. In the GHB,
picture a shattered model on the ground after it's it's been tipped over.
No, they in the meeting engagement deployment thing where they tell you just to have your model. Here it is, boom. All right, so rip audio. They show you the right way of having your model off the table and the wrong way of having your model off the table.
Yeah, translator's note. Both of these ways are wrong.
See.
There is no right way to hang your model off the edge of the table so that it can be from maybe a garbage truck drives by on the freeway, opposite the store, and there's some rumbling, just a little bit of that,
So
maybe one of those gentlemen that need to open both of the doors to get into the GLB comes in, and that thing is shattered on the floor, my friend. I thought they would never make a rule worse than if you can't decide with your opponent, you should just roll a d6 and whoever wins gets the ruin. I thought there would never be a worse rule in any book ever than that, and we found it.
Oh my god, this is actually tripling down at this point. This is redoubling the double down. This is you get aces and eights you can split, right? And they split and they double down.
How hard is it to just put it on the fucking table? How hard is that? Why is that not okay? Someone help me understand.
No, they
put your model on the table where it's
snarky diagram.
Very edge of the board.
No, it's got the X in it. No, yes,
it should be in both of those. Those are both stupid. Why can't you just put it on the table, dude? When my monsters are at the very edge of the table but still on it, I'm a little nervous in real life. I'm not gonna lie. When I have a Stonehorn and he's like butted up right against the edge of the table, not even hanging off, I'm a little nervous. Because you got your dark beer in one hand, your White Russian in the other, and you're kind of looking for dice and stuff, and you might You might swivel and reach for a book.
Depending on who I grudged round 1, I am not sober round 2, and it just gets worse from then on.
Round 4 or 5, and everyone in the room is feeling loose, you know. So that's on the table, and I'm like, kind of concerned, right? But this is like, no, you gotta. It's fine, dude.
Well, anyway,
it would be for some boat that is just going to fly high on turn 1 anyway and get removed from the table. But please balance it precariously on the edge of the table. I don't know. They should add like an addendum onto that rule and be like, call your son over and have him just like hold it. Just hold it there.
I would love for an FAQ, like have an assistant hold and balance it properly whilst it is in the proper meeting engagement. No,
official Games Workshop tournaments is call an official Games Workshop TO over to just watch it, to just make sure it doesn't drop, to hold the model there personally, like with their hand, just so it doesn't fall off. I mean, you guys made this rule, so you gotta be responsible.
Yeah, they have like an agency you call up, like Geek Squad. It's just Model Squad or Mod Squad, if you will, and they come and they hold the models. No,
if I was a rabble rouser, I would start a Twitter hashtag called #meeting engagements great rule, and it's just pictures of models that got broke because they fell off the table from that. Except the hashtag wouldn't work because I'm not really a rabble rouser. I just like memeing on stuff, and nobody plays meeting engagements, so there would be no pictures.
I hear it's like it's to me it's like it's like adults who play Minecraft, and like I physically don't think it really exists. Like I know there's YouTubers, but YouTubers aren't real people either. So like I haven't physically seen someone, and if you say you are on the internet someone who plays Minecraft, unless I physically am in person witnessing you play the game, I just know you're trolling me in chat right now. It's just, I don't think people play it. No. What I was going with is, like, most of my criticisms of this GHB specifically, we're going to put the, like, points balance changes in a bubble, and we're going to put it off into a corner. Right? We've established that. This is something that I don't think, I agree with you, I agree with Vince, and most of the community I think agrees with this. This just isn't the role of a GHB anymore. Is points.
No, it's not, but
it even comes in a second. Go ahead.
But we should address maybe the elephant in the room is that while that is correct, and Vince is right, and everybody's right, it shouldn't be in the GHB. They should do digital point updates.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that the points updates they did were
also bad.
Bad. Like really bad. Like didn't do anything for the majority of armies that needed it. I'm not talking about the majority of armies in the game. I'm talking about armies that were like critical levels of terrible.
Beast of Chaos, like Sylvaneth. Yeah. Half of Beast Claw Raiders. I'm sorry. Half of Maw Tribes.
Well, actually, both. Half of Beast Claw and half of Maw Tribes at the same time. There's a bunch of internal... Even if they didn't care about internal parity, which they probably should, but even if you don't care about that, there's still armies that needed a lot of attention and got nothing. And the changes they made were almost exclusively...
too overpowered stuff, or perceived... the stuff that...
Not bad from the lens of today, which is 6 months after they decided it, but 6 months ago it was wrong as well. And so if we won this battle, the war is still on, because if they finally start doing digital points updates, keep in mind that the points they thought were right 6 months ago were not. So we're going to immediately get bad points. But, you know, choose your battles. It's baby steps. You got to put one step in front of the other.
Right.
You know, you can't run before you can walk.
No, and I just wanted to illustrate, because people do kind of live in the digital realm these days. This is my personal GHB. This right here is the thing that comes with the GHB that actually physically has the points in it. They're already removing them from the book.
Yeah, it's all ready for you to throw it away immediately, because everyone gets their points online.
Yeah, and this is
Pro Builder.
Yeah. So there we go.
Which was updated day one, by the way, and the app is still not. But I don't care about the app thing, actually.
I don't care. I haven't been to a tournament in a long time. I think that's just people looking for things to be mad at because of...
Well, I mean...
you got to shake your fist at something right now, or you're going to go insane.
Like, it is kind of shitty.
It sucks, but...
I no longer... Like, I don't pay for the app either. Yes, it's only $1, but it's not giving me anything. So
It's interesting because, and
it's not like I have some protest about it. It's just kind of
quietly,
a thing.
well,
But
it's weird because how do people know that I unsubbed to it if I don't make an angry, fiery tweet about how I unsubbed to it a little bit ago? Like I got to get some sort of like social cred with my protest over the Azir app. No, I'm just being a shit right now.
I was very insulted, and I went on my phone to look, and I'm like, I'm gonna unsub from this app because actually I never use it anyway, and it's still not updated, and it's been so long. Yeah, that's bullshit. All right, let's unsub. Oh, I unsubbed 8 months ago, and I haven't been paying. Oh, okay, well, fair
No,
enough.
see, this was
I
the
don't use
thing
it anyway.
for me, and I think this is kind of coming back from hot take land a little bit. For me, I think it was this was the thing that made me finally unsub, which is something I had intended to do since I haven't been using it since January, and it's
Like
not.
it's a decent reminder because
It was like
sometimes you're paying for stuff every month and you forgot about it.
there's actually like one of the first tips in budgeting like an adult appropriately is looking at all your automatic things you're paying for and just getting rid of the ones you're not using.
Yeah,
That's like the first way to like fix your budget is like that's the first thing you should do. And you don't think it adds up, but like, it's 20 or 30 different things all taking an app, that's or taking $1, that's gas money,
Oh, special announcement! Don't log on to Patreon.com when you're going through that stuff. By the way, that would be dangerous.
Yeah.
Let's not go crazy.
Yeah, let's not go crazy there with
crazy with our unsubbing.
No. No, but sincerely for me, and I think I identify with people who don't think it's a big deal and they continue to throw their $1, continue to support the company, hoping that, hey man, if I give you money, you'll fix it, you'll get it updated, cool. Like I'm for that, I get it, and I'm with and I go out. My heart kind of goes out to the people who like haven't been to tournaments for 6 months, 7 months, and they're like, why am I paying for this? And then your hand is kind of forced by like the storm of like, hey, they didn't update it. And I'm like, oh, wait, they didn't update it. I was going to keep throwing my dollar at it, but, like, I'd meant to unsub from this 6 months ago, and now it's fine. Like, this is the thing that, like, forced my hand, or wherever you come down on it. I get it. I think it's challenging times right now, and there's far bigger fish to fry than a $1 app that hasn't been used, practically speaking, for 7 months anyway. Like, they probably looked at their usage statistics that your phone spies on you for and said, oh, nobody's using this. We can backburner this for 40K, would be my guess. But remember to use your free Twitch Prime instead, says Rocco, your boy. Thank you, Rocco.
Yeah, and that doesn't automatically update. So you're completely safe from this, from this cautionary tale that we're talking about. Your Twitch Prime does not auto-refresh. You have to click it every time. So just get that one out of the way real quick, and you won't have to worry about it creeping up on you. And even if it did creep up on you, it's free every time.
Well, we buried the lead here. So GHB, I really do like it. I'm gonna have some criticisms as we get through here, but they are constructive. They are if they're not constructive criticisms, they are but gripes and to be taken with a grain of salt. So
I'm gonna come at it from how I play the game and how I absorb the game.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, there's a difference between something that I don't care about at all, for instance, Skies of Slaughter, and something that like is bad or I can criticize. I'm not gonna criticize Skies of Slaughter because it sounds pretty cool. It's just not for me, right? Things are allowed to not be for me,
right,
you know.
Right, and
there are armies that don't even have any playable monsters. Can you believe that? I mean, just
yeah. Why? Who would play an army without monsters, really? Like
not everything is for you, you know.
Yeah, there's no sweet dragon. There's not nearly enough sweet dragons in this game, which is a criticism I have. I would love to see way more dragons.
Yeah, I would like more dragons.
Yeah.
And Sky Drakes, or not Sky Drakes.
Star Drakes.
Star Drakes and Drakesworn Templar don't count. They're drakes. They're not dragons.
Very important. Yeah. Yeah, more huge sweet dragons, please. And I don't mind that you didn't give the
Oh,
huge. Yeah.
maybe not more corn dragon boondoggles, but proper dragons.
So GHB, after it kind of says, hey, we gotta pitch you in every GHB to war. We every GHB we pitch you what the game is, what are the 3 ways to play, and the most important rule that we already discussed a little bit. Vince actually won me over to his side. I don't mind.
About what, the most important rule?
Yeah, the rolling a die to solve it at the table. I think destigmatizing, giving people like a social contract in a game that is social to like default to isn't a bad thing for a game like this. Like, so Vince won me over. I still disagree with him on Petrifex, but here we are. The player's code. So we start with the player's code. I touched on this a little bit ago. That it is important to codify some of this stuff because common sense doesn't exist. It's a misnomer. Common sense is so uncommon it might as well be a goddamn superpower. What's common sense for me, a person who has played games his entire life, is not common from somebody who plays 0 games is just starting. Or played a bunch of games in a different capacity. Like coming over from Magic the Gathering, I had to, like sort of deprogram a little bit. I was so worried. I still remember like one of the first tournaments I went to with you. I think it was up in Minneapolis, being so terrified I'd get called for like a deck check when I think I was actually Mono Red Burn at that first tournament up there. I was still building Icarid, and I got up there and I remember being so terrified of these things, and like because you just hear the internet. Well, codifying something in a physical book, I think is super important. And it's just, always be polite and respectful, always tell the truth. It's quote unquote common sense stuff, but it doesn't
all these things are people. I've seen so many people roll their eyes at all these, like, oh, who wouldn't do that? You would be surprised, rhetorical question asker. I've been to a lot of Magic tournaments in my day, and you would apparently be surprised. It's good to have it written down.
Right.
Most of these rules are synonymous with either don't be a douchebag or actually be polite instead of not just don't be a douchebag, right? Like,
yeah.
There's overt ones where it's like, don't literally cheat,
Don't collude with your opponent to fix the outcome of a tournament, like it.
Yeah, don't collude with your opponent to fix the outcome
of a game. Yeah,
don't
there it is.
Deliberately waste time to try to win. Measure things properly. Don't use fake die. These things are like don't
complain about bad luck of your opponent's good luck. Like, don't complain about luck.
That's I don't know. It depends on your opinion. That could be in the don't be a douchebag or be polite category.
There's ways to make it fun, but it's important to codify this stuff so that you have.
Whining about your bad luck is cringe. Like, don't be that guy.
So real quick,
because there's two ways someone is going to react to that at a tournament. If you're malding about your quote unquote bad luck and your opponent's quote unquote good luck, which may or may not even be the case because of negativity bias.
Mm-hmm.
Either your opponent feels bad about something they can't control and they're winning a game, so they should feel happy, and instead they're feeling bad about it, or they're a dick and they're secretly so pleased that you're mad. And like, both of those are kind of bad things. But just be mature about it.
So, real quick, couple things here. Chat gang. W. Soren would like to remind everyone that chat gang ain't nothing to fuck with, spending that 1,000 RDP. Sir Darwinning. Cities has dragons. No. Cities has a bunch of older armies, has armies like Dark Elves that had dragons, and all these dragons from...
Yeah, you have Dreadlord on Black Dragon and Sorceress on Black Dragon. It's just, that's it, right? It's those two and the Corn Dragon, and there are no other dragons in the game. I just want more dragons.
Yeah, it needs more dragons.
Two exist. Sorceress sucks. Dread Knight's passably okay. It doesn't matter how good they are. I just want more dragons.
I would like more dragons.
Those are ancient sculpts too.
Vlazda is a dragon, but
I want the people who did the Cowhorn Mountain golems. I want those people to give me a fresh take on Dragon.
Yes.
How sick would that be?
Yeah, like I've seen what
It
you
would
do.
be on like a surfboard or something with shades.
like, like it would just be like freaking doing a like a kickflip on a meteorite. Like,
Yeah.
who knows? Technically, Carmine Dragon exists. It's true. Like there are a lot of these old.
There are some Forge World dragons with atrocious rules, I guess, but I don't know.
Yeah. And real quick, G-Dad says, where was it? Vince is wrong about most defensive armies. Well, that's the thing is like Vince hates defensive armies. I actually like the grinder defensive style, and so like those are things that like, just to talk about like disagreement, like it's healthy disagreement and talking to each other, like how you enjoy this game is different from how others. That's why it's important that they have the GHB doesn't just become the competitive player's manifesto, right? I certainly have a competitive lens, but they have the open play, they have the narrative, and they have the match play. Like, sure, I'm basically flipping past all that first stuff unless I'm doing a review to just jump to the match play stuff. But it's important that they include this because we all do play this game differently, and I would say even competitive players care differently about other aspects of the game. I did for the Rantathon. Some of the most competitive, accomplished players were on my show, throughout the whole thing. But also, like, I had the block where I was supposed to talk competitively with the Best Coast Pairings and In Your Phase podcast, who pretty much exclusively talk competitive. And we talked lore for 2 hours. Like, if you were purely only competitive,
Nice.
something pulled you to this game. A model you liked, some cool backstory. Maybe it's your friends. The community side is important too. There's actually like a section on clubs in the GHB. They mention the community aspect. Like so it's important to put all that stuff in here. I just wanted to wrap that in. Competitive lore block. That's right.
What do you think of a 48 glutton list instead of a defensive list? Asks W. Soren. I think that is actually a great idea. The one that I built only had like 42 or something like that. I didn't quite go 48 because I wanted more heroes. It would absolutely demolish certain random armies. And I'm not only talking about Nighthaunt, but I'm definitely talking about Nighthaunt. It would be really cool. And I don't even think it's like that terrible even. However, have you heard about our Lord and Savior, the 28 Iron Gut list?
So open play, after it kind of establishes what open play is as the most easiest, straightforward way to play the game. You just put your stuff on the table. This is the way I think open play exists. Paul from the Mortal Realms has a really cool take on open play. Like, there are people who don't like physically play the game, but they love displaying their models and talking about their models. You're kind of engaged in a sense of open play. That's his take. That's not mine. I'm just repeating it for folks. I would disagree that you're not physically playing if you're just displaying, and then I would get into like some neckbeardian like semantical debate, which is why I totally concede and I want to bring up his point, like, because I'm not interested in the semantics of it's not playing if you're not pushing him around making monster truck noises. Like, no, like, whatever.
For a player like that, for a player of that level of casual on the play side, not necessarily on the hobby side. In fact, oftenly not even close on the hobby side. Usually the hobby side is, it's a water level. Like when this side goes up, this side goes down a little bit, unless you're really spending a lot of time and effort on it in your life. Mm-hmm. But when you're that level of casual, it's important to make sure that the game is still fun if you lose. Mm. Because for players like that, I mean, beer and pretzels and stuff, right? Like, who cares in a way who wins and loses a beer and pretzels game? You just care about if cool stuff happened during the game.
Right.
Did fun things happen? Did fun events occur?
Right. Right. Things that you get to talk about later.
There's a caliber of player that doesn't even care about tallying up victory points at the end because it's boring. And when the other player wins, he's like, yeah, okay. I mean, you counted all your victory points, and it seems to be 21, and I had 10. Did you have fun? And the other player's like, yeah, I won. And you're like, good. I'm glad you had fun, because I had fun having fun, and you had fun acquiring those numbers there over there on your sheet.
This is the
and
best.
everybody's happy.
This might be better than Paul's take on open play. Sorry, Paul. But, no, I think it's important to quantify the open play and what it is because multiple spheres of the game. For me, open play exists almost on on like somewhat of a continuum, like a non-diminishing continuum. Like you may move away from open play as you continue, but just something that carries with you. Open play is how you interact.
Doing hot takes tonight.
What's that? We can do hot takes.
Doing hot takes tonight.
Oh yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
All right, hot take. Open play games are for store demos and teaching your children the game. And any other open play is a worse version of narrative play.
So, speaking of that, Skies of Slaughter is the aerial combat. They it's the thing is like what's crazy to me about this
there's no reason to have open play at all.
Really?
That's my hot take.
Yeah, that's your hot take.
Open play games, it should be, the title should be what to expect at a store demo and how to teach your 7-year-old how to count pits on dice.
I think I'm
and then it should be see reverse page, and when you flip it over, it's the narrative section.
I'll just leave that one alone. So Skies of Slaughter exists. This is a way to make monster truck noises with your flying units, right? Because that's what this is this is making the machine gun noises and pushing them around. For something...
I mean, it's cool. You choose 2 flying monsters.
Yeah, and you have a dogfight.
They fight each other. That's sweet.
It's so rules dense.
There's a lot of rules attached to you choose 2 flying monsters and they totally fight. Like, that's the quote.
This is the thing.
The elevator pitch for it is, my sweet flying monster and your sweet flying monster, wicked fight. And it's like a page of rules. And that event happens in every other game, if you want.
So what's interesting to me about this is like open play feels like it's. I don't want to build the sort of like fallacy that casual is somehow like synonymous with a type of play and competitive is synonymous with a different type of play. Like match play, like I've met as many beer and pretzels just there to have a good time players in match play, and I've met as plenty of grognards for funsies at the LGS just trying to like crush people and kind of be
the most competitive tournament I've ever been in was a narrative tournament.
Havoc. Like,
I mean, there it is.
Yeah. But this
and that's even ignoring all the competing you were doing outside of the game, because you were competing with your backstory and you're competing with your media attached to it, and you were competing with your custom warlords and stuff. You were competing in all these ways outside of the game. Even if we put those aside, it was the most competitive tournament I've been to.
But Razor,
and it was narrative.
So Razor, you say open play is great for story, not balance. But didn't you just then describe narrative play? Is. Yeah, isn't that just what narrative is? Like this is where like it feels, and this is where like I think
I don't care about the balance of open or narrative. That's neither here nor there.
I think that's where Paul's take comes in, where like open play is some of the other stuff you do with models. It is kind of freestyling on your own rules while you teach your kid to play or get a friend into the game and some stuff like variants of that. But what I want to my main take on this Skies of Slaughter is like it's there if you need it. It's cool if you want to play this way. I mean, I know that like making your dragon first is like the first model you get done is like, you know, this is something many players set out to do. You want to paint the cool model first. Like you first get an army, you paint the cool model. You're like, I just want to play with it, but like you can't have a 460 point game versus a 300 point game. Like that wouldn't be. And coming up with your own rules to make it fair and balanced. Well, some people don't want to put in the legwork for that. So boom, here you got your Skies of Slaughter. It's just so rules dense. This is crazy.
I've never read Skies of Slaughter. Let me come up on the fly with my own Skies of Slaughter rules for open play. Are you ready?
They care about degree arcs for turning. Again, wheels from old Warhammer Fantasy Battle are basically in these rules because you're dogfighting, right? You're trying to get the angle. Anyway, continue. Here's your take.
Never mind. I don't want to pile on open play for too long here. But yeah, there's a ton of rules with it. I don't know, man.
I don't know.
It might be a passion project. I'm not sure.
It's cool. It's cool. They kind of have like little duels and little like sky death battles. They've got different battle plans and deployments in here. Like I'm for it. They've got little campaign rules. It doesn't hurt me that this got printed and people are going to use it if they use it. Like
No, yeah, don't misunderstand. Like, sky battles are cool, and the things they've done with it are pretty neat. It could just very easily be in the narrative play section of the book, and nothing would change, except probably better nomenclature.
this is a very. I mean this.
Open play.
This is the sort of thing. I guess not wanting to pan on open play too much. This section. I mean that's like a third of the book. They really did have pages to fill, and they put them. They're like, here we go, like, bam, they got it.
Yeah, I suppose you could say that 34 pages in the book were taken up by this, and they could have, spent more time on X, Y, or Z. Whatever thing you like the most, they could have spent 34 pages doing that. So please feel bad, right? That is an way to think about it.
All right.
However, if they just put it in the narrative section, it would actually fit there, and then I couldn't say shit, right? So maybe it wasn't edging out your whatever thing you like the most, chat. Maybe it wasn't pushing that aside. It's just slightly mislabeled, right? I don't think it's worth getting upset about. Certainly, it's just a quizzical thing.
I think Razor Tree has a decent take. Skies of Slaughter would have more traction. I don't know about more traction, but the idea of marketing it as a separate board game, like a la Blood Bowl, sign-ups close on Sunday for Blood Bowl. Marketing as like a separate game for like a Blood Bowl style game or something like that could be awesome. The thing is, they were working on the GHB. This is a good opportunity for whoever's passion project this was to get it printed, get it out there, and if it does have some traction, people are taking a look at it, then they can expand it from there. This gives you, quite frankly, they're just adding different excuses for people who view the game from different angles to purchase this book, or whether it's digital or physically or whatever. Like this book's going to go to print, and they have to make you buy it entice you to buy it in some manner, right? Recategorize it under narrative play, and then Heywoah was happy with it. So then we get to narrative. So narratives,
unbelievable.
Team battles are sweet.
It's got
very often you have like 3 friends that are all free to play, and they did some good stuff with this in the past with Triumph and Treachery, and some of the other expansions. I did a lot of that. I didn't do much of the other ones. It's I'm glad. I wanted better codified team rules.
It's cool because team rules are one of those things where like you'll just deploy on a table and be like, okay, we'll play the game, whatever, and then you run into places where the game's not simply built to handle that. Giving it things to handle it better, or at least give it that nudge of fun imbalance. Like there's assassination plots in this. Giving it that wacky imbalance where you can relish and enjoy it is even, as opposed to just being like, well, if this hadn't been a multi-battle, I'd have won because multi-battle rules suck. At least with something like this, you can be like, yeah, but it's meant to be like kind of silly. Like you can defect from your friend's coalition, and gotcha, and like play against him, but you get a major loss if you're just trying to play spoiler if the opponent doesn't like accept you, and like it's just like crazy little like narrative interesting things. You're telling a story, right? Like that's...
Yeah, and narrative gets to have the privilege of being as unbalanced as it cares to be, because match play is for balance.
Right.
You can have viciously unfair narrative games because you're recreating some battle that wasn't fair, Like,
yeah,
it's fine. Sure, I mean, there should be baseline, there should be as balanced, rules and play experiences as you can get. but it doesn't all have to be like that. And narrative is the place where you can really explore that territory.
Oh, I think we're gonna see. This will nudge people toward, because they actually repeat some of these team rules later on actually in the match play section. So with the nod towards more of a balanced look as opposed to just like, literally I'm going to every turn try to assassinate one of your leaders. Every time. There's no downside. It's just hilarious and it costs resources. I'll try and do it every time. Like there's things like that. So they do port this into like even the match play. So there is it's called something else in match play. It's called Coalition of Death in match play. But they're telling you twice play team battles, and I'm for that because essentially even if it's just like basic two on twos, like we often play 2v2s. That's some of the most fun Warhammer I've ever had, and some of the other most fun Warhammer is like either I'm playing or like you're playing. And, like, Sam's there, and it's like, any two of us are paired off, and the third person's there just, like, hanging out and, like, laughing over what's going on. Like, they have rules to set up those imbalanced stuff in team battles where, like, because one of you can be the defector, and, like, you have some important... Like, I love that. I think that's awesome. And again, like, this is just a take I have, is, like, you gotta give people rules. Like, I will change the rule if I don't like it. I will expand. This goes to the player code at the beginning. Like... I will change your rules if I don't like them or if I don't think they're personally balanced, especially in the casual setting at all. But, like, you gotta give something, a starting point for people who aren't as adept and haven't spent their entire lives around rules and games as me. And you gotta give it to people who don't care to change the rules. You gotta give them, because they're just gonna play Path of Least Resistance, they're just gonna play the thing that's in front of them. So this gives people a path at all to begin exploring. And if they like that, then they go, hey, I like this, I want more of this. Or if they like this, they go, I like this, I want to change it in this way. But you gotta put it out there. And then it gives people who like rules something to point to when someone's not doing things to their satisfaction. It's a win-win-win. It hits everybody. I'm like, oh, it says actually right here these rules for team games, so now it is a legitimate play style. Like, because you want that validation of rules too when they're on your side. So anything specific you care to say about the team battles?
No. When you find yourself with more than 2 players, you do them. They're fun. 1v1v1, Triumph and Treachery, 2v2, even the most like watered down quote unquote boring version where it's just you and a teammate on 1k lists versus opponent in a team K with in a team with 1k lists, even that's super fun.
Yes.
But a lot of the rules they give are just really interesting. It's very fun. Like their multiplayer has the potential of being some of the most fun you can have. It's just really cool.
Yeah, reminding us all that it's a game.
Point for this book to have added stuff like that, or more of stuff like that, I should say.
Right. We got the Whisper Engine. This is a campaign. This is essentially giving you a
It's a campaign. Same with Coalition of Death.
Yeah. So that's...
I haven't looked at the battle plans of narrative. I
skip over them. I tend to.
Because any narrative event I go to, I'll be handed the battle plans, and many of them are custom.
Yep.
Sometimes so custom that you don't even want to have anything else in your mind because it's so out there. A lot of narrative is like that. They're just looking for a skeleton of how things are sort of supposed to go before they just change everything. But it's nice to have a starting point. And then Anvil of Apotheosis. You've talked about this before on your show, right?
No, I've been saving the Anvil of Apotheosis. I've mentioned it. We did a little like in defense of Anvil of Apotheosis, like a little bit. I had 2 guests on for that show, and really it was like one of them thought it should be in, one of them thought it shouldn't be in match play, right? Like, and that's really the angle.
So you had like a point counterpoint.
It was a zoomed out.
Be in match play. They shouldn't be in match play, kind of thing.
It was just a zoomed out. They both had their perspectives on it, and I'm not interested in telling people what they should think. I have my ideas. I think we need a system. I love Anvil of Apotheosis. I think this is game design for me. This is selling game books 101. It throws me all the way back to Palladium books, RPGs, and with like having a bunch of martial art forms and rifters, having like new martial arts powers in a Ninjas and the Super Spies, having new superpowers and powers unlimited, like giving me what I'm saying here, Dungeons and Dragons splat books, like giving me tables. I love tables. I think gamers love tables. They love tables to like make rules and play around with. Like you don't just have to be a Johnny to like look at this and go, this is a Johnny toolbox. I love this. What am I going to, what am I going to like express with this, right? Like you can also like be the Johnny or the Timmy and just be like, I want to make the biggest, sickest dragon. Like it's awesome. I think this appeases apparently everybody except for a particular section of match players who just
Anvil of Apotheosis, it sold this book. I guarantee it.
Yeah. This
a lot of people bought this book because of Anvil of Apotheosis in it, I think.
I want to always be able to reference back to this. And I am a curmudgeon and I like physical books. This here is why I bought it. Even though I know this is the year I'm going to the Fuse tournaments. On one GHB. This right here for me is, again, this is the D&D nerd. This is the RPG nerd. Like, I want my tables. I want to look at it. I want to, I can make the Death Mage and like go through it and like add up the points. I want to have a little like Excel spreadsheet or like a little like freaking grid paper that I've like cordoned like off and I do that. I love it. What does it? They've put it in the narrative section, so go ham.
That is the proper place to put it. It belongs in narrative, and it also belongs in matched narrative as well.
So,
at the TO's option, this is like the perfect thing for a narrative tournament organizer. First of all, most of the narrative custom monsters that I've looked at tournaments are horribly made and terrible, like super weak, just crappy and boring. This will give TOs a better place to start with building before they start just adding stuff that's more interesting. Because they are a little bland, right? You can't do the craziest stuff with them. It's like, all right, you get these 2 command points and blah, blah, blah. Like, it's going to have to be a little formulaic and a little basic. It has to be, right? But this is a great place to start in having your, designing your warlord that everybody in the narrative tournament brings with them, or designing the monsters that are on the table that are controlled by whatever terrain thing that's happening, or the hero that somebody has to fight, or there's really no like equivalent statistics for this cool like undead king that I'm having someone's entire army fight him and his minions, and I don't want to just make him like Catacross, except this and this. You can build that stuff. This is awesome for narrative. It's really cool, and it's a good starting point. The narrative TOs will almost certainly like build something and be like, okay, I made a 400-point thing, but I want to add, I just want to add this thing, or I want to add this thing to it. And how many build points should that cost? 0, because I'm the TO and I'm just making it up. But it provides a decent starting point for them to like add cool stuff to.
Yeah. And real quick, I just want to touch on GDead here in chat, one of our Mortarks here. He has made an AOA, an Anvil of Apotheosis spreadsheet. I think he's still working on the UI with it. I know Coach has seen it. I'll leave a link to that down below in the comments for this video, so you can check that out if you'd like to have a little tool for helping you build your characters. It adds up the points for you.
Nice. Yeah.
I think I said early on, I'm like, this will not see like serious tournament play in terms of like UK players and stuff like that.
Oh, and like you mean matched play, like actual match play tournaments? No.
This will not see that. I do think you're going to have various TO packs that say like like Brew City Brawl would be a great place. I think you're going to see this. Like it'll have
tournaments that have leaned a little bit narrative anyway.
or just embraced a little of the
will
wacky.
probably adopt this.
Yeah. So
but it won't. It absolutely won't be. I don't think. Nor really should it be. Just like standard fare for every tournament. Just like at
this
your default match play tournament, you could just make something and bring it. Logistically, it just doesn't work for TOs.
well, there's no war scroll builder.
It has nothing to do with balance at all. It's just like the logistics of running a tournament with it and having the TO look at 64 different custom-made characters and rebuilding them to make sure the math was right on their creation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you just can't do it. It's hard enough to check and make sure all the lists are accurate.
Yeah.
Too much extra work.
We need,
and that's not saying anything about the balance of it either. It's just like from a clerical standpoint, it's not for matched really.
That's my main take is until there is a program like a war scroll builder that we an officially recognized thing where we've got the watermark of this.
I mean, all you have to do is add this to the app, and then it's perfectly fine
we have this
for match play. But I mean, they can't add points to the app, so they're definitely not going to add this. So.
Yeah. So I think that's the main thing is like it's a logistic. I'm not worried about your undercosted 100-point foot hero. It's going to get sniped in the stupid head like every other 100-point idiot.
It's a 30 point.
Fine, it's still going to die. Like it's going to die, and if everybody has it, then nobody has it. I don't care. Like I simply don't care about that take. I think it's the laziest take I've seen. It's like, oh, people are just making 30-point like +1 save guys. I'm like, yeah, everyone has it now. Okay, it's a problem. Then just write in your tournament pack where it says that you need approval from your opponent. You just write, you can't have these guys, or they cost a minimum like skill or a minimum floor of points, whatever it looks like. That it's such an easy fix that you can be like, I don't like Anvil Apotheosis, and I'm like, we fundamentally disagree. Cool, have your opinion, enjoy that. But like, quit with these weird sort of like I don't want to say non-issues because they are issues, but these issues that are as easily fixed as you complaining about them. The other one I see is it's in the narrative section, so it clearly doesn't belong in match play, even though it says that you can use this in match play in the text. You're just like, it
talks about using it in match play, so I guess didn't read the section, which is fine.
Yeah, where they
kind of reacted to it.
Yeah, they reacted to it where it is in the book. It's just like that's such a you're just looking for things to like support your bias. I'm like, come on.
It's throwing the baby out with the bathwater because nobody used the initial terrain placement rules of GHB 19 because they were dumb.
Yeah.
So we just didn't use them, and that's in the match play section and not optional.
Right. For
tournaments.
Right.
So, I mean, we can do it with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Balance wise, I don't see a problem with anything that it's doing besides stacking the command abilities. That probably shouldn't be allowed.
Well, that's just a basic rule of the game.
You can even have your 30-point wizards. I actually don't give a shit. A 30-point wizard is terrible. Okay. It probably should cost 100. Yeah, it probably should. But if it was just sight unseen, like you can do this, all right. I mean, only elves and bone splitters and stuff can do that. Like most of the races can't. The cheapest demon is 50, and the cheapest ogre is 70, and stuff like that. It's fine. It probably should be 100 minimum or some such. But even if you didn't want to do even that, that's still okay. It's just, the command ability shouldn't be able to be spammed. That's all. When it's straight up +1 the saves.
That's a basic of the game that just shouldn't be allowed, though. We went back to this when 2.0 first came out. I don't know why. It feels like they wrote it backwards from the beginning, where
they did their fix made no sense from every single angle, all at once. It was like, what's the right fix? You say that you can't stack them.
And then,
you let exceptions through because now those exceptions are interesting and you can fully control them.
Yes.
And also, this is the easiest, least effort thing to change because you put one box in the GHB that says this is the default, and then you only have to change the exceptions. Instead, they didn't do that and went through every single command ability in the entire game and added a sentence to it or didn't add a sentence to it. Just way more work.
Right.
So you did the extra effort, tons of work, wrong thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah, my brain has categorized the stacking this command ability into the I already expect it to be changed category because you just shouldn't be able to give +1 save stacking around the entire team.
Was that in the FAQ for the GHB?
I don't believe it was. I think it
No,
got
was
through.
not.
It
Oh,
got
that's right,
through.
it was not.
Yeah, I'm super
It got
surprised.
through somehow.
Yeah, I'm super surprised about this.
I am not super surprised by this.
Really?
But I know that you're joking, so.
Yeah.
You expect them to make balance changes to the game that are slam dunk easy?
Sometimes?
I mean, call me jaded, but
I'm trying to be optimistic.
History is leaning towards my side on this one. You think something is a slam dunk swish, just so easy. Like, oh yeah, clearly you shouldn't stack these. That'll be in the FAQ in 2 weeks.
The thing is the most oftentimes it has been. Like with Gothazar Harvester, where people are like, you can have 2 Gothazar Harvesters and it's just going to double the regen of stuff. I'm like, they're so obviously going to change that.
So just kill it. What's the problem?
I'm getting double the amount of stuff back. Like, so if you have 2 Gothazar Harvesters, when one body dies, you can get 2. Like,
can you get a Gothazar Harvester back if you kill it?
No.
So kill the Gothazar Harvester, right?
No, the point I'm trying to make here
okay.
is that the big run for the hills, sort of the sky is falling moment, when we hadn't even had the physical book released yet for Ossiarch Bone Reapers, was people look at this bad rule, this exploit, this people are going to have 2 Gothazar Harvesters generating 2 troops when 1 dies and yada yada yada.
Dude,
and
it's generating troops that are in the opponent's 100% control. You can't just do this to someone. They do it to themselves.
You're pointing out all of the.
It's like saying that a rat trap is too dangerous.
You're arguing with the. Yes, you have successfully defeated every one of those people for having the wrong opinion in a different way.
Like there's a street, right? And in the entire three lane highway, there's 1 nail, and there's a sign on it that you have to sign your name and say, yes, I understand this. or parent or guardian. And it says there's a nail right in front of me, but you're in a 4-lane highway and there's no cars, so you can like walk anywhere. But please sign here. These are the rules for this thing. And you know that it does this, all right. And then you're like, what do you do? I charge all the Mortec card. Okay. I mean, it's a 4-inch move a turn trap. You got a lot of time to think about what not to step in. I don't know. I disagree with the premise that it's so problematic that it needs to be changed when almost nothing ever gets changed in this game. I think it's the right thing to change if balance patches were common and regular and all that, right? So this is a fine change if they're doing digital patches and stuff. Yeah, it probably shouldn't be like that. But when so much needs changing and they choose like this, weird.
Well, because every book essentially gets its first 2-week patch, though. Like, every book, that's the only time they really patch them, essentially. It's like, you get your book, then you get your 2-week patch. And I know the greater argument is that we should maybe have patches more often on everything. I guess that's right.
Why did they do a 2-week patch after the book comes out when 3 months after Ogre Maw Tribes came out, it was too soon to change points for the GHB? They can patch it in 2 weeks, but they can't change points on something that's terrible in 3 months.
My estimation is that they know the change coming through. They already know that they're changing it when the book goes to print. Like they
Yeah, but
already
the
know.
first time I opened Ogre Maw Tribes, I knew that points should be changed. How come they didn't?
Oh man,
The first time I looked at Anvil of Apotheosis, I'm like, yeah, that probably shouldn't stack.
I've got no
I don't know,
words.
hire me, I guess.
So, speaking of writing a single rule, blanket rule that fixes everything, so we got the match play section here. Match play actually starts out talking about gaming clubs, what is match play, and tournaments. So I really enjoy
That's
that.
cool.
Yeah,
That's a good addition.
yeah.
And by the way, final verdict on Anvil of Apotheosis. I love it, and it's as good as I could have possibly expected it to be. In fact, it's better than I expected it to be. Big wins here. Just to reiterate, because I've been joking around and hot taking and shitting on it a lot, this GHB so far, open play, a bunch of question marks in chat, narrative, awesome, love the changes, love the team stuff. There should be more support for narrative, actually, and go crazy with it. Put Jervis on it, dude. Like, put shit in narrative that matched play players are jealous that isn't in matched. For instance,
they kind of did without
Anvil of Apotheosis.
I mean, that was Sam Pierce's
Perfect example of
but,
that.
Yeah, so that was Sam's pet, was Anvil of Apotheosis. And match play, I think that's what it is like match players who know that it's not going to be allowed at their tournament have to distance themselves from it and shit on it. That's where like the negative takes on Anvil of Apotheosis come from, is because they know it won't be used in tournaments for logistics reasons at the very least, and balance reasons at the on the other side. Like they're just like,
yeah, but that's what I like. I want more stuff in narrative that makes match players mad that they can't use. Because if you're going to have 3 equal, separate but equal spheres of play, they should each be exciting, conceivably, in any, right?
Yeah.
And so I want more stuff in narrative that match players are like mad they don't get to use, because if there was nothing in narrative that any match player would want to use, then narrative probably isn't worth being a sphere at all. Right.
Well,
and I'm definitely talking about open play here, because there's nothing in there for anyone else. All right, I'm done shitting on open play.
it's just
But yeah, Anvil's really cool. I could nitpick it very specifically if chat cared, because I've gone over an Anvil with a fine-tooth comb and built a million characters and tried to figure out balance and everything like that. I could nitpick its balance.
Oh, I just assumed that the Heywoah show is coming, like on Anvil Apotheosis specifically. So I didn't want to do too deep a dive on it. I think like, yeah, we're just gonna have the Heywoah builds a bunch of Anvil of Apotheosis and has his specific concentrated script takes. And...
I think I shipped my most interesting builds to Plastic Crack for his article on it, which was the boss glutton ogre that nobody thought of. That I think I haven't heard anyone talk about this interaction or build a character like it.
Can you?
I did. And I'm an opinion man on the internet, so I will claim invention.
Well, that's what you have to do now. Is you have to claim things, or like any take you ever have that agrees with it. In the future, you just shit on the person as stealing your
Plastic
take.
Crack's article's in writing. It's got a date on it. I have evidence. I got the receipts, man.
Yeah.
If somebody's like, "Hey, you can make 100 point, you can make 120 point ogre and have an entire unit at like bravery 15 with ogres, and you don't have to spend a command point on it." And blah blah. I'm like, I invented that. And they're like, "No, you didn't." Plastic Crack website. Here's the receipt. It's got an L on it. Hold it.
I can't even remember what I was going to say about Anvil Apotheosis now.
The races aren't balanced against each other, but that's probably fine.
I remember my point now.
It's hilarious that if you take a grot and spend DP to give it the wheel of an elf, it costs like 11 points, and an elf costs 3. So the races are not balanced against each other. They probably shouldn't be. It's fine that they're not, actually.
I think this goes to like what your
The
book.
costs on some of them are a little off.
Yeah.
Elves are way too cheap. Dragon ogres are too expensive. Ogres are too expensive. Bulgors are too expensive. Basically, everybody with more wounds than 6 is overcosted as a race.
I'm really upset that the big miss here isn't the cost of Bulgors. It's that I can't have a mounted Bulgor.
There's no reason why a Bulgor shouldn't be able to be on a mount. It's in the narrative section.
Like, it's...
A Bulgor should 100... That's... If I had to choose one patch to put on Anvil, it's not nerfing some OP thing. It's not, it's let Bulgors ride on mounts. So the one guy in the entire world can do it.
There's someone sitting here right now putting a Bulgor on a Wildfire Taurus,
exactly.
Why can't it be a thing? I just that was a missed.
There's no reason.
That was a missed. That's one of those missed slam.
That's the most insulting thing. It is tied. It's tied with the stacking.
Stacking the +1 save.
Worse.
Yeah, stacking the +1 save is like those.
Because stacking the save affects every single person who ever uses Anvil, and honestly, nobody really is going to do the Bulgor thing, but it's the principle.
Yeah,
it's just the principle of it. It should be able to ride a mount.
I know this is a weird take to have because I really enjoy it. I really like Anvil of Apotheosis, but the main take I keep coming back to is like I can't wait to see the second version of this. It's a really strange take to have. It's like
next year's is going to be sick.
Even sicker, yeah. Yeah, like
it's unfortunate that priests are terrible. That's too bad. Both of their prayers are god awful, and they can't pray twice. So maybe it's okay that their prayers are awful because they're just going to be using their faction prayers anyway. That's too bad.
Well, that's the thing. Tear out the Path to Glory section.
Curse of Damnation is the shit, though. Like, wizards are pretty cool. Cast on a 7, though, and you got to pay points to give it a +1. It's fine.
Yeah.
Bestial Companions are completely nonsensically costed. It makes no sense. Minor Beast should cost 2 points at very most. It should cost 2 points, probably, for Minor Beast. And it should cost 4 points for Mounted Beast. Gargantuan Beast is properly costed at 15, though. And some of the addition.
The weapons are weird.
Kind of weird.
The weapons are weird and kind of like finicky. Like they don't need to be that granular. I don't think.
I don't mind. Yeah, I don't think the weapons need to be that granular, but it's neat. I don't mind. It doesn't ruin anything. You're just going to call it your own custom different type of weapon anyway. You're going to use the maul and then say that it's,
Dwarf Breaker.
Spike Talon Claw, which is also a scythe or what. Like, you're just going to make it up.
Yeah.
And so it's fine. Like, the weapon types, you're just going to make up your custom weapon type anyhow. So
fair enough. They're
pretty much just like stat templates. And some are just inherently better than others, and that's all right.
Yeah, it's fine to have the best thing. I've said this.
Wizard Staff's pretty good, you're right.
Pimp Canes are often OP, it's true.
I wish Stomp wasn't written in such a way to make it bad. Nobody cares about this, probably except me, because I keep making Stonehorns with this thing. The ability Stomp. At the end of the combat phase, you can pick one enemy unit within 1 inch of this unit and roll a die. On a 2-up, the enemy unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. That's cool. Flavorful. 2-up D3 mortal wounds is strong. What's the problem here? At the end of the combat phase, you can pick one enemy unit within 1 inch of this unit and roll a die. There are no enemy units within 1 inch of this unit because your opponent knows this rule and he's taking casualties away until there aren't any within 1 inch. And so it never does anything ever if your opponent is even remotely awake at the table. It should be and then sometimes you would miss out if your monster's really killy, but it'd be like,
but you already killed, so.
Yeah, it's kind of and I wish it had a 3-inch range or whatever, but whatever.
Yeah.
I would like a DP cost. I would like something to let a priest pray twice.
I'm gonna let you vamp for a little bit here. I'm gonna use the restroom. Keep going about Anvil.
All right, chat. That was literally my last point. So we're filling in. We're filling in the time.
No.
Now it's time
I
for
didn't
the
realize
Twitch
it was your
Prime.
last point.
No, I'm kidding. It wasn't my last point. I have plenty more to talk about. Gulp or whatever is pretty good for getting rid of Hekatos, or an LRL unit leader. Yeah, I've never liked. I shouldn't say I've never liked Gulp attacks, because that's a lie. I enjoy picking out a model from a unit because you can get rid of leader units, you can get rid of banner ones or hornblower. Like, there are interesting models within a unit that it's very strong to destroy. I feel that is very often a big time corner case, especially if your opponent is positioning leaders properly when he knows you have a gulp attack anyway. But I think gobble attack shouldn't cost 3. I think it should cost 2. We'll meet in the middle. I'll agree that it's sometimes good, but it should also be cheaper. You should be able to pile in and then stomp. You should be able to stomp. I don't know. You could change the timing of it, but it'd be weird either way. Like, you stomp after you pile in, you mean, or something? Or before you pile in, maybe, or some such? I don't know. Then it's more of a charge ability, right? And there is already Vicious Charge, which is Stomp, except kind of cheaper and better. Except it's only once. Protracted combats favor Stomp, obviously. The tail is as terrible as it has been since it was on the Fire Slayer Magmadars. Garbage. Absolute trash. And it's 3. Unbelievable. It's 30 points for this thing. D3 mortal wounds on the charge and a 2-up is worth 1. And D3 mortal wounds against only massive regiments that don't give a shit if they lose D3 guys is 3. Crazy town.
Did you get in all
What do
your
you think
extra...
what do I think about the shooting meta? I think people have been saying it should exist for a long time because it's naturally strong. And like, eventually people are going to have to start doing it, right? It's always been great and the answer to most of the metagame's problems. It was just about people actually doing it.
I think that's part of one of the major problems about the shooting meta is, like, it just, people kind of weren't doing it. And they just needed some things to be so obvious and overt that you should be doing it.
Yeah.
And that came in the way of books. This is where books as features existed. This is that League of Legends releasing a new champion to introduce a new mechanic thing kind of came in. They're like, you should be playing shooting. You should be playing shooting. You should be playing shooting. And people weren't getting the memo. And then they're just like, okay, here's 4 straight books that all shoot absurdly well. Just like 4 in a row.
Well, it's weird because the metagame, like, the metagame is talking to you and it's saying you should be shooting because there's a lot of stuff here that feels too strong unless you're shooting it or have some other good answer.
Right.
But then every time shooting is good, the violent screeching of the Facebook crowd creates a cacophony across the whole world.
Well, and then
shooting is nerfed every time.
Yeah, and then they over-nerf the shooting.
At first, it was KO second. It
Cunning
was
Rock.
Vanguard Wing, admittedly for different reasons. It's
Cunning Rock went up every time.
Every time shooting has been really good in the meta, everyone screeches about it, and it gets blasted into the stratosphere with nerfs. So I don't expect those interesting, strong but fair, and badass archers from LRL. I don't expect them to be here next season. I think they'll get dumpstered. Because it's too easy to snipe people's heroes. And people get really mad when you kill their criminally undercosted force multiplying powerhouse heroes that cost 100 points when they're giving you 300 points of value. People hate that.
Yeah, 400 point sniper kills 100
So
point force
when you're
multiplier.
paying 400 points for 2 units of 10 archers, and they're killing a 120 point hero that's giving your opponent 300 points worth of value, they're mad, and they just won't listen to reason about it.
Yeah.
Need Grot scrap pirates. I don't like Grots. I like Moon Clan Grots. I like Gitmob, or not Git. I like Gloomspite Grots. I'll put it that way. Whenever I see Grot, I think Gitmob Grot from Ogres, and I hate them. And then I have to remember that there's a different type of Grot that's funny and interesting and neat, and that's Gloomspite. I'm like, oh yeah, those guys exist. Never mind.
Yeah, they're, I don't know, it's just going to be booty bait goblin pirates. Yay. I gotta say, I'm happy for folks that are happy and they're getting the thing they want, but it's not for me. That's more shrooms, damn right. Like, they're, if anything, make Gloomspite gets great again. You know, like harkening back to Vince's like sort of a balance episode he did where he got over 1,000 data points and asked people. I saw the how fair Grots players feel games are, and I'm just like, you know, my head recoiled because I look at that army and I'm like, oh yeah, I play 200 Grots and like play this way and this way, and I'm like, I don't want to do it, but like that's an army that just like a lot of armies just can't beat on the just the value of it, and I'm like. Yeah. And I'm like, but I don't want to do that. And if I were playing against it, I would probably think it's pretty unfair. So, like, it's just in the unhealthy place of, even if you play it the obnoxiously powerful way, you're not having fun either. Because you have to have 200, like, tiny grots on the table.
Some people
love that.
When I did the video on it, you got to be a certain type of person that I am definitely not. But if you're slick with the movement trays and you're fine with moving a preposterous number of models around, the army is sweet, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Gits.
That's right.
It's actually sweet. I just don't want to move that many models around, and that ruins it for me. But if it doesn't ruin it for you, like, the army's cool, I think.
Yeah, I mean, people want Troggoths to be good, and they want Boingy Boys to be good, and all that stuff's valid. I think that they should get a thing that breaks the spell spam rule of 0 to 3. See, like, I think it's a great change. This is actually something that happened in this GHB, is you're now allowed 0 to 3 endless spells. Right?
Yeah, I like that change.
It's a great
probably
change.
Of the people that's going to affect in the world.
It was only toxic players, kind of. I don't want to say toxic players. It
wasn't toxic players. It was just toxic. It was a toxic strategy.
Yeah,
we'll say, but a legitimate one.
It was legitimate,
and it was like cool conceptually.
The first person who thought of it, you know, like high five. Like, that's so funny.
Because you look at the list and you're like, what are you playing with 7 endless spells for? This is garbage. Like, this must be one's fluffy list.
Yeah, taking one endless spell in most lists. Yeah. Yeah, well, taking one endless spell in most lists has been a mistake. This is something I tried to, like, iterate from the beginning of AOS 2.0. I'm like, everyone's like, I've got the points left over. I should buy an endless spell. I'm like, no. Get a command point. It's far more valuable. Like, was the advice I gave everybody.
Yeah, or because everyone's doing that, get a triumph. That you can freely use with no cost, and
people can't stop you.
Putting a command point on
it,
they can't
backlash.
They can't bind it. You don't need a hero nearby. You can use it at any moment, and you're just like, I deign that this unit wins this fight. That's so strong.
Right.
Triumphs are criminally underrated in this game, I think, but that's opinions.
Yeah, no.
B-Timmy says shooting meta is also pretty unfun and non-interactive, in my opinion. Correct. Shooting meta is about as shooting is about as uninteractive as many other things in the game, but it feels much less interactive.
I think it's more interactive than people give it credit for. Now, there are versions of shooting that are not interactive. This was the change host, which has been changed, but like, here is the highest value of body you can ever possibly encounter, and it's regenerating and exploding and it's coming back, and I teleport twice a turn. Like, the out of the box printing of Change Host at the beginning of the year was completely uninteractive. There was nothing you could do unless you had scout moves, which is like 3 armies in a battalion. Like, ooh. Like, there are versions of shooting that's uninteractive. I think people call shooting de facto uninteractive because they have a narrow view of the game. Interaction begins at list building. Interaction integrally happens at deployment.
Yeah, once you've already chosen your army and set up, after that point,
it can be.
Shooting is pretty uninteractive, but a lot of the game is.
Yeah, I'm not interacting with you at all during the movement phase either. Like, there's an entire phase of the game, like, I'm not... The hero phase tends to be uninteractive, and there's a lie that it should be. I get, like, spells being interactive because that's part of the balance. Spells are allowed to be a little bit more, like, as a force multiplier or as, like, a resource base. Like, they don't have a resource base, so they should be interactive. You know, like, this is a mechanic that is a force multiplier or it does a thing. Like, there are some things, like, using your command ability should probably never be interactive. But it should be a resource that you manage. Like, there are certain...
not probably.
Yeah,
should definitely never be interactive.
Right, and
yeah.
LRL is that's a third rail. But
they experimented with that design space when they did...
Kurdos? Yeah.
The Chair King. And they made him cost an unreasonably high amount of points because his ability was... I mean, let's be fair, it is kind of toxic to steal your opponent's command points.
And it hits some armies so much harder than others.
It brutally smashes armies that don't get a lot of them, but really need them. And it wasn't like they didn't give them enough of them for a balance reason.
They hadn't accounted on it. They didn't factor in command points as like generation and the ability to farm command points as a mechanic of the game and a design space that they were.
I don't know that they intentionally balance an army around how many command points it tends to get versus what it can spend them on.
Right.
Just as much as I don't think they really balance an army around how many drops it's going to have.
Right, but whether it has the good battalions or the bad ones, like I think that's all valid.
No, I think that's just an accident. Probably. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there were versions of armies that were more crazy and in the design phase, and we never got to see them, so we don't know what pitfalls they avoided.
I think it's an idea. I think this is a start from the idea, and they bring it to fruition.
Doesn't seem like it from where I sit, anyhow.
Yeah. No, I for the most
does it too. New God Wizard who's a trap does it too.
Yeah. That's two things just to finish off. Like, I agree with you on that. Like, I don't think that they factor that in, just like battalions, just like that. I think they start from an idea, and they have a clever idea, and they have a cool idea, and they should push the boundaries and have cool ideas. But we talk about, like, third rails of design, just the thing you don't touch. My resources should be mine to manage, you know? Like, if it's a resource, it should, like, in terms of... And when I say resource, like, there's a wider view. You can view it, like, your troops,
you mean, like,
count.
Verifiable, true,
like,
hard definition resource, and not, like, philosophical resource.
Right.
If you really think about it, it truly is.
Time is a resource.
In all ways, like, number of turns you have, number of wounds you have.
Yeah, it's all resource management if you're, like...
All this stuff really is resources. We're talking about, like, game resources.
Yeah. So, like, just to kind of, like, so spells, like, fundamental stuff in the hero phase, right? Like, I don't think the hero phase, I think it's a misnomer where people, like, the hero phase should be, like, tons of, it should just be interaction the whole time. I shouldn't be able to go get my cup of coffee. I'm like, no, I should be able to go get my cup of coffee, depending, like, during the movement phase and or hero phase, depending on which opponent I have. You know, like, I like having that, like, I trust you to measure, I'm gonna grab a beer for both of us moment. Like, I'm sorry. Or cup of coffee or whatever it is. I think that's fine. We don't play on a computer, so, like, the management of the math aspects and the movement and some of the logistical things they're just parts of the game that you gotta embrace.
Yeah, also, like, not to derail you, but I want to hammer it home, like, shooting is plenty interactive. It's as interactive as combat, really. You're interacting, you're rolling saving throws, you're rolling wards if you have them.
Mm-hmm.
You're applying Lookout Sir to your guys. You're applying your cover bonus if you are in cover to your armor class. You have a lot of interaction that you're doing. You're not being in line of sight because of terrain, maybe. Or there's a lot of interaction you're doing. You're doing just as much interaction, probably, at the end of the day, than when my Witch Elf opponent runs and charges auto 612. gets into my guys and kills them all because he gets to go first because it's his turn. Like, that was just as interactive as getting shot, and it's actually kind of better because now he's over here and he wants to be, you know.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is like I think, and this comes back to my key point is I think when people characterize shooting as uninteractive, I think we need to define what we mean by uninteractive, because for me, interaction begins zoomed out, then you narrow it in. Was it interactive? Like, I have levers to pull before I get to the table. I have levers to pull when I'm on the table, and then once that experience occurs, like, is it not interactive if I'm rolling save dice? Like, that's not considered an interaction, because that's, on the combat turn where you swing at me, is it because I don't swing back? Well, you only do that once per entire, player turn. You only shoot once. Combats, we go back and forth, and if you initiate combat on my turn, I combat. So is that where the interaction is? Like, I'm just...
So do they want the shooting phase to be you shoot, I shoot every turn as well?
I think that would be a nightmare, but that's what it just... When you say it's not interactive, I think that's one of those things where you kind of need to fix down a point and argue from there. And I think while we're developing this, and I'm not saying you're wrong to say it's uninteractive. This is not the take. I'm saying that we need to kind of assess what we mean by something is uninteractive, and we also need to accept that some things are uninteractive, and that's fine. Movement, for instance. I don't want to be interfering with your movement phase. Just move your dudes, Like, what if I had any time an opponent moves, I get to move a unit? That would be a nightmare.
That would actually ruin the game. Do you know, I thought about this before, because when I was thinking about the rules and I was making some videos a long time ago, I'm like, what if we do you go, I go for, like, different phases? What would happen then? And if movement was you move, I move, the game would definitely be worse. It would be way worse. There would be a lot of moving away from each other all the time. It would be both armies retreating in a giant, like, whirlwind circle away from each other.
Yeah. And if I may, Timmy, to continue to, like, kind of pull on this thread here of discussion, I think BT says, I think shooting is by definition less interaction than combat, as you will never be able to attack back. At least when you get charged by a powerful unit, you have the chance to respond, however unlikely. I mean, with proper
if you're charged by a powerful unit, you're dead, so you can't respond.
You're dead.
But even shitty shooting, like, if it's a shittier unit, then you can respond, right?
But they're shitty shooting too. And the thing is, most shooting, once you catch it, we live in the most mobile version of the game.
Yeah, shooting's really easy to kill. Like,
you often
shooting is basically a front-loaded choice for your army. You're front-loading all of your damage.
You got to get that value out.
That it's going to get destroyed later if anyone touches it.
Yeah, catapults are a really good illustration of this. The way, like, the amount of value I need to get out of 400 points of catapults over the course of the game, I have to snipe your heroes. I must. And what it takes for you to tie them up over the course of the game is far less than the amount of value I'm trying to get back out. I can tie up 2 catapults with 60 points of Ungors. Like, they're not doing anything if I get to them. And I have the way to get to them. And the nature of the Ossiarch Bone Reaper army is it doesn't have enough coverage to stop you from getting to them, if that's what you want to do in your list of priority. Like, I think KO are where this metaphor breaks down a little bit. Because KO's ability to fly high, paired with their high armor and often cover bonuses, that makes them, and this is, we can talk about, like, one of my major gripes of the GHB, if we go back to the points discussion, which I put in a little bubble, and I said we want to talk about this bubble for now. I'm scratching my head as hard at the KO changes as I was at the Fire Slayer changes when we did I think you were on for the winter FAQ thing, where I'm like, the only thing in the winter FAQ, the points didn't go far enough, but they went in the right direction, I think was my major assessment of that whole big winter FAQ. Like, they didn't go far enough, but they all went in the right direction. This is where Cygor went down and stuff like that. I'm like, we want War Scroll changes.
And we said that Slaanesh was perfect. You did it.
Yep, you did it. You perfectly fixed Slaanesh. Now leave them alone. Oh, you're going to hit them 4 more times.
And we talked for like a half an hour about how GW is getting better at balancing things. this is a strong touch, but it wasn't too much, and it didn't like make the army terrible or anything.
With
We had
Slanesh, yeah.
so much praise. We had so much praise that we gave them over the winter points changes, and then the GHB shows up, and we're just like, oh,
No, it was an
so it
accident.
was a complete accident that we got the proper change. It was just random.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. No, the that's the thing is like I think that what it is one was a reactive change and one was a proactive change. The points changes were locked in November. They knew they were going to change that when they told people just shoot the heroes and all the memes came out. While Slanesh was just crushing people dominantly. While people, rather than trying to work the problem, said shelve Slanesh and they quit even working the problem. Like, things are going to come out that are unhealthy for the game. The game, yes, woulda, coulda, shoulda. Games Workshop should be more diligent about their points. They should have patch update.
100% win rate against unnerfed Slanesh with Beast Claw Raiders.
I have.
I only played them once, but it's 100% success rate.
Yeah, I've beaten Slanesh 3 times with Beast of Chaos. Now, like, lost to them once, like at their peak power. It helps
I'll say
that
this for B Timmy in his defense. The real reason why shooting can be problematic in this game is because of the double turn. That's the situation where it's truly uninteractive.
well, and that's
Because if, like, let's say you get shot. Okay, you shot me. Ow. All right, my turn. Cool. Now I charge them and I hurt them, and that's my response. That's my interaction. Like, I rolled my saves when you shot me. I knew you were going to shoot me because I deployed my units and I can measure. So I'm like, okay, this guy's probably getting shot. So I'm putting him here, and then he'll get shot. And then I'm going to, on the next turn, I'll charge them, and he'll take the damage. And then, we're even. But when you go and you shoot me with all of your Vanguard, long strikes, and then you go again and you shoot me with all your Vanguard long strikes, that's when it truly is uninteractive, right? Because I'm not responding to it. I'm just getting shot twice and rolling saves and dying.
Whereas in combat, you still have activations going on, which is why
at least in combat, even on a double turn, you can possibly activate if you're not dead.
Yeah.
So I get that. Every other situation, I don't necessarily buy it, but specifically on a double shooting turn, yeah, that's very uninteractive.
Timmy says here is I'm not arguing that the balance of shooting.
Hmm?
Timmy is making an important clarification because I don't feel like we're piling on here. I'm not arguing the balance of shooting, only the feel of playing against heavy shooting lists. I've played many lists where they can essentially alpha my army with shooting, which unlike a melee alpha, I cannot properly respond via deployment to counteract.
Yeah, because you can bubble wrap against melee. Everyone has the tools to stop that if they wish. Even eels, if you just deploy your bubble wrap.
It's a lot harder to do against eels because they're 16-inch flying. So that like even your proper bubble wraps, like they're gonna find an opening, and if not this charge, next charge. Like it's so
they're gonna kill your chaff, but if you not every army has bubble wrap of significant quality.
Correct.
To properly
to hold them. Yeah. Yes. Especially going into 3 when they push the now I go button.
Well,
especially when
turn 1 after that you can play the game.
Turn 1 they don't even necessarily alpha you. Like sometimes they just like position turn 1 and
usually they don't.
Yeah, it's properly played like alpha eels is kind of a bit of an exception though. Like if my alpha Slanesh you can, that's why they feel beatable for me, even when I'm like, this is out of bounds, is like, because I'm like, I actually have enough chaff to stop this, and I'm going to counterpunch, and they're made out of paper. Even if I go last, the thing I'm throwing in there against them doesn't care that they're activating before me twice. I'm going to kill them.
Yeah. Actually, eels versus OBR is pretty interesting, I think, because...
OBR have the... Oh, go ahead. I'll let you...
OBR does not have the chaff to protect its guys.
No, your chaff is your guys.
Your chaff is your guys. And eels bounce the fuck off of them, actually.
They used to.
Like your shock pulse is probably half of the damage you'll be dealing. It's probably an oversimplification, but it's kind of close.
The advantage eels have into
eels will
go ahead.
100% die on the swing back.
The advantage eels have over OBR is they pick where the fights happen.
And I was just about to say, the strategy for eels against OBR is not to alpha ever at all. You hope your opponent thinks you're going to, so OBR positions even worse, so that their slow movement is even more of a crutch. And then you just deploy everyone on the table and play tempo the whole time.
The thing is, what B Timmy says here, OBR doesn't get their rerolls on turn 3 though, because you are activating before they broke the reroll thing. Remember, in combat is not at the beginning of combat anymore. So they alpha you before you can shield tilt. They blow you the fuck up now on turn 3. And
on turn 3, but on turn 3 the game's already decided.
But that's the
turn
thing.
Before that. They on turn 2 the game was decided one way or another.
That's the eels
in that specific matchup. I think either the IDK player has messed up, or the OBR has caught them, and Marv from Sin City'd them.
Yeah,
on turn 2.
Yeah, I mean, you play a game of Age of Sigmar. This is the point I'm actually trying to illustrate.
I think it's actually a decent matchup because it forces the IDK player to do something very differently. And
think.
Yeah, well, you can't.
Sorry.
You can just start win, right?
Yeah.
Like there's a default flowchart to do, and then there's the second half of the reason IDK is so good.
Yeah. No, I think
you can actually play a great objective game on the table. A great objective game.
I give IDK advantage slightly, only because of their mobility, and if you're on any of the newer builds we're going to see from, especially now with what OCR Bone Reapers are doing, like your 3-up saves are gone unless you're on Mortis Praetorians. Cool. But the thing is, a lot of these builds are taking those catapults. You're going to blow the freaking catapults off the table. You can throw a single thing of Morsar or the Soul Scryer on the catapult.
Yeah, I'm going to... if I was playing them, I would put Soul Scryer under, and then make it seem like I'm going to deep strike, and then not put anything else with the Soul Scryer, and just have him appear, and he's going to charge one of the Mortai-Crawlers to just stand there.
Yeah, just stand next to it, just within 6 inches, and just like
missing every time.
Yeah, and just getting whacked for like 1 damage every now and then from the skeleton crew. Like, yep, that's what's going to happen. Like, it's so tough.
I give advantage IDK before the nerf, and the only reason is because I think the IDK player's
game to lose.
Like they're making the choices. The OBR player kind of has to deal with it, which is usually the case. OBR player usually just has to deal with whatever the opponent's plan is, and if it's a bad plan, then OBR wins, and if it's a good plan but they didn't have the right stuff in their list, then OBR wins, and if they have the right stuff in their list or it's a good plan, then you're a boss fight. You have mechanics. If the opponent brought the right consumables and knows the boss fight, he'll beat OBR. If you didn't bring the right classes in your raid comp, because we're bringing it back to WoW, if you didn't bring the right classes to the OBR boss fight, you're in for a rough time. Yeah. And it doesn't mean the boss should get nerfed. It means you need more Fury Warriors in your raid. Get those druids out of there. 1 druid a raid, no more. Get shit out of there. Class was not designed properly.
Fantastic.
What are you doing with 2 druids in your raid? I don't even get it. Maybe one's feral, I guess, but that must mean he's like somebody's wife or something, and you're just being nice by letting him in.
Spicy.
Their hots don't stack. They're terrible. Anyway.
Always more Fury Warriors. Yeah, we never we found out what you
always more Fury Warriors. Yeah, dude. Yes. You only need 6% hit, and Heroic Strike can't miss. When
I started playing vanilla, I was gonna raid again and work up to that, and then things happened. My eyes were on the prize. It was gonna be Fury Warrior. I was going back, and I did Prot Warrior in original vanilla, so I'm like, it is time, like, to reward myself.
So you're
Well, I wasn't prot. I was MS. I was MS arms initially until you get the gear, and then you switch to prot. Was the real hotness. That was the real trick.
And now the real hotness is you don't go prot, even for tanks.
Well, you never really did. Like, you never really did. It was always kind of a lie. It was always kind of a lie.
Dude, you put some points in prot. You want last stand. That's a powerful cooldown. You want added defiance, threat bonus in a defensive stance. You want that, but then you just dual wield fury bosses down. Because you have so many fucking consumables and world buffs and everything that you're just rolling in there with.
And you want the rage to keep up your threat gen. Yeah, you want your
And you want the rest of the raid to be able to just fucking blast everything for 1.6k DPS or whatever. It's all about threat. It's not about living. You're fine.
Yeah.
You'll live. The healers are good, and you have 9,000 health because of Flask of Titans.
Yeah, so that's a lot like
cap.
It's a lot like Age of Sigmar in that. No, I've got no segue for that.
Sure.
No,
also, by the way, being a tank and just dual wielding and going through your like DPS rotation as the tank is hilariously awesome. Actually,
yeah. I was gonna.
The only problem is you cannot take tactical mastery, so you can never intercept back in, and you're a garbage warrior that can only basically stick in one stance. So it actually sucks. But you are a Chad when you're tanking.
You're not having as much fun as I have because by the time Burning Crusade comes out, I switched over to Prot Pally, and I had a mathematical spreadsheet on not Wowhead. I think it was a different thing where we had the math, the spreadsheet figured out for how many gems you needed based on the DPS your raid was doing to out threaten the early stuff all the way up to the Naga boss one. I can't remember what that one was.
Serpent Shrine. Yeah.
Serpent Shrine. I could still main tank through Serpent Shrine Cavern. People were like, "Why are you the only prot on our prot pally who can do this on their server?" And then I went to join the best guild, and they're like, "You come to Highjaw and you wait outside." And I'm like, "Oh, sad."
You got the mage and Sunwell treatment. You arcane into everyone and give us food and water, and then you log on your alt, which is a warlock, and does double your DPS. And
I got a little jaded, but then everything was great in Wrath. So, introducing match play. Like I said, they actually start with.
I love TVC. Mages should be terrible. That's what they deserve.
More dots. Yeah, so tournaments, they talk about tournaments and clubs. I love this. This is tying back in. The gaming clubs is cool. This is a community thing in the match play section because it's about community, though. And then we get into pitch battles. Pitch battles starts out with the special rule, okay? I love that it's just called special rule, but this is, and I'm going to go ahead and quote this directly. The following rule applies to all match play games. You cannot make more than one dice roll, excluding rerolls, to negate a wound or mortal wound that has been allocated to a model. If you could use more than one ability to negate allocated wounds or mortal wounds, you must pick which ability you will use. So, the important part about this, apart from the fact that they give you excluding rerolls, so you're still fine, Hagnar. You're still fine. You've got your rerollable 5-up with the prayer from the shrine, as I recall. You cannot make more than one reroll. So, or one dice roll. This is, this is necessary, to quote Maynard James Keenan from the special song at the end of the Tool Undertow album. This is necessary. Now, I think that this does some interesting things that people haven't accounted for in our sort of pseudo-stasis right now. The game just got more deadly. Because as a response, there was sort of this I referred to the arms race of mortal wounds before, and the joke was in the form of mortaler wounds and mortalist wounds, ha 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 ha. The thing is, there were too many mortal wounds in the game, quote unquote. The response to too many mortal wounds in the game was more saves against mortal wounds. Not a higher quality of them, mind you. More of them. Multiple 6-ups, multiple 5-ups. There are some stuff with 4-ups. layering on a mortal wound save in addition to a regular feel no pain. Like, I don't... Because Ossific Diadem and other things like this exist, I'm convinced that they intended to have redundant saves. The community...
They did intend that.
The community did not like this after a certain threshold. And understandably so. The thing is they have stripped out those redundant saves that were kind of the Three Stooges going through the doorway thing, right? With the mortal wounds, it was mortal wounds and redundant saves. Well, the one Stooge just got KO punched, and the other Stooge gets through the door now, and it just means you live in a world with mortal wounds being mortally wounds again. We still have mortal-less. We still
Can
have.
I push back on this and be the
Yep, go ahead.
I'm not going devil's advocate, because I think that term actually has kind of a negative connotation now.
It means that you've kind of conceded the argument. You just want to troll.
Yeah, it playing devil's advocate is often like a condom for I want to be a dickhead, but I want it to be safe, kinda, to be a dickhead right now. But I actually feel this way. Everyone likes this rule,
I like it too.
and the game probably should have this rule in it, just for feeling good, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that is all that it does. It doesn't actually do anything useful at all.
Mm.
It just makes people feel a little better.
This is not where I thought you were going.
This rule does nothing good for the game. It just makes people feel better. The only ward that was arguably overpowered ignores this rule.
The Hagnar re-rolling theirs. Yeah, it puts in the exception to the one that was the worst, or the worst offender. I wouldn't say the worst offender. It's certainly the earliest, and therefore kind of worst in people's minds offender.
The only arguably overpowered ward ignores this rule. So it's not a balance issue, because there weren't any other overpowered stacking wards in the whole game, besides arguably Daughters when they came out, and for the next calendar year, and for the next calendar year. Nowadays, it's probably fine, to be honest. The second most powerful stacking ward was like Skaven and some other things, 4-up wound transfer plus like ward, which also ignored this special rule.
Yeah, so like the Necromancer rule still gets around this.
Necromancer rule gets around it. All the Skaven stuff gets around it. What do you call it? The adjutant, not adjutant. Retinue rules from cities. Gets around it.
Importantly, and by the way, I like the retinue rule. I like the Necromancer rule. They're flavorful. They make sense.
They're just the second most powerful version
of
stacking wards.
Yes.
That this rule also ignores.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing this rule hits
Death
are things that were not a problem and didn't need a nerf and just got one for no reason to make people feel better. Pacific Diadem, yeah, tearing up the competitive scene. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
In the LON book, yeah, that needed
Slaves
to
to Darkness. Ooh, get your
Slaves to Darkness. Oh, you have your 6-up next to the War Shrine, so your 4-up save 32 mil base guys can have a 6-up on top of that. All right, was that breaking things? It nerfed a lot of death armies that weren't very strong anyway.
Yeah.
At this point,
LON book.
Every single death army got hurt by this for no reason, and most death armies aren't very good.
Feck got hurt. I think the
Nagash is okay. Flesh Eater Courts was good, but not remotely a problem.
If I'm
not a problem. OBR, a lot of people complained about it. I think it was fine, but everybody else disagrees. But it certainly wasn't because of stacking wards. Any way you slice it. And most of the people that I saw, I shouldn't say most, many of the people celebrating this rule from the community that was, were completely wrong about what it does. I heard people say, I'm so glad this rule exists. Finally, Stonehorns don't get their 5-up shrug after their armor save.
Mm.
And I'm
Oh,
like,
so people who had just a problem with feel no pains at all are...
Yeah.
Okay.
But they're so bad at the game and clueless as to how the rules work that they thought a whole bunch of stuff like was multiple wards for some reason, even though it wasn't.
Fire Slayers, I think, are one that people talk
Yeah,
about them
they're
having...
like, finally Fire Slayers. No, they still just have a 4-up, just like always.
Yeah, they all, it was a 4-up, and
They're
they...
re-rolling their armor save because of Battlesmith guy, but like that's different. It's
Yeah.
an armor save. And so at the end of the day, this special rule was written to hurt a bunch of armies that were middling, very strong, but not for this rule's reason, one army, and some underpowered ones. And the most powerful thing like this ignores the rule. And the second tier of most powerful things like this also ignore the rule.
Mm-hmm.
It's pointless.
Oh.
It's actually pointless. This rule should exist. It should have existed since the beginning of the game because it's a clean rule to have.
Yes.
But they've been making the game for 5 years under the understanding that this stuff would work. And there's a lot of armies that were completely fine that just happened to use this rule because that's how the game was purposefully designed.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's changed. So it actually only hurt the game.
Mm-hmm.
And there's my hot take on special rule.
It's weird because I agree with the ultimate point that you've made. I'm like, this is a good rule, but that and again,
this is a good rule to start Age of Sigmar with GHB 16 in, and then them design the next 4 years worth of armies understanding that.
This went the other way. This is a band.
Yeah, it feels right that you shouldn't be able to do that. There's a lot of shitty armies that relied upon that and just don't have it now, and they weren't a problem, and it ignored the most powerful stuff that did it.
I need to also reiterate that the mortal wound density in the game has not gone down, and if you're,
but it also hasn't gone up.
It's higher.
It always should have been way higher.
Okay,
I don't know why people aren't playing with mortal wounds.
Okay, that's fair.
I can only assume that people aren't spamming mortal wounds because of how many complaints I hear about OBR. If they were, they would be beating OBR.
I mean, this is
protect one unit against mortal wounds a turn.
5-up with the 5-up, and it's a spell, and you don't have bonuses to cast spells in Ossiarch Bone Reapers, which is really amusing because it's death.
Actually, it's a challenge to cast a spell in OBR for the most part.
It's not a challenge. The spell costs are low. It's just with now that we're entering an era of spell doms, you're in the have-nots of spell casting as an army.
Yeah, you have a reasonable but not sure thing chance of casting a spell that protects against mortal wounds against one unit.
Yeah,
and so your opponent chooses a different unit with all the mortal wounds they should be playing but aren't, which is, I mean, I can only assume that maybe there's other reasons and my judgment is flawed, but with all the complaints I'm hearing about OBR, I can only assume people aren't selecting mortal wounds that their army is capable of playing. And I'm not sure why, because it has always been right to do that since 2016. Since points were added to the game, you want lots of mortal wounds in your army. It's always been correct. It's never not been correct. It's only not correct against the hordiest of horde armies. And there aren't many of those, actually. Nobody plays Gietz. Everybody's Skaven army is actually pretty elite for a Skaven army.
They've gone that way. They're trying to get the minimum amount of battle line in, and then just all the candy. That's where they're at.
Yeah, because 20 clan rats is 3 times 20 clan rats is plenty to let all your hyper, zeros and everything, and then 18s and int and super stacked war scrolls can just be the specialists they were designed to be.
Some armies literally don't have access to many mortal wound causing units or effects, though. OBR, for example. You're right. The army that everyone says,
Oziarch Bone Reapers has basically no mortal wounds at all. Karadan Overlords famously have never really had any mortal wounds, and they still basically don't.
At a certain point of Rend, it's like you have mortal wounds, though.
At a certain point of Rend, it's like you have mortal wounds, except sometimes / often when Rend doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I suppose it's less often now with Realm Artifacts gone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I don't
rather have more wounds against, big armor army than Rend 2. I don't want you rolling 5-ups. I want you just taking the damage, please. We'll try to get a 6-up on your ward. Special rule also hurts random stuff that, like, mystic terrain is kind of hurt by this, Yeah,
it's another one of those rules that just like
a lot of armies are like, well, I guess mystic terrain does nothing for me. I don't need to play near it. That's no longer like an interesting little tactical option to choose. The IDK's boats became even worse, I suppose, in a way. Although you don't have any wards in that army, so not really. But yeah, I suppose it shit on Flesh Eater courts, and they were completely fine.
Well,
they were doing nothing wrong. They got their light touch correct nerf a long time ago, and then they're just like strong but fair.
The thing I worry about with Flesh Eater courts is they haven't had changes now for 2 years in a positive direction at all.
They're just chipping away. So
what has happened here is like when an army is like out of bounds in some manner, like this is too good in that army and that's the build everyone's playing. But Eels is a perfect example of this. Eels are too good, so they just ignore the rest of the book and give the most like cursory balance change to like here's 10 points up, which all that 10-point change did to Eels was like now they just don't take any thralls. It's like So like what ends up happening is like when there's an army that like perceived or is, it doesn't matter. When there is an army that like is needs to be changed for reasons, it usually is at the absolute neglect to anything else in the book. They will address the thing that is perceived as too powerful or is too powerful, and they ignore everything else that isn't. I think that's not a good scenario if you're only doling out like. Essentially, if you're only ever slapping hands and you're never ever, like, giving candy. And that's where we're at. This GHB kind of... GHB, when I say GHB, I don't mean the GHB itself. I mean the balance changes that they did go with from when it comes points and some of those things. They only really, like, slapped hands and took... and diluted good stuff or took away good stuff. Like, they really didn't add or address things that were like low and could have been pushed up. Realm Artifacts, for instance. Realm Artifacts, no, gone. Yes, Thermal Rider Cloak on Slanesh, which is not a problem anymore. In fact, ironically, they could really use that Thermal Rider Cloak right now. Because they've been like just thrown to the bottom of the fat middle curve, right? Like they're just bottoming out. They're probably going to be around a 40%. They're going to be a sub 50 win rate, I would imagine, if we ever get back to the stasis, or get back from the stasis. Well, that's the thing, is it's just a Bastiladon, so you just don't try to kill it, you move elsewhere.
I never saw I guess I never rated Bastiladon. It's this, for all intents and purposes, it could just say immune on its wheel.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't care.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm being flippant in my... competitive nature, but
it's like
the same thing I felt about the Vermin Lord.
Yep.
Except he was a little worse because he did something.
Mm-hmm.
He projected like a 56-inch diameter of battle shock immunity, and he was a double caster. But he did 0 damage in combat. He was slow and didn't fly. So, and he had no like.
He could teleport.
Yeah,
but then he's not projecting his bubble that you need for immunity.
I almost don't care that he can teleport because he can't fight. He doesn't have any actual buffs to hand out because he's not a Grayseer. He's not a Scryer. He just makes people not run away around him and cast 2 spells a turn.
Yeah.
So you just ignore him because he's just, he might as well be like a terrain feature.
Mhm.
And with a Bastildon, they have the cool shoot. That's nice. It does some damage,
Mhm.
but just stand 10 guys next to it that have 4-up saves, and the objective is yours. So what's the big deal, really?
Mhm.
I think Bastildon is awesome, even though their ruling was stupid because like the like
They broke math, that
the
ruling.
special pleading, yeah, the pleading a special case weirdo. Like if you're already have a 1-up save, here's a paragraph of extraneous rules that no one could possibly think of and isn't intuitive whatsoever. Besides that, I don't care. Like the Seraphon player is happy because he has this invulnerable thing and it's cool and he gets to shoot a laser. And
Sometimes
the
twice.
opponent isn't particularly upset because at the end of the day, you just take your laser shot every turn, and otherwise the thing doesn't do anything. Just ignore it. It's only a problem when something is invulnerable, when you can't ignore it, and that's rare. Usually, invulnerable things you can safely ignore.
Usually, I mean that's yeah.
Uh,
And Duality of Death is gone now,
on
so
Royal Zombie Dragon, notwithstanding.
luckily, you know, like Duality of Death was like kind of a problem for this though, because if you did have that one thing that was immune that got to the point first, and it's just like never gone. That was
Right.
where it was, but that's gone now.
There,
But that's
Duality's
gone.
so.
Yeah, but that is gone now, and so I don't know.
I'm sad because I could kill it. Because
Me too.
And we're pulling right back around because Mortal Wounds. The thing everyone should be playing with since 4 years ago when the game got points.
I do.
They're still good.
I can imagine that because there are armies that don't have mortal wounds. It can feel bad, right? And there are things that are unkillable. Usually, you just ignore the unkillable thing. Like we've come to this. I think we're growing as a community, though, which is the other.
We'll slowly grow.
The other point I was trying, like at the very beginning of the show, talking about World of Warcraft, is like you talked about how like now people have like they go back and they revisit and they're like, oh, actually, Fury Warriors are some of the best damage. Ret Pallies are still bad because the aggregate knowledge of a community increases over time, and gaming as exists in the mainstream longer is breeding generations of people with more gamey minds, right? Like we're thinking more about rules.
And some people lament this. I'll often hear the comment that, man, people are just optimizing and min-maxing all the fun out of classic WoW. I'm like, motherfucker, that is the fun. Get out of here with your, like, I don't know. It's such a bad take, I think.
Well, to put it
like
back,
my type of fun is legitimate and yours isn't. That's basically what they're saying.
Right.
They're like, I don't like optimizing and min-maxing. Therefore, if you like it, you're wrong. Your type of fun is wrong.
Yeah, and I think that's...
And the game should only be for me and my type of fun, not for you and your type of fun.
That's kind of the indignant take that I try to avoid.
Net decking is killing the game.
Yeah. If I don't know, like if people all have their different... That's what this is kind of about. You know, hating on open play just for like 20 minutes and then another 20 minutes aside. I mean, what
like net decking thing that Frank brought up?
I don't care.
Yeah, oh man, net decking is so... I'd rather naturally come up with my combo of goblin lackey that hits an opponent and puts a goblin on the battlefield, and a goblin that was designed on purpose to synergize with that thing by the designers, and I'm playing it in my deck. This is my invention.
Yeah.
It's like that meme where someone hands the guy something and he's like, I made this, and the guy holds it, you made this, and then after a little while, I made this.
Yeah.
That's what you are. That's you.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is like this net decking, net listing, net armies, etc. I don't get where that
Yeah, Grape Shot was my combo. Oh, I can't believe everyone is using Rune Smiter to deep strike a unit of Hearthguard Berserkers. That's my unique combo.
Yeah.
To use an ability printed on a war scroll that specifically works with keywords that were printed in the same book.
Yeah. I mean,
that was me. That was my
There,
personal intention.
there is a finite amount of combinations of stuff in your battle tome.
Yeah,
People,
sometimes pretty small depending on the battle tome.
yeah, you're going to be on that stuff independently of the internet. This is why I'm never worried. I hate the
Whoa,
like.
hold on. You're using eels in IDK2? Weird. How come you're not using 3 caster eidolons in your list?
Yeah, I wonder. I don't know. Like it's fine. Play your all Bulgor or your Boingrot Bounder list. Do that, but don't shit on other people for playing like moving towards optimization. Because
I mean,
I don't.
it goes
I
both
don't.
ways, of
I don't
course.
shit on you for playing your Boingrot Bounders. So let me think about my really awesome, interesting list.
Oh yeah, here's the important. I have to make an important keynote here. It might sound like we're shitting on people for playing their awful armies. You might get that impression listening to us. Right? We're so. First of all,
I
we're
love
being
that you such weighted language.
first of all we're being comedic for effect, and second of all, we're shitting on them because we are for demanding that the game be changed because of how they don't like how someone else is playing. Not that like they want to make bad armies on purpose, because everyone's free to do that.
Well, this
What
is the
is shit is saying that everyone should be forced to make shitty armies on purpose.
mm-hmm.
And in fact, wanting an army that's like good is somehow a bad thing, because I don't think that should even be possible.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the type of player that we're making fun of here. Because on the flip side of it, should it be illegal or against the rules, like to make a terrible army on purpose? No, you're free to do that. And all the suggestions and stuff that competitive and tournament, talking heads on the internet tend to suggest is carefully thought out to not step on the toes of casual players. Like, it's only going to either not affect them or positively affect them.
Well, this is where the special rule is such an interesting thing, because whilst I think everyone agrees this is necessary, this was just something that
Everyone agrees that this is a necessary rule that the game should have probably had a long time ago. But when they say that last part, they don't really think about it and realize how true that is, and how that kind of ruins it. Yes, it should have been in the game since the start, but it wasn't, and they designed a lot of armies with the understanding that it wasn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That I think, and the main point is, I think for me, is that I think it changes the game in ways people don't realize. Just at the base level, you don't realize that, the more powerful effects are still there. The armies that you thought were hit by it aren't. Fire Slayers are weaker now. No, they're not. Like, Fire Slayers they still have their 4-up after save. It was in the 4-up.
Didn't get any worse.
Stacking. Like, did they get any worse? Like, I don't understand that. Like, that's the one that's the part of this take that I caveat, that I don't understand, is people misinterpreting the sort of like this is gonna anyway. That was just an hour on the special rule. So,
and Casual Hitman brings up a point.
What's this?
About eels. Sometimes you have to, when an army only has one trick, and that trick is too good, and you make the trick more expensive, one of two things happen, and it's usually this thing. The army gets less diverse. It just pushes it's like the army was balancing a unit on the edge of a table, and it just pushes it right off onto the floor. Like, you used to have your list with like 2 units of 6 eels, maybe 2 units of 9 eels, You know, you got some Reavers to shoot stuff with, and you had enough room maybe to play a cheeky little Lotan, and then Eels go up in points, and what are you going to get rid of? It's not the Eels, because they're the only good thing. Sorry, Lotan. Sorry, Reavers.
Well,
actually, maybe, yeah, I guess it's just got to be only Eels now.
Well, and the problem I have with this view...
The other thing that it could do...
Yeah.
Which is the...
What happened to Enlightened on Disc? Now your army just sucks!
Yeah, which is the Beast of Chaos thing, where they go up so much that you can't afford to play them anymore, and then the army is just trash.
It's just bad. Yeah, and then they lower, like, Bulgor's 20 points, which are still overcosted to make it more of a choice.
Because one guy did well with the army one time in one weekend. That was enough to make Enlightened terrible forever.
One master-level player.
Master-level world-class player did well with them during 1 week, and the entire army is put in a landfill.
It wasn't even...
I bet Old Enlightened cost only for BOC. If they could build those lists, they wouldn't be 70% win rate right now with the current field.
No.
They might be decent. They might be good. They might be strong even. They wouldn't exactly be oppressive.
Yeah. Man, crazy.
Also, if you can have one master level world class player do well with Enlightened over the course of 1 weekend and have that be the deciding factor for points changes. How come so I mean, it's only a weekend, right?
Eels are still
1 weekend, one army. How many weekends during the GHB creation? Could have hit a lot more armies with some balance changes.
Yeah, I don't know.
It takes that short amount of time to decide on the final points costs for an army.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I fear that the opposite reaction is usually more common, is that the bad thing continues to be ignored because they don't really often bring the bad thing up. Yeah. Not in these, like, sort of immediate senses. They just push the good thing down until it's out. Slanesh. Yeah. They like...
Okay, you finally did it. That good thing is bad now. And then you, like, look around after a battle, and there's just corpses everywhere, and you're on top of a hill, and you can't see the sun behind the haze of fog and perspiration, and you're just like, oh, I guess that was the only good thing, huh? Well,
yeah, I do agree with this with a Hitman here as well.
Quite right. Yeah, it's MP Catacross double catapults now. No diversity.
There is
just that.
I've said this before, but
it did used to only be Petrifex, but you had a lot of different army builds
within that
umbrella. People playing Nagash. You had people playing Catacross. You had people playing Archon the Black. You had people playing Horsey Boys and all sorts of stuff. It was a reasonably diverse army list. It just all used one subfaction. And now it's going to be still just one subfaction. It's probably going to be split between MP and Petrifex. Some people still use Petrifex for the Rend because the Rend is good. So it's going to be more diverse for subfactions. Now people will choose between two of them, but it's just going to be the one list.
Well, and the worst take I heard, and I okay, fine, you're tired of seeing Petrifex Elite. Fine, that's on you. The worst take, though, that I heard was, I can finally play my Staliarch Lord's army. And I'm just like, you always could have. Like, I don't get the players that were playing Ossiarch Bone Reapers, and they were like, well, now I can play my other sub-factions. I'm just like...
Now that I can finally play this thing that's worse.
Yay! I can finally... Now I can. Like, you could have before, and now you're happy. Oh, man. I don't... That's the take I just despise.
Lords is the same as it always was.
Yeah, nothing changed.
Nothing changed. In fact, none of your matchups changed, which is the important part. That would only matter in a mirror match, right? Because what subfaction you're on, only... like, all your opponents are fighting the same thing. Why couldn't you play that before? Because there was a better option available? There's still a way better option available.
Yeah, this is the fallacy of the best thing, quote unquote.
Yeah, but it's not like Staliarch Lords is the new best thing.
No, that's the fallacy, is that you can't...
One thing better, it's...
That's the fallacy, is this...
better, and now there's two things 9% better, and it's okay to play that when you always could have played that, and all of your matchups from before the nerf and after it, your matchups are all the same. Every game you play is going to be the same as it would have been a month ago.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
the agreeing with you. The person is peculiar.
That's the fallacy.
The take doesn't make sense even if in its own reasoning.
No, that's the fallacy here is that if you get rid of the best thing, there won't be a best thing. I'm like, there'll just be the next best thing. There's always the next best thing. What people were complaining about was a poor framing, and I'm not even talking about like it was the army out of bounds. I mean, hearing arguments like I'm now free to pick Staliarch Lords. I'm like, oh, you always were. Now there won't be a best thing. Yes, there will. It's just going to be a different best thing. It's MP. And that now I'm going to see...
Rand, I guess.
Yeah, and now I'm going to see more varied lists. I'm like, no, you're going to see less...
More of the same lists. It's just they'll have two different subfactions instead of one.
Yeah, but you're going to see the same stuff. Yeah, the models. You're going to see more of the same models now. So there was... And
you
got rid of more choice.
Balance is making these trades and realizing that you're going to be making your trade before you make the change, and like factoring that into whether you change it or not. It's like, would you trade every list being the same models for varied models but the same subfaction? I'd take varied models in the same subfaction every single day of the week.
I thought
it was more interesting.
I thought that was a boon to Petrifex Elite personally. I thought the coolest thing about Petrifex Elite was that I could build anything under Petrifex Elite.
Because you could build 4 solid lists out of it.
Which is a little bit of a different take from what I like about Seraphon, because I like that Seraphon kind of says, oh, if you want to play with these models, you take that subfaction. But that's two different sides of the same coin for me, which is giving me list building direction and tools that don't punish me for wanting to play with my toys. This was a list building tool that encouraged me to play with my toys. Now, what the end result was whether I saw Petrifex Elite on the thing or not, and that's what everyone honed in on, because they look at the obvious blank thing. They often look for excuses for why they're performing poorly as opposed to reassessing the self, and these are all human nature, and they're very, very valid concerns to address. But don't tell me it did things that it did not do, which is increase list variance, which it did not. If by list variance the only thing you care about is people's subfaction, you're a liar, because I hear you talk about eel spam, and you never know their subfaction. You don't give a crap. You care about the models. You are shifting a goalpost based on whatever is going to give you the least amount of confronting yourself possible. It's this thing is the problem, fix the thing. It is never shifting your own perspective, gaining more information, and trying to solve the puzzle. And I'm not saying that means Slash should have been kept as it was out of box. I'm not saying OBR shouldn't have even had changes. I'm saying that the change didn't do what you thought, and don't lie to yourself. Now I'm hot. I went spicy. Meph, you're just trying to say get good. Yes, I think get good is a continuum that we all are on the path of. In our journey across gaming becoming more ubiquitous, across communities growing, and the choice is with the players. You'll gradually get better at the game regardless. Gavriel Sureheart wasn't a problem. Stacking command points is, again, this is one of those things that is just a category of a problem of design that I throw a bunch of stuff under. Command points just shouldn't be stackable. That is a problem. But Gavriel Sureheart, that list wasn't destroying the universe. It was. I'm sorry.
It was middling at best.
It was fun for those players who really wanted to.
If you had a chaff line, you would actually beat the army because once they landed, they were awful. I don't know. That was my take on it at the time, and everybody's like, "No, Evocators are overcosted by this much."
Then they went up that much, and now they're not played.
I don't know. So many people at the time were like, "Evocators are undercosted for what they're getting," and I'm like, "You guys are determining point costs by inputting statistics into some sort of flawed computer, and it just like prints out a number. Like, you play this game on the table. These guys are slow as fuck and get chaffed to nothing. And they have massive bases and aren't battle line and blow up to mortal wounds. Like, they cost more than they should.
You can outscore them with the worst unit in the game. Skinks would just run circles around them.
Actually, at the time, they really would run.
It was hilarious at the time. Yes,
instead of attack.
Yes, it was hilarious. Like I know the Skinks got addressed in the running away thing, and everyone had a problem with it. But like, I don't know. Like I'm in this weird.
The running away thing was very annoying, but cool.
It's cute. And you know how you could just shoot them too. By the way, like pew pew, and they're dead. You can fireball them.
Shooting massive regiments is usually pretty terrible, but there are certain shooting units that.
Well, sometimes I will find whatever chink. For me, playing the game is often about removing the strategy you want to use to win the game. If your strategy for winning the game is with the Skinks, I'm going to shoot the Skinks. If it's the end, because say I can't get to your turtled up engine of the gods sitting over there, like I can't deal with that. Fine, fuck your Skinks, they're gone. Like, or whatever. What I'm going to try to remove first the engine, and by engine I mean the thing that's trying to enable you to win, the thing that you're pouring the gas. I'm going to try to remove your engine. I'm going to try to take that out. And if I can't destroy your engine, I'm going to siphon off all your gas. It's just presenting opportunities and seeing how I think you're trying to win the game and trying to remove the stuff. I think of the game in that zoomed out play. One of the pushbacks I've heard against some of my how I reason and how I think through the game is they're like, yeah, but you're not as casual a player, or that but you think about stuff like this, or like, yeah, but you play the game more, or yeah, but you, and I hear that as a reason for as a counterpoint to me, and I'm like,
yeah, but all that stuff's free. It's free.
What's that?
Like
information?
Yeah, information is free.
I mean, there is a practical reality of our. Go ahead.
Like, it's not like you have to lift weights and do time trials and physically work out to get better at whatever, football or something. Once you know how to do some sort of tactic, right? You just kind of do it and hope the dice roll your way, right?
Well, I mean, and we did people
learn any of this stuff, then don't complain about it, because it's free to do that.
It's not free to collect your army, and I think it is worth pointing out.
It's free to get good,
but you have your models, you have your army. The game does have practical limitations that Magic the Gathering, World of Warcraft, things like this don't have. League of Legends, all the comparisons we made today.
Yeah, in WoW, you can't just get good. You have to put shitloads of time into it because it's an MMO designed to waste your time so that you keep buying monthly subscriptions. You might not have the time in your life to get good at, say, classic WoW, because it's a very grindy. Amongst MMOs, it's actually not very grindy. The Koreans are fucking crazy with that shit. But you can't expect everyone to suddenly get good at MMO, because they just don't have the time in their life. That's understandable.
The part of the AOS where I think you have time to learn and read and pick up on that. Fielding an army and actually playing the army is a huge, massive time sink. It
is, because to paint and stuff, you have to do all that stuff. Which is even more reason not to just leap off a building and not know whether or not you have a parachute. That's like buying all your models before you even know anything about the game. Well, I hope this is good.
But a lot of people do. I mean, a lot of people
Oh
do buy what
shit!
they love.
Parachute help. Like posting on Facebook, hey, I finished painting 3 units and I spent $900. Um, but I just lost against my friend. I can't seem to beat him. What do you play? And then people are like, literally nothing that you have. And they're like, what the fuck? Fucking competitive ass players. It's like, bro, you are responsible for where you are right now.
Hobby and play are, they're separate,
Well,
equal, and sometimes they come together. And
I mean, a lot of people with my big video, the 2 big videos, and now the playlist, like a shitload of people watched that and send me messages all the time because it's a very common and reasonable reaction to the dollar cost and the time investment cost to making an AOS army. People agonize over what army to play forever because of that.
it took me a while to figure. I was playing your
Like,
Stormcast while I was like,
are you telling me this army, like the average army, is like $600 or more in AOS, and then it's like months of painting and assembling? For somebody who has a full-time job and a family, it's like what? Dedicated hobby time, 3 months absolute minimum to paint an army. And so they are rightfully hesitant about just jumping in because if time is money, you're wasting both, right? By making the quote unquote wrong choice.
mm-hmm.
And they just want to be informed.
Well, I think that's the key, is to inform people of their choices and help. I know it sounds like I'm telling you to get good. I'm just, if you're not interested in winning, then why are you interested in the army that wins?
Yeah.
Being worse.
If you're not a competitive player and you don't like competing and you just want everyone to not care about winning at all, mm-hmm. then, man, I will give you Employee of the Month and put your picture on a plaque in my house. But don't complain to me about losing then. Mm-hmm. Or say that the game should be changed so that you can win more or someone else can win less, when like your stated entire foundation is not caring about that.
It's interesting. I mean,
it's hypocritical, I think, and selfish to be like that.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I've come around to that more, that people do play the game in different ways, and
they do.
I don't want to tell the non-competitive player that you just need to deal with and have a bad time and constantly either get good or stop playing. Like I'm not interested in telling people that. Like if you really do love Bulgors, make your Bulgor army. I think people don't want to feel like an idiot for playing their Bulgor army into something else and then like just getting crushed at face value, like out the gates. And I think that's where some of this comes from. I don't think it's just the stereotype of the toxic casual, like just wanting to poop on people who like to play competitively. I do think there is something to this fat middle just wanting to like drink beer, the beer and pretzels experience, and wanting that to be not just like valid and fun, but like a realistic way to approach the game. They don't want to put it like, no, I just want to read my battle tome and like listen to my favorite video talking heads while I paint my stuff and then go to a tournament and not walk away feeling like I was an idiot for taking my models to the tournament. I think the reality is like people want to win in a game with a win condition, whether they're honest about it or not. And moreover, I should say, people don't want to lose constantly. It's not necessarily like they want to win. It's they don't want to feel like they're always losing from the jump. I think that's what it is. Is people don't want to feel like they.
I'm saying that's a proper way to feel, but you walked through 5 doors labeled "You will lose all the time" to get to the lose all the time room, and then when you're in that room, it's not like somebody else's fault unless you get to the table and you're like, hey, can we just have a fun game? Can we, quote, just have a fun game? Not looking for, tournament testing or anything. I'm just looking for a fun beer and pretzels game. And your opponent is like, okay. That probably solves all their problems unless they're playing against a dickhead.
Or you didn't do the research and read the labels on the doors, yeah.
So, or you walked past 5 signs printed in your language with your eyes closed, I guess, because you chose to.
Something else happens though is like you build an army, you buy into the army, and then by the time you've built it, it's patched out of it. Like, what if you were trying to build 16 Enlightened or whatever dot list, and it took you 6 months because you do have a job, you do have family, and then like one guy wins, just goes on a tear for it wasn't just one weekend. He won the Masters, and I think
We were. I mean, that's
he was on a tear with there's Mark, I believe, Dan, I believe was just on a tear with this list, and 4-1 finishes, 4-1 finishes, 5-0, etc., etc. You don't want to be the person who's like, man, I really want to play like Enlightened. Man, I really want to play Beasts of Chaos. Man, I hope they're good. Oh, dude's winning with them. Cool. Then that means they're good. And then like you build them, but you are not a professional player, or you're not a tournament grinder, or whatever.
Yeah, so you're probably just doing okay with the army, to be honest.
Yeah, you're doing okay with the army, and then like they nerf it into oblivion, and now every game you walk up to, your army's been nerfed into nothingness.
Yeah, well, and the fault there is on Games Workshop for not properly balancing their game, and the competitive players are still fine. I suppose you could say that as long.
Yeah, but I mean, you're gonna
competitive players' fault for playing an army and winning with it, but I mean that's a little.
Well, but now
like of a reason for blame.
But now you're the Enlightened player. You have a decision to learn to just enjoy losing for a while. I posit that like the skill of the pilot is a lot higher than we give it credit for in this game. I really truly do. I know that there's like a ceiling. I've watched.
It matters a lot.
I watched you play like Beastclaw Raiders, and have no realistic chance of winning a tournament of a certain size after a certain point. Like there's no you could, 1 day or 3 rounds. Like you could get lucky in your matchups. You could probably take it. A lot of 3 and 2s and so on and so forth. But there is a practical sort of like ceiling to some
1 and 4s in there.
There's a practical ceiling, but like if you take that army and you've played it a year and you learn it the way you do, you were winning 3 and 2 when you had no business winning 3 and 2s. You were out playing like pretty strongly for your.
Yeah, I will say. So the benefits to playing an absolute shit tier army for a year plus, like bona fide amongst the 6 out of at the time like 40 worst armies in the game for so long, is it gives you great insight, experience, and preparation for your eventual new book to come in there with Discord tech the other people have never even heard of before. It gives you great preparation to suddenly smash people by playing a dog shit army for a long time. It was very useful. Like, I mean, I don't want to sound boastful, but like, there was a reason I was one of the first 4-1 and one of the first, non-lose 0 losses. I think in what was it, like 3 weeks? It was like no losses at.
Oh yeah, Havoc. We didn't take a loss.
Yeah. Was at Havoc, and then 4-1 at Brew. Like, there's a reason I was one of the first people to just smash out a 4-1 that hadn't been gotten in the past 2 years of BCR in the world. Like, the best anyone did on the recording statistics was 3 and 2, and I think it was like 5 people.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I think Ian did as well, and
Brendan had one. Australian, I think there's an Australian or two that had a 3 and 2 finish. Yeah, in two calendar years of LLV stats, Beastclaw Raiders didn't finish above 3 and 2.
Yeah,
I mean that's a pretty compelling. Now there is a little bit of chicken or the egg. Like, are people not playing the army? More skilled players playing the army because
right. That's going to add to it. I mean, because if you at all cared about podiuming, you weren't touching that with a.
Yeah, and maybe because you weren't touching it, you weren't taking it there weren't some 4-1 finishes because it's, master caliber players. So there is some of that, but I don't think that's important. I think you can.
There were Masters levels players playing it because Doom qualified for Masters.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
But not with that. But Brendan's an extremely good player.
Yeah, he's one
I'm
of
pretty good.
top notch.
Ian's an extremely good player.
Yeah.
You know, and aside from Ian, I don't think he played it before that, but I know Brendan did and I did. And so we had experience cobbling together victories somehow with like no tools. And so when we suddenly got them, it was like, you know, gentlemen, start your engines. So that's my sales pitch for playing an army that is suddenly shit for a year if you're good and really want to improve. Because when the next book comes out, you're gonna, you know,
you're gonna start to feel it. You're gonna start to feel the return on your I like fighting games are the best tool to learning how to get good at things. Losing is important to get goodening. Yeah, I mean, the thing about losing and the thing about losses, and this is the most important part about get goodening.
As long as you're able to learn from your loss.
Learn from the loss. Look for the lesson in a loss, right? The first thing you need to do when you're looking for the lesson in a loss is throw out dice rolls. Just take that out of your brain. Like, you can learn from dice and where the dice and blah, 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 but honestly, that's more of a... The propensity for giving yourself an excuse when you're looking at dice rolls is a lot higher than looking for the lesson and where the dice betrayed you.
Yeah, like I lost because I lost priority. Well,
maybe you did.
It because I lost priority, or was it because of this, this, and this? Or
right, and it could have been.
I didn't hit with this. I should have hit. Well, a lot of building competitive lists is reducing as much variance as you can, because variance is the enemy of
consistency. Consistency is like is a key.
And you want your stuff to be consistent. That's why a spell that has a 9 to cast is generally bad unless you're completely cheating, right? Like, and I mean cheating within the frame of the rules, like your Zinch or something, right? Like, then it's fine because you can just choose to cast it. But, you know, why is a spell like Ash Cloud that costs 8 bad, even though its effect is so good? Like, it's a 12-inch aura of -1 to hit everyone in it. That's awesome. Well, it casts on an 8, so you're not going to cast it much. So it sucks. Just take that and apply it to like everything else in your army, because consistency is very important.
Yeah, can you consistently?
You don't want to have to rely upon long shots and coin flips to win. There's
a place for relying on them
anyway that you can't get rid of. Yeah. That you want to mitigate as many as you possibly can.
I think, and I would get more general. Just Fireball. I would say just play an army for a while. Just play any army for a while. In fact, when you pick up that OP army, my most growth at probably getting good at the game of Age of Sigmar was when LON got nerfed. Like, I wasn't even on the main build of it, but I had to learn some really hard lessons because I could, you know, I wasn't exposed in ways. Like, you need to be exposed to your weaknesses to improve them.
Yeah, and different trash armies will teach you different skills too.
I'm not, and LON by in this context, I don't think it fell to straight trash tier. By the way, that's not my take. But I could not have played Beasts of Chaos
now, but it wasn't.
I could not have played Beasts of Chaos when I went on my little Beasts of Chaos like vacation proficiently without the hard lessons I learned when LON got bad. It made me see the game differently. Got worse. You know, they're still in the fat middle technically. No, it's just like the horde army and chaff screens and not even looking at damage anymore that things do. Like, I'm just like, oh, you don't do damage anymore. Like, that, don't even look at like the damage. There was a point in time when like 40 skeletons fully buffed up attacking twice did damage, you know? And like you're just like, okay, well, what do these do now that like I don't do damage anymore? It's like, oh, I know. They're interesting chaff and they're cool little Venn diagrams and like swirly spiral graph like designs I can put on the table that just annoy my opponent while I pick a front and exploit it, or I pick an objective and I crush it, or I dance around you the whole time. And then time for like Beasts of Chaos, and I'm like, oh, Slanesh, oh yeah, here you go. Bestigor, 4 inches away. Charge it or go around. Like, and then meanwhile, like over here, um, yeah, you were gonna say something like,
different trash armies will teach you different skills depending on what gigantic weaknesses they have, because you have to cover for those somehow, and that's a lot of what you'll be learning with a trash army, is how to cover for your massive weaknesses that your army has that your strengths aren't enough to make up for, which is like one of the ways you can be a trash army is by having huge weaknesses that what you're giving up all this stuff in exchange for something, but it was just a bad deal, So like old Beast Claw, you gave up board presence and the ability to score objectives, and any abilities at all in the hero phase, or really in any phase. But in exchange for it, you had great movement, and that's it. Like mediocre at best damage, mediocre at best durability. And actually, it was very low durability if you're talking like army wound count and stuff. So you gave up almost everything that's good in the game, but you got movement, and and your dudes have the monster keyword, which can sometimes be good for certain battle plans. And so I got good at playing the tempo game and trading stuff that I didn't want anyway to try to come up with objective points, and I can't deal with this guy in this way, so what's the best way to avoid that? You have charge damage too, I should say that. That's important enough to be a boon. You have great movement and good impact hits. And those coupled together with great movement, because all the Stonehorns were just straight up 18. Like they moved 18 and then they got the charge. That's what a Stonehorn was back then. Sometimes 21 and then they got the charge. If you have great movement and your impact hits are good, speaking of consistency, this means that you can consistently get those impact hits. Because if you do a D6 mortal wounds just straight up on the charge, that's cool, but it's not cool on like a 4-inch move dwarf. It's very cool on an 18-inch run and charge Stonehorn, because you're going to get that all the time if you want. And so I could play against armies like Khorne on Council of Blood and be like, oh, that's the leader one, and so if I kill him, all your guys can't attack at the beginning of combat. Well, I'll just charge him with actual 3 Stonehorn and kill him full to dead in the charge phase. And now he's dead, and I solved the problem of my opponent always fighting first, which I couldn't otherwise deal with. And so you find like any clever way you can to get around these huge disadvantages you have. And a lot of times it wouldn't work because that's what it means to suck. But you can take those things you learned, and then when you get a new army and suddenly all your monsters are capture 10 no matter how many wounds they've taken, and you spent the last year getting good at just stealing objectives in any way you possibly could because everything else was trash, suddenly you have the ability to capture as if you were a normal army. And you just spent a year training about how to capture stuff and cheat code people in the charge phase. Mm-hmm. And so you're going to be like way ahead of other people and get like the most out of it.
I think, I think the advantages of playing any army long term are really important. People who constantly switch armies never get an opportunity to internalize even a basic, so in Blackjack, basic strategy. You never get an opportunity to internalize a basic strategy for the army or your gameplay. And I think that's a small problem, is like you never internalize you don't ever get to build a fulcrum to balance upon as you go on and as you wobble through and you figure other things out. So I think that's important. I think playing a weak army teaches some really harsh lessons that are great lessons to have. When you learn to play from the back foot, right, or you learn to look at the game from the different angle, you're going to have tools in your toolbox. They're not always applicable, but they are things that you even look for as opportunities to play into your outs, or when you're going into a situation where like, Ossiarch Bone Reapers are OP. Well, how do I deal with this problem? Like, I don't know, run away from the big killy thing and charge wound off that thing and take the 2 objectives that are the furthest away and they can never get to. And, you know, you unlock other strategies in your mind.
Yeah, and I'm characterizing here, and this isn't always true, but for the sake of a fable or something, you know, people who play good armies tend to have like a flowchart to victory. Like, this is your default strat. And when the default strat isn't applicable, they might not even realize it. Which is why people charge 30 more tech guard with their hammer unit. Because hammer unit smashes. Like, that's what you do. You charge the thing and your guys are good, so it dies. And then you do that against Hearthguard Berserkers or Phoenix Guard or Mortec Guard, and they bounce, and you're like, fuck. OP, please nerf, you know? But when you spend an entire year practicing objective play with Beast Claw, and then suddenly they're good at capturing, and the new book came out, and you have a flowchart now. Like, in my book, I open it up, and it's like, hello, Beast Claw player, you get this. And you open the present, and it's a flowchart, and it says, alpha strike them and just kill them. And so now I'm like, oh, I can alpha strike you and just kill you now, instead of running into you, missing with all my hits, and then all my guys die, which is what I used to be able to do. It was a way more consistent alpha strike. It's much less consistent now because all my movement got nerfed by 6 full inches. Still mad.
Beast Claw did nothing wrong.
But now I'm playing against army in brackets, and that army says, oh, hello, I hope we have a good game. By the way, alpha strikers get fucked. I'm immune. I'm like, oh, okay. So now I have to use my backup strategy that I've practiced for a year to do with guys that capture 10 instead of 1. This is fine. I'll win on objectives. Versus the IDK player who's used to like just deep striking everyone, and then suddenly here's the army you can't deep strike, and they're forced to play the like maneuvering around tempo, you know, collecting the objectives, kind of running away from
body light. They're very light on bodies too.
And they're light on bodies, and their guys are fragile as fuck. And if they don't have the shock, or someone doesn't care about the shock, or they just use the shock, and they get charged, they do 0 damage. When an eel doesn't charge, his damage is laughably bad.
Yeah.
Not only do they lose Ren 2, it goes to 0, but they lose damage 2, it goes to 1. Like, it's awful damage. But now they're like, oh, I'm used to like appearing and then putting the eels here and then you're dead. I can't do that now. Oh shit, I'm not used to this. It's really possible to lose when, you know, plan A doesn't work. But when you're forced to only be working with plan B because you're terrible.
I've lost to IDK but once, and I felt ashamed that I lost to them. And then I'm like, I will never lose to them.
And they get a lot of hate.
I was like, I will never lose to them again, and then I didn't. Like, I'm like, I will never lose to IDK again. So I just like practiced. Like, it really was like a lot of like mental reps and like.
You know the concept of what do you call it? Battle cruiser magic in EDH. You've played EDH. You know about.
Well, the audience may not know what this is, so.
Yeah, and that's why I'm explaining it. There is that guy in EDH, and nod and tell me if you know what I'm talking about, who sits there trying to build his little castle, and at every moment of the game insists that he's not a threat. And if he's ever attacked, he whines. And he talks about how much more of a threat everyone else is at the table, and just let him just minding my own business over here. And then at one point he gets that final little piece, and then he's infinite oppression. You can't do anything. All your permanents are bounced back to your hand on repeat, and he has 7 counters. Even though the entire game he was like pretending not to be a threat, and I just want to build my stuff over here. Whoa, you're trying to kill me already? This is toxic. You know that. Mm-hmm. Do you know this type of EDH
player? I'm familiar with this type of EDH player.
Hot take: those are the only people upset at Idoneth Deepkin, and the only people that say eels are OP.
Wow. That's spicy.
That's
Man.
that's you. The people the most mad at Idoneth Deepkin are playing dirtily castle armies that are trying to do complete bullshit, and they're mad that the game is over before they can be the toxic ones instead of
See, I actually don't think...
it's the cities of Sigmar, Skaven, I have an answer for everything and my units are so good and I have all the best spells and all the best ranged and I have
Zeech.
bubble wrap and I have everything and I just want to oppress the game and win automatically. But you dare to flip a coin and beat me before I can be the oppressive one. That's bullshit. Anyway, that's my hot take. I don't fully believe it, but
No, I think it paints a... I think it illustrates a fun point. I actually...
Alpha Strike can be seen as not fun because the game's over right away. But so can
everyone has
can every single army that wins.
Yeah. Everyone has an army type that they have a basic...
Like what's worse, someone Alpha Strikes you and cripples you, and then the game's just about over by turn 3, like you can't do it. Or a bunch of teleport, warp lightning cannon, random clouds of clan rat bullshit appear, and you had the old rat trap appear over your army plus chains, and you can't move at all or do anything, and you're stuck in your deployment zone. And the game lasts until turn 4, but you never could really move or do anything, and your guys are dead, so it doesn't. You were just kind of watching your opponent play the whole time.
I think most people would say that the alpha's better because it's quicker.
Maybe. I think
the least bad. I mean,
I think there's a decent argument for both actually, and I'm not even sure which one is worse, but they both could be not very fun to play against.
Yeah, I think a lot of people say I think they're equally not fun to play against from an objective stance. It's just most people lean subjective. At least it's over quick. I mean, that's the one everyone...
Timmy's right. It's like a control player complaining about aggro. It's like a counterbalance top player in Legacy bitching about losing to Reanimator. Because you're like, fucking Reanimated Iona on white, turn 1. And Force of Willed my Force of Will. That's bullshit. I can't play the game. The game's over immediately, and I didn't even get to do anything. Well, what were you going to do? I was going to set up a counterbalance top lock and counter every spell you tried to play for the next 43 minutes until I won game 1 and then draw game 2. Oh, okay. Searching for pity, none found.
It's like we should just have two armies that win off the Alpha Strike. It should just be Alpha versus Alpha, and whoever wins priority wins, and then we go get beer. That's my best version of the game. I'm just like, I don't like that.
You're right. You're right. Every fight should be Khorne versus Beastclaw. I agree. Look, we're both driving to the same place. Let's just get there sooner.
See who gets there quicker. Yeah. I think that there is room for all. There are rooms for them, for all of the play styles. I happen to enjoy attrition, make me feel like a real general. Battles. I like that feeling. I enjoy that. I also like some good old fashioned KG play, and I also enjoy. This game's going to be over quick one way or another. Either the thing I do is going to work and win fast, or it's going to lose immediately. And I like that. I like all of them. I can change gears and enjoy the game on different levels.
Yeah.
I know this makes me a weirdo, but I try to enjoy the experience and my opponent. And I have the things I dislike, but my curiosity to just see stuff played and pull at threads and see what happens if I change this and I change that is such a more rewarding experience. I often talk about House MD, how he's just obsessed with the puzzle. Whatever else is going, he just loves the puzzle and the act of solving the puzzle. That's how I am when it comes to Age of Sigmar. I love the puzzle. Yeah, but this is weird, crazy, biochemical thing from out of nowhere that was like thought gone and illegal, and he's just like, yeah, okay, cool, let's freaking biopsy it, like, let's go. Like, I want to figure out what's going on. Yeah. So I guess to just wrap up
Let's
some.
just save money on models and paint and flip a coin. I mean, to be perfectly honest, that's Beast Claw versus Iron Jaws, and usually those are fun games. You're looking at your opponent, he's looking at you. He sees you have 5 stone horns, and you see he has, 10 brutes, a million Ardboys, and a Maw Crusher, and some dudes holding bones up in the air. And you're like, whoever wins, it's going to be quick, but it's going to be spectacular. And the person who loses is going to really lose. And it could be either of us. Let's flip these coins.
That's fun. So yeah, special rule. That's how we feel about it. Endless spell change. I mentioned that. The endless spell change. I want to see exceptions to this rule because Gits did nothing wrong.
Shit, I forgot to
Oh, did we bury a question?
Well, it's fine. This isn't live. You can edit this back in an hour ago.
No, it is live.
I know that's
Okay.
the joke.
Yeah,
so
I know.
I know you know the joke. Sometimes when you double explain the joke, it actually is funny.
That's where I like to do the when you do the
go
joke,
even farther.
I go
yeah, we
further
need to
with
go
it.
deeper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, when people...
Idnet Deepkin has just as much subfaction diversity as OBR will now, because some of them take Fuathan, and some of them take Damhain. It's really personal preference, to be honest.
Yeah.
But all the lists are the same. So everyone who liked the OBR change must love the current state of IDK. All right, if we could just edit that way back when it was relevant.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
No, I got it.
Give me a lens flare on that smile too.
Perfect. No, I'll get it. I'll get it in there. Maybe even like do like a bep, 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 like some like air horn, and then drop some glasses on you. Yeah.
The floating glasses. We need the old.
Yeah, the deal with it. All right.
Medium meme. So yeah, special rule. I have a hot take that it sucks.
Man,
and that it doesn't change anything at all for the better in the entire game.
Man, that's super spicy. Endless spells. I like this, but I didn't mind endless spell spam as a thing. I don't think I get as mad at like OP stuff as other people do.
I find it fascinating to watch the theoretical rules interaction play out, even if it's oppressive to my army in this particular game. I'm able to be like, that's a cool interaction. I like this. This is fun. It sucks that I'm losing, but I'm interested in seeing the gears of the game turn.
Yeah.
That's cool to me.
It's usually just a loss.
I understand that is not the norm, and I'm weird.
Yeah.
And most people would just be mad, so it's a fine change.
That's where I'm at, and I like this. I would like to see...
By anyone's description, the 7+...
Zinch, old Zinch, like...
You can't move, you're putting all this stuff in people's way, they can't move or play the game. Super toxic, but very clever and interesting. And there were certain armies, like Giets, who legitimately played with more than 3, but were not oppressive at all.
And it was awesome. It was just the awesome way to play.
Them, and now they're screwed. But hey, it's not like this is the only broad rule for the entire
then
game.
Things break it.
Meant to nerf a single list that hurts worse ones for no reason at all. But whatever.
Yeah. No, I think the endless spell thing, I'd like to see exceptions to it. Specifically Gits. Make it a sub-faction change, whatever. Put it somewhere so that they can still have their really fun, not a problem play style. Like...
Putting a change. Nice one, dude.
Yeah. And then we got allied units. This is only interesting because the FAQ. And this is paired with the army roster thing to make it the only interesting thing worth mentioning between allied units and army roster. So allied units are always battle line, but the things you summon into your army are never their keyword per the FAQ. So this is just a weird inconsistency that they changed for the worse on a question I didn't realize we had as a community. Ungors are battle line. I just thought that was a condition of the army. They just are that. turns out no, but if you bring in battle line allies, they are always battle line. It's just weird. Why? Vince covered it better and more eloquently than I
they
can.
don't count for your armies. Like you can't an ally that has the battle line type can't count as like your third battle line choice for army creation, but it does count as battle line for capturing.
Scoring. Yeah.
Yeah. But summoned things don't count for scoring, which means that now I think at this point every single
thing about Slaanesh
every
has been nerfed.
single choosier every single video I made that was like the list building episode for all the armies I've done, every single one is now entirely obsolete. That was the last thing holding on. It was the only good thing about that one Slaves to Darkness sub-faction. The first one, I'm trying to remember what it's called. I don't have the name of it on the tip of my tongue, unfortunately, because it actually sucks. It only had this one thing, and now it doesn't. So
Timmy, this comes back to one of the things I kind of was mentioning about Flesh Eater Courts. Flesh Eater Courts has only received nerfs for now 2 straight... Is it 2 straight GHBs? That's not...
Chaos, which is, I mean, they needed it.
It's right? Not okay for an army to only take nerfs. It is not okay for an army to only
Ravagers,
take nerfs.
That's it. You're right. Just Fireball.
It's not okay for an army to only take nerfs for 2 calendar years. Like, for 2 GHBs, I should say, not 2 calendar years. Just 2 straight GHBs in a row of only nerfing an army. When the game is getting more aggressive, better, stronger, faster, newer armies, that means you're not in an okay place. This is like in wrestling when they decide the best thing for the story is to have a wrestler job and go on a losing streak for just 2 whole years. It's never the right decision for the story. It only makes the situation bad. It makes the character who's on the losing streak look laughable and inept, or it makes the story have no stakes, or like it's never the right decision.
It's just downsides.
It's just
Beasts of Chaos can't catch a break, can
they? No, and Beasts of Chaos, this hurts Beasts of Chaos. So like the whole thing was like they had some sweet cagey play. I have a question about the FAQ.
I have an FAQ about the FAQ.
Yeah, what's that?
Is it unit or model?
Oh, the FAQ, I've got it beside me over here. I love when they're saying house rule. Okay. Pitch battles. Use randomly generated auxiliary. Terrain features. Where did it go? If the answer is blah, blah, blah. How do units that have battlefield roles that are added to your army during a battle work with units. The pitched battle?
That's all I wanted to know. Yeah. If it was units or models. So it's units. Don't worry, Zinch. Still safe. Can regenerate all your
host.
Pinks. But when you get new units, so like when your pink split into a new unit, that unit doesn't have the battle line.
Host Duplicitous still works, by the way.
Yeah.
So host Duplicitous because you're bringing a unit back. That one still scores, which is the thing that people hated.
Yeah, because it's not a new unit. It is bringing it back.
So they didn't even hit the thing that people hated. And if you kill all the pinks in a unit and it's just like all like blues and brims or whatever, that one still counts as a battle line because the preceding question is, can a friendly unit with a battle line if condition in its pitch battle profile lose its battle line role if that condition is no longer met during blah blah blah? And it says no. It just basically no, it can't lose its battle line role over the course of the game. Now I know it says
they must mean like
so like you have an orc commander dude, yeah.
Have a general who's an Akkelian king. Are all of your heals suddenly not battle line, and your opponent gets to call the judge and be like, "He's playing an illegal army, Your Honor."
Yeah,
away.
Yeah. So there's so the brim is so what is it? Because you have horrors that need to be 10 to score or something like that, or sorry, pinks. When they lose all their pinks, they would no longer technically be battle line. That unit stays battle line. a battalion that might turn on a battle line if you no longer have the battalion, or like if you have this commander that turns on battle line, if like that stuff all stays battle line. Things that just get summoned into the game don't become battle line, or behemoths for that matter. So they're not behemoths or battle line; they're just a thing. But don't worry, allies brought in are battle line for the whole game. So yeah, I don't know. This felt like
a strange rule.
it's a strange rule. I don't think there's battle plans now. There's a lot of more battle plans that care if you're a monster, if you have a hero nearby.
Yeah, it means that you won't get bonus
points, but you still have bodies.
Stuff, but you still have bodies, yeah.
It's not a massive nerf. It is just a nerf. Okay?
Yeah.
So it's like
surprisingly this doesn't hurt LON, and I'm surprised because everything accidentally does. Because you're returning the slain unit.
Yes.
So
yeah,
it's not a new one. You're good there.
Yeah. Blues and brims are added to the unit, not a new unit. Yeah. Okay. So that would be the type.
Safe. You're safe.
Yeah. Feck, I'm not happy about what's going on with Flesh Eater Courts right now. This might be because I'm a Death Homer.
I still think Flesh Eater Courts is good.
I do too. I think you're firmly.
The real strength of Ghoul King on Royal Terrorgeist is that he's the best monster in the entire game, and nothing is even close. And he can kill anything.
When you're a huge enough hammer, every problem is a nail.
He's no longer quasi invulnerable if he gets all of his spells off, which is sometimes a little challenging, admittedly. He's able to die now, but he can still kill anything in the whole game, and he's still the best monster.
Yeah, able to die kind of means that you just need to deploy better. That's really what it means. Able to die means deploy better and don't
he was generally not in any danger of dying, mostly because of play and not because of invulnerability. You were allowed to play riskier with him. You're no longer allowed to play as risky as fuck with him.
Right.
But he's still the biggest Chad in the entire game.
This is a get good lesson here. You're still fine. Like, they didn't remove your best tool. They didn't nerf it into oblivion. Like, they didn't change the strategy of the tool. Yeah. You lost yet another golden parachute. You lost some bonuses. I do not like when I see an army take only nerfs, though. That's just bad form. Not a single positive change has happened for that army. In 2 GHBs.
I will say that Flesh Eater Courts are still sick. They've gotten a bunch of random, inadvertent, minor nerfs, but it doesn't ruin anything.
I think you're pushed towards Feast Day now. I think Gristlegore's stonks go back up on the rise, however, because the golden parachutes that you just outplayed before, okay, cool, you get one back, so you can play a little bit riskier, but also monsters, yo. Like, I think you might actually want that extra monster battle line. Monster battle line seems good in half the battle. No, you don't like it? You think it's a trap?
No, okay. I think every army that is trying to have monsters as battle line are peasants that I look down from atop my gigantic mountain kingdom of Huskards and Frostlords, and I point and say, "Look at them. They think they're people."
I just said I think it goes
capture 1, and therefore as battle line they are terrible, and that's it.
Even if they give you bonus victory points,
battle line in the whole game are pointed or statted properly to be worth it. If you can't capture with them, which you can't.
I don't know. You can capture with a Gristle. You can capture with a Gristlegore Terrorgeist because the thing is dead. Everything is dead.
No, they don't get mount traits, so it's not you gotta. But don't worry. You can give the same mount trait to all of your mounts.
Yeah.
In FEC.
Yeah.
So you're good. You can double and triple up on them. You can't in KO and you can't in Ogres, but you can in Stormcast and you can in FEC. Because.
Mm-hmm.
I think this pushes. I actually don't like Gristlegore at all now moving forward in FEC because you only get the strikes first on the charge, which is when you were going to strike first anyway. And you're not entering many important combats at once when you only have one gigantic fucking hammer, admittedly, but just about only one hammer in your army.
You should have two.
I agree. But most of the lists I've seen don't. We'll see. I like the I like
It's
the other
feast
one
day. It's feast day.
more now
Oh,
than
you blister skin?
Blister Skin is pretty good. Dude, I like Feast Day.
I think feast day is the way.
Honestly, I can't say which one is better because I don't play Flesh Eater. I've played against Flesh Eater courts a lot, but all of them were Grizzlegore at the time.
Um,
I never got to play against Feast Day except when what's her name was playing it, and I never got to play against uh, Blister Skin.
blister skin's interesting because it's doing some of the other stuff that is just good in the game.
Yeah,
So I think
Blister
that,
Skin is super good, and I love piling in twice for fucking free every turn. That's so strong.
and I just need
Feast
to.
Day, so sick.
I need to reiterate with this Gristlegore thing. I'm saying that its stonks are on the rise in that I thought it was garbage tier before, and that people were clinging to a bad build of the army for far too long. I think that they can play it again and not feel like idiots, which is a good threshold to meet for me. When something
Yeah, kicker. I'm not saying Grizzlegore is bad. I'm just saying I think it's definitively in third place of what you can choose to do in FEC.
that's fair.
But FEC is good, so even third place is good. I just think there's better things to do.
They went from the OG worst S tier army in terms of worst meaning the most
Well,
one
the
of the
most
most
flowchart
oppressive.
you could possibly flowchart.
Yeah, it was such the golden parachutes.
Hellfire Torch is probably going to be the king of that forever. But
What's yeah. But I think that they're still firmly an A tier army at the end of the day because they have mobility, they have bodies, they have one of the best hammers in the game.
I mean, they have what I require to be an army that I think is sick as a Beast Claw player, and that is
monsters are good.
monster that is so Omega Chad that he carries the entire rest of your army on his back, and he's good enough to be able to do it.
Yeah, but you need to. I mean, you're even in your bad matchups, you always have a puncher's chance, which is something that like Ossiarch Bone Reapers can't say.
Yeah, because you have this 400-point ball of there is only kill, and he will do it.
Yeah, so like whatever the so you just an honorary Stonehorn
to get like 18 mortal wounds before the rest of his entire profile. Dude can pile in twice. The struggle with FEC is trying to feel good about anything else in the army but that guy. And it's not because everything else is bad. Some of it is, some of it isn't. It's just that guy is so based that everything else just looks like children to him. You're like, oh, I have my Ghoul King on Royal Terrorgeist, and he's so manly and masculine that everyone in the world, even other men, just look like women to him. So you're choosing like other units for the army, and they're like pretty good, but it's like you've tasted the greatest cupcake in the history of humanity, and now all other food is just ash in your mouth.
It's like that baby back rib we had at Solera.
Oh, yeah. I still recall it now. Every burger I bite into, every steak I eat, I'm like, yeah, this is pretty good, but why am I even eating this when I've already had that one braised rib at Solera? Why bother? I should just be eating Soylent paste or something at this point. Like, what's the point?
Yeah. So army roster mentioned the kind of like caveat there. The only thing really worth mentioning. Pitched battle plans, auxiliary objectives. I like this. I hate kill points. I think kill points should have their own trophy in the game, but they shouldn't factor into tournament score.
Disagree.
Really? Okay.
I think forcing everyone to bean count at the end of the game, totaling up the total points you killed, like accountants, so that one guy who gives a shit can have a trophy that he killed a lot of stuff.
Yes.
No.
I love it.
No. If you got tabled, you get a big capital T, and that's it. If you do any less than table someone, get out. This trophy is for winners.
Oh, I see. So you got to go harder. Like you're saying, you must.
Glengarry Glen Ross. This trophy is coffee, and coffee is for closers. So if you killed all but 3 units in that army, That's not 1,800 kill points. That's a loss. That's fail.
So like you just what it needs to be is like my envision is like hardcore mode where you like check the box and like you get the
Yeah,
like,
you check there's like T question mark and there's a little check mark, and somebody has 5. Sir, I see you are playing the game the rightest. Here you are. And if more than one person has 5 T's, I mean, they fight.
Yeah, they just get to punch each other until like the trophy. I like the idea of sawing it in half with a steel brand chainsaw.
Yeah, it's got to be a steel brand chainsaw.
Yeah,
And it cannot be an electric one. Get that shit out of here.
but there was what
What are
was
you
it?
gonna use a Husqvarna or something? Get out.
It was a DOK player. I think this was a couple of years ago. Right around the time DOK came out, they might have, I believe they're Australian, though they could have been Europe. They went to a tournament and they said the whole time leading up to the tournament that they are only going for kill points, only going, and they were like in the middle of like the tournament ranks at the end. And they're like, excuse me, you have misorganized your chart. You see, I am clearly first if you just click the kill points. But they were so thorough. And so, like, again, I don't like kill points as a tracking for tiebreakers in tournament.
It forces 100 people to waste 5 minutes each at the end of every goddamn round for no reason.
Right.
If you tabled
Did you have?
That's it. Yeah. It's a yes or no question. Are you
Are you
badass enough?
But like that's the thing is like the kill points I don't like as a tournament tracking blah 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 as a trophy and as like a so I love like finding ways
it's important to keep the spirit
of that prize. Yes,
both the prize and the spirit of the prize are both important and legitimate, and we care about them.
Yeah. So this is like
we're just trying to clean up some tournament organization stuff. Mm-hmm. And by the way, as a tiebreaker, kill points are nonsense.
You're just not playing.
It's just a non-starter. It doesn't make any sense.
The armies play differently. I mean, everyone knows that. Objectives play like tanky army. You ran into the one tank army. You ran into the one guy who's just running a unit away from you the whole time. Like, there's just so many things. But like,
there's so many tiebreakers in AOS as it is. You don't need another one that
finicky bookkeeping.
Yeah, that's weird and doesn't make much sense. There's already tiebreakers for painting. There's tiebreakers for sportsmanship. There's tiebreakers if you care about opponent win-loss record, which everyone in AOS is somehow absolutely terrified of. I don't know what opponent win-loss record hurt AOS players in their previous lives, but all of them hate it, and nobody.
I think they're coming around to it. I think they're coming around to strength of schedule. Yeah. So, but
then if you have like an opponent that's terrible, it hurts you, and that's out of your control. I'm like, okay, well, if you don't have it, and your opponent is terrible, it helps you, and that's out of your control. And so in a vacuum, wouldn't you want to give the trophy to the person who played on Nightmare mode instead of Hurt Me Plenty for all your Doom players out there? Because it has to be out of your control at some point. And so it might as well be the most impressive wins.
Right. Battle Line, someone mentioned that. Talked about
Ultra Nightmare. Yeah, now we have Ultra Nightmare where it's not only all the demons are insane and respawn and get headshots 50% more often and all the rest, but if you die a single time, you can't even continue. And the continues you get throughout the game, the one-ups, don't work. It's fuck you, start over. This is Doom.
So, table size, we stay the same. I know there was a rumor that we won't be staying the same. If it changes,
it was a 40k thing.
It was a 40k change, and everyone's like, "Oh, because 40k changed, we're changing." Not always the case. If it does change, it wouldn't be till 3rd edition, so you're still on the same table size. Note about command abilities: pretty much the same ones we're familiar with. A lot of them say at the
Note about command
start
abilities,
of.
we have again the opportunity to say you can't stack them, and we decided not to. Nice, good one.
Also, they're at the start of the vast, with the exception of like the run one and I believe the chart. Yeah,
Yeah, they all say start.
start of, and keeping in mind that they once again walked back a previous FAQ where start of combat used to be a totality sphere. Start of is the start of. You must at the start do the thing. Active player gets priority in doing their start of thing.
Also, I'm sure nobody else is upset at this, but I am. There is no reason to have a paragraph called All Out Attack and a paragraph called Volley Fire. It is a waste of space, and it's bad. You can use this command ability at the start of the combat phase. If you do, pick a friendly unit 12-18 and reroll hit rolls a 1 for attacks made by that unit until the end of phase. That's All Out Attack. And then there's Volley Fire. You can use this command ability at the start of your shooting phase. If you do, pick a friendly 12 or 8, reroll hit rolls a 1 for attacks made by that unit until the end of phase. Why isn't this just called All Out Attack? You can use this command ability at the start of the combat or shooting phase. If you do, reroll hit rolls a 1.
Yeah.
I'm upset. I'm writing a letter, don't worry. Right, moving on.
Triumphs, they cleaned it back up again. It's the old list.
I
like it
this.
too.
I'm happy.
Me too.
The other triumphs were dumb, and
The only one who's mad is Tom.
you wanted anyway.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that we have the reroll wounds one because it's definitely the worst, at least for my army. And so you're just trying not to roll that 2. You want a 1 or a 3. They're both amazing.
Yeah. So only
Glad there's a higher chance of me getting the 2 best ones now.
right.
Doubled my chances at the 2 best ones.
Yeah. Only KO players are can conceivably gripe over this because it was a light nerf, but you just got undue points adjustments, so I'm not.
Triumph. They're spending all of those extra points. They're at 2K.
No, they have the Urgold.
In.
They have the Urgold to get a triumph, to use a triumph as though that's one of their mechanics.
They have a triumph per unit in their whole goddamn army. It's so fucking good.
But they're mad because they used to have 3 other ones that they could.
6 options. Yeah, now they only have 3.
Yeah, so they're mad that but they were always pretty much only ever using one of these 2 anyway. So whatever. Not that I dislike KO players or anything like that. It's just that's a jab at Tom.
KO is great now, and it's fun, and it's sweet, and the points make sense. Except on Brock, I don't know why he's so expensive. Whatever.
The scenery table, it is 12. This will be back down to 6. Is your bold hot take?
Yeah, my bold prediction is just like with Triumphs that they tried to expand for no reason, and then now it's contracting again. Same with scenery.
I hope that they make
Especially
them.
because most of these don't do anything and never have. Damned does nothing because rerolling hit rolls a 1 is an almost ubiquitous buff, and it's a normal command ability, and it's not very good, and it's not worth a D3 mortal wounds, and it's at start of hero phase anyway. It's nothing. Arcane is good, everyone wants it. Inspiring is nothing. Deadly is nothing. Mystical is now nothing because it doesn't stack with anything. Although maybe if your army doesn't have wards, it's kind of okay, and you try to stand near it, I guess. Sinister is nothing. Overgrown is a thing. Kind of.
It's LOS blocking. It's important.
Entangling is a thing. Stay away from this. Volcanic is nothing. Commanding is super good. Healing is nothing, and nullification is nothing. A lot of people
I love
seem to
nullification.
think that nullification is something. I don't get it, but
They want to specifically. They want to throw a wildfire Taurus into somebody on nullification, and then or a comet, and then be able to recast it or reposition it without any blowback potential. The thing is that never really practically happens in a game. It's 1 in a 12. The chances of the relevant target being near the nullification terrain that you don't want the blowback for, and you're getting off the ability, and it's such a flow chart. It's such a flow chart of a cool, interesting interaction.
what you do is you move this nullification aura. What they did with realm abilities, where they most of them just say, all the terrain has this feature on top. They sterilized all the realm features. Nullification is the one where if you throw it on every terrain piece in like Ulgu or something, now you're talking. Like, that's what you do with nullification. You remove it from the scenery table. The scenery table goes back down to 6. The only 6 interesting ones you mentioned, and nullification gets moved into a realm feature. That's what you do with that.
Yeah, let's see, are there only 6 of these that do anything? Overgrown, Entangling, Commanding, Arcane, Mystical. That's 5.
Healing, maybe. Make Damn to do something else. Like, I like the idea of murdering your stuff and doing a thing.
Yeah, but it started out possibly too good. And it was awesome.
This is the actual +1 to hit. Yeah,
Yes.
Just rework these into
So
6.
good.
Just rework these into 6. You have some good ones sitting in here. Use those. Just rework them into 6, and then take nullification aura and put it onto these realm features.
Yeah, because what we don't need is for games to take even longer to set up.
Correct.
So it's already a problem. And it's even more of a problem, like, if they want people to use terrain, which they clearly do, and if there is pushback from players who kind of don't want to use terrain, which is also the case, having most of them not do fuck all anyway is generally going to push people in the direction of not giving a shit about it.
I like terrain stuff, like but I want it to
as crazy as endless spells, to be honest.
Yeah, it should just be
like, there's a chance the terrain does nothing, maybe. Like, there's, Arcane, Overgrown, Entangling, Commanding, and then the last 2 are Mystical, which is some sort of endless spell style effect, which actually does something crazy. And 6 could just be nothing. It's fine if a terrain piece is just a terrain piece, and there you go.
Yeah.
And then you're not rolling to see if it has a thing. It's just a 1 in 6 that it doesn't. So you roll 1 die, and then you know exactly what it does, and you move on, instead of, let's roll to see if it has a thing, and then roll on the table to see which table we use, and then we roll again, and there we go. Now we picked 1 out of the 10 terrain pieces to put a thing on. Shorten the amount of time it takes to set up a game.
Well,
in my opinion.
Yeah, I the one take I've heard is like, they don't feel like terrain features anymore. They just feel like bleh. And that's the thing. A criticism I do agree with. Just make them impressive or tear out this page. I know some people, if people don't want terrain to affect their game, they won't play with terrain rules. They'll ignore them anyway. So
so make it
interesting for the people who do want to play with it.
Because there's already a problem, or if you even consider it a problem, maybe you don't, but I think GW does. There's already a problem of people just straight up not using any terrain rules, or not enough terrain in the first place.
Yeah, and they've done their best.
GW wants to eventually sell terrain that people have to buy, and to do that, you're going to make people want.
Well, they've already succeeded at that, but yes, I mean, I'm actually for bringing back in. I'll probably talk about this with Tyler. This notion of like a default setting of Age of Sigmar. Like, people want this like sterile version of the game, and I'm like, why? Like, why? Embrace the work.
I don't know how many years it's going to take for this to happen, but faction terrain should all come down at the same time, not be a per army random.
I agree. Figure out when that is. If it's at the beginning of the game,
figure out when it is.
Figure out when it is.
Also, you put that down first, then you put down the normal terrain.
Yeah.
So that you can always get your faction terrain.
Yes.
There's never not going to be room for it, like there potentially might be.
Yeah, the
normal terrain pieces first.
The rules for Nexus aren't wrong, by the way. And your people having the worst rules isn't an excuse to make good rules bad. I don't know what is with this like need to drag good stuff down that people constantly.
You gotta lift people up.
Yeah.
Some armies would be natural counters or naturally strong against some problematic lists if only they didn't suck. Just because they're mechanics. Give them the chance. Nighthaunt would prey on a lot of really good armies if only it didn't suck. And actually, this is for the Nighthaunt players out there. Nighthaunt's actually good now. You heard it here first.
Stonks are on the rise. Nighthaunt.
Yeah, Nighthaunt stocks are on the rise. They're good.
So battle plans. I'm not going to do these on a case by case basis. They added 2 new battle plans. They're awesome. The Blade's Edge and Out of Hand or something like that. Something about a hand. Forcing the Hand. These are cool.
Awesome. They've given you all sorts of reasons in the battle plans to play diverse armies.
Yeah,
every faction definitely does not have the ability to play diverse stuff because War Scrolls are not. War Scrolls vary. Your mileage may vary on the War Scrolls available to your faction, but this is still fine because it means that, hey, if your army has good monsters or good battle line or this or that, you're going to randomly be rewarded for it on a variety of the battle plans.
Yeah.
To be the best at the most of them, you're going to need to diversify.
Yeah.
It's sweet. It's excellent. I love it. And it's also like, it's not that you can't score. It's all stuff like you get bonus points for doing it.
I like that. You want to encourage...
It's completely the mistake of duality and stuff, where it's like, oh, do you only have one wizard or artifact of power in your whole army? And when it dies at the bottom of turn 1 or something, you can no longer basically win the game. Well, now you still can. You just don't get bonus points.
Yeah, this is
reducing the amount of times people can be absolutely screwed from being able to score really early. That's great. They stopped people from being able to burn objectives out from underneath somebody else. That's cool. On the
Scorched Earth, yeah. This is
way more objectives. Way more. We got 8 objective battle plans, and every battle plan either has the same amount or more objectives than it used to. This is great. It's pushing, not necessarily pushing in an MSU direction, but it's pushing in a 2 hammers and a monster being fine for every battle plan. Well, not so much. Like 2 30-mans and a monster are going to get you, very often like half of the objectives, maybe.
But it's going to make you make decisions and to have to interact with your opponent. That's the thing.
You have to make a lot of decisions in list building because of this, and you have to make a lot of decisions on the table because of this, and therefore it's a great change. Most of the battle plans are now draw a line straight across the table, and the sooner we get to only ones like that, the better. There's only one bullshit staircase any longer, I believe, and next year it's just, what is it called?
Forcing the Hand.
Forcing the Hand. Next year, this is going to be a line from corner to corner, guarantee it, and it will be the right change.
Keep in mind,
putting dice 24 inches up here, right, and then another die over here, and another one, like building a Tetris block out of dice that are signifying corners of invisible bricks when you're trying to set up. Get out. Straight line, it's fine. You don't have to be this creative. If this was Tabletop Simulator, this is a fine thing to have, but in real life, again, reduce the amount of time it takes to set up for a game.
Yeah, so I like that's the sort of like wide view. Positive reinforcement and giving you bonus points as as opposed to denial. This is clean. This is the way. So like that, the new battle plans are good. My only gripe personally is I actually really liked where they took Star Strike. I do not like this Star Strike. This is where there's this little blurb that says if you want to still play with the 2019 version, agree with your opponent type thing. Star Strike is one of those ones where I actually like the other one. The way it ended up being is most of the gameplay happened near the center of the table, but you could still get the wacky. This is just really 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's not as interesting. It's just you really are just going to deploy in a clump at the middle of the table so that you can reach out and touch either side. And that's not as interesting. Of the random ones, the old Star Strike was my favorite of the random ones, and they just they neutered it. I understand We want like hyper consistency in a dice game, but like it's not with them essentially doing the bell curve of.
I think I would argue that it is less consistent.
Well, because 1, 2 is there, 3, 4.
That's
5,
bad.
6.
Because this is perfectly evenly distributed everywhere. So it's the most random outcome you could get, which is the worst type of Star Strike game. How many times have you come back from a round and you're eating a hot dog and drinking a White Russian, and your teammate's like, "Yeah, I lost Star Strike," and you're like, "Let me guess, you rolled a die, and the objective landed in the center of 1,150 points of your opponent's army, 45 inches away from you." Yep. All right. Well, great game. And that happens more now.
Yeah,
It was at least like reasonably.
You could get
you had to
variance.
particularly unlucky to get screwed out of a game based on a die roll you can't control. And now it's just evenly distributed everywhere, and you know, that's rough. But it's I suppose it's fine. It's basically a minor gripe, if anything, to be honest.
Yeah, I said gripe.
That's just going to happen in a random drop scenario.
I said it's a.
Get screwed sometimes.
I said it's a gripe. This is not relocation or bad. This is not any of that by any means. It's I mean if you're the thing is like if you have like just the one wacky battle plan type thing, I really enjoyed Star Strike because you did have that nice little like. Mm-hmm. That nice little curve of like most of the time they're just gonna drop.
Strike is chosen in almost every TO pack, so we're gonna see a lot of it.
Yeah.
Same with Knife to the Heart.
Scorched Earth is one that I see a lot of too, so we're gonna see that. Focal
Points.
points.
We don't see more Total Commitment because they still didn't fix that one, unfortunately.
Focal points, cool. It's neat.
Battle plan, Total Commitment, no reserves. In this battle, all Stormcast Eternal units have no allegiance abilities.
So, I've finally, like, Stockholm Syndrome has finally happened. At some point expecting a thing to change that just never has. This is like the like you're in the relationship and you just keep expecting the other person to change. At some point, you just need to either accept that thing about them is never going to change, or if it's problematic enough, you need to get out of that relationship. That's where I'm at with Total Commitment. I have accepted that Total Commitment will never change. I looked at the armies I play and I go, all right. Like, I mean, it's a shitty...
Yeah, Total Commitment, like, Stormcast are much better now. They're all the way up to okay.
They're
possibly even good
I think
if you
they're
$100 on birds. Your entire extra army that you've already bought.
Speaking of not interactive shooting, like
yeah, enjoy it, have fun.
100 birds.
Personally, the armies I play, let's see, Beast Claw, no reserves. Yeah, I don't have reserves. It's fine. In some lists, I have some cats that drop from the sky, but not in any of my competitive lists.
And it's not going to
IDK doesn't need to win based on deep striking.
No.
I often choose not to, so it's fine.
Yeah, Beast of Chaos, sorry, took out one of the most tactical, significant aspects of the army.
Beast of Chaos, Desolating Beast Herd, your most competitive list by far. In the Beast of Chaos keyword is completely ass blasted into the stratosphere by no reserves.
I don't again
to put it very succinctly, I guess.
I just really want to I have given in. At this point it's like dick dice with Games Workshop. The biggest mistake they could make for me now going forward is ever changing it. At this point, Games Workshop, own this. Own it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Own it. Double down. TOs, we just won't use it, except for that one. Just own it now, okay? Just never change. Always. Total commitment means no reserves. Forever.
Yeah, that's because it's called Total Commitment. You have to fully commit to only hurting the worst armies in the game, and no one else. It screws over Stormcast massively. It screws over Beast of Chaos even more. And it screws over Sylvaneth because they can't put people in the wild groves to start the game out. So it actually hurts like most of the terrible armies in the game.
It's
And it
splash
seems like
hates.
in a battle plan that they designed, like, ooh, Stormcast is going to be too good.
This
We
is
gotta
going to
put
equalize
Stormcast
tournament
in.
packs because you're always going to have to be
Equalize it.
aware. Yeah.
And then everyone's like, Stormcast are terrible.
Yeah. I no. At this point, like,
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm mad that the the new Zinch dice and the Lumineth dice are actually good. Games Workshop, we had an understanding. Your dice are like they're dick dice, you know. And when you only made bad dice, it became a joke and was fun and enjoyable. This is a feature, not a flaw.
Yeah, but now they're kind of like useful.
Now
I don't know
you're
why.
making them do not want.
They
Like
should be little sculptures like the grot
like
dice.
squig dice. Yeah, they should be able to damage
Big
models.
dice or the Nurgle dice. Like these are basically rubber sculptures. They're not
Yeah.
in any sense of the word dice.
I'm actually a little disappointed that you started.
I don't like it that the new ones are kind of useful. The whole point is that they're not useful.
When I make, you need to understand, this is a fundamental. If you've been watching this RantCast now for 4 hours and 20 minutes, you need to understand that sometimes when I make fun of something, it's because I like it. And this is a case of when I make fun of the dice, it's because I enjoy that about them.
This is endearing mockery.
And so Total Commitment has now moved into the category of could be endearing or could be Stockholm Syndrome. Not sure which, but I'm going to go with the positive. And, never change. Never. If you change, then I am mad. But because you just, here we are in 2020, and it's still there. Keep it. Keep it. Stay the course. Please, totally commit. Meeting engagements. Some people play it, I'm sure. Awesome. We already talked about the picture. Realms. I don't need to beat the dead horse here. Is there anything you want to say? I think people know. Vince said it probably best. He said it multiple places. He was on Rob's show. He was on his own show. I don't like how stale these all feel now. They're very samey. If I'm in the Mortal Realms, I want to feel like I'm in the Mortal Realms. None of these make me feel like I'm in the realms. Again,
I'll say two things about them, I guess. No, I'll say three things, but I'll try to keep it brief.
I do like that they've condensed the list. I like that. I like that they've condensed it. I think this is one. It fits on a single cutout. It sits on a single card rather than I had like 4 laminated pages that I like scanned my copies before of the realm rules, as in like roll the d6, blah 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 blah. I like that it fits to like a concise thing. When I look at the effects, I go, huh.
Yeah, choosing to condense the Realm Sphere magic and Realmscape features were both completely the right choice.
Yes.
Totally correct. Condensing Realm Sphere magic into just a spell everyone knows instead of a goddamn giant spell lore that people had to look at every hero phase and be like, okay, what are all 6 of these spells again that all my wizards know? How are wizards learning 6 extra spells when they're like command traits to let them learn 1 more from their army? Nuts. That was a good change. Or changing it to only 1 instead of 6 of them was the right direction.
Well, it was technically 7 because you had the 1 that you just got, and then you had the lore over here.
Yeah, and then Realmscape features. It was bullshit that they were random. Some of them were way too strong.
The shooting one comes immediately to mind.
And so, randomly, every so often, you'd have a game totally ruined from the get-go by some completely bullshit Realmscape feature that you happen to roll. And now it's like, oh, no one can shoot farther than 12 inches, so your shooting army just auto-loses the whole fucking game. Like, dumb, And there were way too many of them, and they shouldn't have been random. So this also becoming one thing is the right choice. However, none of the Realmscape features do anything. And the magic is mostly forgettable as well.
Yeah.
Except for one of each of them from a random realm.
I mean, it's Shaman +1
Yeah.
save.
Like they don't do anything. They're nothing. And all the realm command abilities are mostly forgettable. Except, let's see. One to run in charge, whatever. Add one to hit rolls for attacks. Amazing. Living Blades is amazing. Feral Roar. Whatever, actually. Who's using monsters when you can't make them ethereal nowadays? Command the Land is terrible. All Seeing, bad. Yeah, like one of these is impactful to the game and none of the others are. So there's like they were afraid of. They saw that sometimes these could unbalance an entire game in a bad way, and so they made sure that
They
like none of them do anything. It just doesn't do anything. This is kind of a waste of space and a waste of time. It's kind of a waste of time.
It's weird because like I feel like
they're not interesting. They don't do any like. Not only are they not powerful, that's fine if they're not powerful. None of them are even remotely interesting. Chamon happened to randomly get the good ones, but yeah, these are all like so boring and so nothing. Kind of a waste of time. I'm looking forward to the second iteration of this when they do something with this.
Yeah,
because currently this is kind of they don't do anything with it.
the
Artifacts was rough. I understand that you don't want a random supplementary product that is probably soon to be out of print, filled with billions of artifacts to be like required to keep playing because they noticed that this optional rule was adopted by everyone and everyone liked it. Well, a lot of people liked it, and you can't just have the first malign portents contain all this stuff and everybody has to buy that, right, forever. So putting that in the GHB was the right choice. The majority of realm artifacts were useless, but something like 12 of them were really game-changing in interesting ways. It was so interesting to build lists with realm artifacts. They gave armies access to stuff that, for the most part, wasn't problematic at all, but just allowed most of the shit armies to like get something, or the middle tier armies to get something neat.
And they weren't even
I think every best army or every top tier army wasn't relying upon any of them to do anything. They were naturally amazing.
No, those armies were great, and like you talk about the margin by which there's such a diminishing returns on the absolute S tier best armies when they picked up one of these realm artifacts. It wasn't like they went from like okay to a viable strategy.
Yeah, they went from 95% to 99%, and many of them didn't even use any.
Right. So
and it brought a lot of the worst armies from like 50% to 65%, and so it was a bigger jump.
And it turned on a viable strategy for some. Like
so losing all the interesting ones is rough, and I'm sad because
unbelievable.
Like Thermal Rider was cool, and Sword of Japan was really cool, but not strong. You took it to have fun. You didn't take it to win. Ethereal allowed you to play a monster that didn't die in a single round to anything, which is what most monsters in the game do.
Right.
Because a lot of things for some reason just have a shitload of bonuses against monsters for some reason.
Well, this goes back to like
Ethereal was a way for many armies to play monsters and expect to have them not die.
Get some value out of it. You'd get some value, yeah.
And now not so much. Ignax Scales was excellent for armies that didn't have any mortal wound protection. Cities of Sigmar armies are like so destroyed by this change because they really, really relied upon those realm artifacts.
Well, they complained that they were locked into them, but they still use them. Like Ignaxes were Dire Strike, and
but they still used them because they were necessary. And now not only it's the worst of both worlds, they're locked into one horrendous choice, and so they basically can only choose their own army's artifacts, which is what everyone's at. Um, and
There's been a, there's
yeah,
been
it sucks. This entire like Realm of Battle thing was a good starting point. Like we should do this and make this big thing one thing, and this big thing one thing, and this big thing one thing, and then we should put it all in the GHB instead of malign importance.
Oh, it's a good move. Yeah, great.
All
move.
right, every decision after that was wrong, and I look forward to next year when any of this shit matters, and that's all I'll say about that.
Yeah, I'm not as.
In fact, they're so bad, these realm artifacts, that they're insultingly bad. All of these could be blank and it would change nothing. How do you print things so useless that it's actually a waste of time? I thought you were trying to save money with ink. I don't know. Anyway, not salty, by the way.
No.
Just lost 100% of my army's defense. No big deal.
Well, that means you just go harder on offense. And here's the thing: is you don't have it available in your book already. The lie of people will re-explore their own realm artifacts or their own personal artifacts. I'm like, that happens for like 3 armies, and in the situation, it's just a fair trade for a cloak. I just hear cloak of mist and shadow. Death is great. Mixed death is great, and I'm like. I mean, it's good, great, and to punish a bunch of other armies, again, this is the Petrifex Elite, well, now I can play my Staliarch Lords. You could take the Cloak of Mist and Shadows and have been playing Mixed Death before. But you wanted to play an Ethereal Vampire Lord on Zombie Dragon. It's... I
didn't... I wasn't choosing Realm Artifacts because they were overpowered. I was choosing Realm Artifacts in the first place because my army has dog shit artifacts.
Yeah.
Except for my one subfaction one.
I guess I'll just, instead of taking the Ethereal Amulet...
So, I'll re-explore my army's artifact lists. I did re-explore my army's artifact list right after this change. And came up empty-handed. I got to re-explore my army's artifact list and rediscover why I initially thought that they were trash, and they still are. So, thanks.
There are some. I mean, Oscar Bone Reapers. We're fine with our artifacts because our first selection we have to take, and our second one we have like one of each. Pretty straightforward.
Yeah, you can take one.
Yeah,
because you get a subfaction one, and then you have at least one.
One thing that you can justify, like the key is pretty cool. The crown is pretty. The helm of command is good, and the
what's the double roll for Bone Shapers thing? What's that?
It's on a 4-up. When you go to use its heal ability, roll a die on a 4-up. You can heal 2 things.
I kind of like it.
The same
I don't
thing.
mind.
It's a 4-up to double heal, so like half the time you double heal. I don't mind dice rolls doing stuff with artifacts. I think it's interesting that way. It's just you gotta dial in where that die is, like what it is you're rolling. Is it a 1-up? Is it a 2-up, 3-up, 4-up? 5-up, 6-up? Where is that? And that's got to land correctly. If it's I'm rolling a die. If I'm doing something once per game, I probably shouldn't be rolling a die. If I'm doing something once per game and you're making me roll a die, it better be freaking amazing, right. And then I'm not going to take it. From there, it's, I'll be cute with it a couple times. I don't know. The other one, though, is the cartouche off of the Mortison. This is one of the only ways to augment our wound bonus. So that's another one. But again, the armies that all got good realm artifacts already had good realm artifacts. The ones that didn't have good ones to begin with, which were kind of relying on these to kind of buoy themselves some, they didn't get good artifacts again. They weren't there to begin with.
I mean, once again, it mostly hurts armies that needed help and didn't do much, or actually didn't do anything against most of the best ones.
Yeah, the ones with already good, that were already taking the realm artifacts, or like
ones that,
even
ones that didn't need to stoop to realm artifacts because their book was amazing.
Yeah, even
Those guys are still.
even Slash, I joked about Thermal Rider Cloak kind of earlier on, like how they really like it now, but they've got some choices in their book because
Dude, after Winter Balance, they were fine. So I don't even count them as one of the best armies.
Yeah, they were fine.
They were well and thoroughly nerfed into being completely balanced after Winter points. They were fine.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not completely balanced, like internal balance wise and everything, but metagame wise, they were fine. So they're not even. I count them as one of the armies unfairly hurt by the Realm Artifact change, to be honest, especially at this point.
Mm-hmm.
They got shot from like 57 different angles at one time.
Yeah. Hotspurs, I like the Gits artifacts. Right on.
Oh, Hotspur is entirely correct. Let's talk about Moonface Mommet and how fucking amazing that thing is. It's so good. Oh, it's so good.
What do?
At the start of the combat phase. So start of the combat phase just happens. Pick one enemy unit within 12 of the bears, subtract 1 from save rolls for attacks that target that unit until the end of the phase.
Nice.
So you have a Madcap Shaman, and at the start of the combat phase, an enemy unit within 12 of it just takes an extra rend from every attack that's highly. And it's specifically excellent because it's 12 inches. And it's not holy or any bullshit like that. So if Madcap Shaman was escorting some unit and they charge, the enemy unit is still within 12, so it works.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, he doesn't have to be escorting a unit. He just has to be within 12. And a shitload of boingy boys can just like hop in out of nowhere from the other entire side of that unit and get that extra rend because it's attacks against that enemy and not like a buff on your own guys.
Mm-hmm.
Moonface Moppet is so sick. The only problem is it's on a Madcap Shaman who is strictly worse than Fungoid Shaman in every way.
Do you know how you fix this? Anvil of Apotheosis, you make a little derpy shaman and then you just give it both keywords. Just give it the keyword. You make it better.
Yeah, as long as your opponent agrees.
Yeah.
Hey, can I do this powerful thing? No.
No, they're just going to tell you no.
All right.
Can I do this? Can I do this? No.
It is a shame only the Madcap can take it. Man, this book is so frustrating. Your wizard artifacts can only go on a specific single wizard and not the other wizards. Why? Why can't you take a fungoid and give this to him? It'd be so fucking sick. Anyway.
See,
Destruction books, dude, I don't get it. And the clammy cowl. Ugh. I like the clammy hand. That's even grosser, and its ability is like potentially strong, but I often don't take it when I'm building lists. The clammy hand.
Yeah. All right, man.
12 of your Bad Moon Loon Shrine, you can use its secret lair rule twice in the hero phase instead of once. So you can bring 2 units back. Just whip whip. Plus, it also has a super gross name, which is big points as a Gietz player.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Clammy Cowl is the -1 to hit is sick, though, because it works on shooting, too.
So
it stacks, Lookout Sir, and all the rest.
Right on. Right on. So, final thoughts on the GHB or World of Warcraft? Or getting good?
Final thoughts on GHB are... I mean, I'm right there with Vince. Pretty much. I mean, everything the GHB should be about, this did a great job with. But there is a caveat there, because the GHB should be about realmscapes, and I mean, like, they fucked that up big. Like, this is awful. All the realmscape stuff is fucking awful.
Mm-hmm.
But everything else is great. The battle plans are awesome, and that's going to affect the game a lot. The narrative stuff in there was cool. Some of it was mislabeled as open play for some reason, but they're just going to use it in narrative play anyway because you're making up everything.
Mm-hmm.
After all, and the points were super lazy. I'm not saying the employees specifically are lazy at their job and characterizing a company and saying that the changes and especially the lack of is I mean, they needed to do it to like 20 armies and they did it to like 3. So I mean, what do you want to call it?
Low effort or not enough effort there. I mean,
Well, maybe it's not enough time either, or something like
it's humans
the
working a job.
They probably didn't have enough time and manpower to do it.
Yeah, maybe needed to bring on some extra interns or.
But the things they did do, like I don't think were targeted correctly anyhow. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm not. I don't particularly care like what the exact cause was. I'm just disappointed in the outcome.
Right on. Like I said, I'm putting the bubble of this little thing here that I got with my book. It's got that. Okay, I just threw that in the garbage can. You maybe heard the thud. That, not that I'm making a statement that it's garbage, but just as a review, I'm not considering it a part of the GHB itself, which is what
I buy a GHB every year because no,
I was going to finish your thought. Continue yours.
I buy a GHB every year. I have owned all of them. And I buy it in person because every year I'm asked to go on Vince's show and talk about it for 5 hours, and there's never a PDF out in time. And so I have to buy it and read through it to be on his show and talk about it. And after I bought it, I buy it from GW. I've given them their money for their product. I've shown my support. I'm paying for the thing, right? I paid them the money. Then I take all of that and I throw it in the garbage or give it away to somebody if I can find somebody who actually wants it. And then I download a PDF because it's 1,000,000 times better than the book. And it's not stealing because I paid for the book. I paid them their money, and I want the product in PDF form. And this is,
yeah,
there it is.
Yeah. I don't malign them much of what's going on. When it comes to like a lot of the stuff I have as criticism,
especially this year, dude. Like COVID ruined everything.
Ruined everything.
The government told them they can't turn their factory on. Like, this year especially, we can cut them some slack.
Yeah. So I don't malign much here. I've got gripes about stuff. The points.
They really do need like a metagame balanced developer who's the last person in the pipeline and just like
I just
smooth stuff over when it's coming out and
the thing
knows a lot about the game and gives a shit and does digital frequent points updates with patches and explains like reasoning for all of the changes, not each individual maybe, but like a little paragraph or something
on every section or army. They
need somebody like that, and it might be that they don't care about that very much, but a lot of their players do, and it wouldn't make it any worse for anyone else. Like, it's not that wouldn't hurt the casual player, it wouldn't hurt the Beer and Petzels player, it wouldn't hurt the open player. It would make the entire game just better. And it's possible that you could argue that a certain level of super casual wouldn't know about any of the changes,
but
in which case it still wouldn't hurt them because they wouldn't know about the changes anyway.
Yeah.
So they'll just play. It's fine.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, that's
already irrelevant after it comes out anyway with the 2-week FAQ.
Yeah, I mean,
and the updated points every 6 months, which makes the last few pages of it irrelevant, and FAQs, which change entirely how things work. So I mean, you could say it's a slippery slope, but it's a slippery slope on the way to a water slide that makes the game better. So it's actually a good slippery slope. And then you fly through the air, everybody cheers, and GHB 21 saves us all.
Content-wise, like what is physically here. Like literally, I'm flipped through every section. I'm like, yep, all this, yep. Like this is what I want in a GHB. This is 100% what I want.
So, sorry, but
No.
also, there might be someone at GW who's like, but if we do digital patches and points updates, what reason would there be to buy the GHB? Which is like a reasonable question. First, no one buys the GHB for points. They're free on the app, they're free on the web store, and they're free on the War Scroll Builder that was updated day one.
Yeah.
So already no one buys the book for points. You don't have to worry. It is a non-issue.
Also, with the points changing halfway through the year.
Yeah. And secondly, they've started adding more stuff, as we're seeing, to the book to give more people a reason to buy it, which is nice.
Yeah, I want to see 2021's Anvil of Apotheosis.
More of that.
Yeah, sorry. I want to see Anvil of Apotheosis 2021. What's that look like? I want to see this template for what they did with the realm for battle rules. I want to see these updated to be meaningful. Maybe have 3 realm artifacts to choose from instead of just the one. I don't think that...
Or if you're going to have just one, have it be like...
wacky. Just
even remotely playable and still like real ones to wound. Like, bro.
Yeah, I mean, this could be an area to, to put in some of the wackier, weird stuff. Because, again, like, one of the criticisms I hear, or the pushback I hear against realm stuff is I ignore them anyway, or I don't use them. I'm like, well, then, fine. Like, these pages could be blank, or they could have thousands of words of text, and if you're the type of person who would never use them anyway, then you'll never use them. But to have, like, something that is meaningful. I mean, these are layers that you're adding on to, like, a delicious, parfait or whatever. Everyone loves parfaits, right? Like, you're just adding those layers, and like, okay, I don't want...
Parfait, yeah, like the fruit and yogurt parfaits. I don't know where they get away with calling that a parfait.
But like, some people don't like whipped cream. Cool, then you don't put the whipped cream on top.
Like decaf coffee. There is no longer any point to it.
Right. No, but it's like some people don't want the like
the sand. Dude.
Yeah. I know. I got you, man. No decaf coffee. But no, like some people don't want the whipped cream. Some people don't want the cherry. Fine, then you just don't put that on the parfait. You still want the goo. You want the ice cream and all the like deliciousness, whatever it is. So yeah, I mean this is what I think people's like negativity is a little amplified by the time, and that's understandable too.
Received very negatively.
No, I think it's 100%. I mean, this episode is probably going to come off as more of on the negative side than what the average is, I think, and I don't think we're particularly negative.
Yeah, I mean, I admit that I haven't watched many reactions outside of our bubble of content creators, like me, you, Warhammer Weekly, Doom, Rob, Paul, like the Ian and stuff, like just the ones that I tend to watch anyway, which might just be the ones that agree with me. I'm not sure, but the reception I've seen from almost everyone with this GHB is, the points are like they just didn't do the points, like whatever you call it, low effort, not enough time. Just the work was hardly even started and then just tossed in the book. And the realm stuff is really disappointing, but everything else is sweet, and everyone has just about only great things to say about everything.
I think that's yeah. I mean, and that's where they gave me a physical metaphor with this like pitched thing here, like a physical metaphor for like how this isn't even in the GHB this time. Like I don't remember if it was last year. I know that the year before it wasn't. They actually had the points and allies and all that stuff.
Yeah, it was the first time they had the extra little booklet. Yeah.
So, like, we got this extra little booklet. The visual metaphor couldn't be any more perfect that I have this little separate thing.
It's almost out. It's on the way out. Yeah. Not even it's in a little sub-book now. It's one more step, and then it's...
They're probably... I would imagine they're moving that direction anyway, and people are kind of stating the obvious at this point. I think that...
I just hope they put somebody who really knows what they're doing and really gives a shit.
They could probably afford to add a couple hands. The game has like more than doubled in size over the course of its time period. They could probably stand to, I'm not going to say directly double their staff, because we all know that staff is the most expensive aspect of anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they could certainly probably afford to add a couple new hands to the deck. I know that they did hire a new writer. By all means, did a pretty sweet job. What Slaves to Darkness tackled it straight up, right?
Oh yeah, he did some other book too, right? Like new rules, man.
They're a little obscure with who wrote what unless you watch the Twitter feeds.
They are. He did Slaves to Darkness, which is, I mean, I really like the Slaves to Darkness book. And the main problems I have with it, I feel like were probably more, and maybe I'm just like making things up, but they feel like more executive decisions than like otherwise.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's
like the warbands not really being playable except for iron golems and not getting keywords and things like. I feel like that kind of stuff is like, yeah, keep them mostly separate but playable.
Well, that's what
that might be one of the design restraints for building the thing.
Right.
Not my complaints with the STD book, and there's some big problems with it, but a lot of the stuff in there is interesting and exciting, and took risks.
It had some really good design spaces explored too.
The first book, it's way better than a bunch of other if that's your first book, and it might have been.
I'm trying to remember correctly. I think it was Slaves.
It's a good start.
Yeah. No, I mean the other thing about Realm Artifacts is that it is possible that we're getting we had Malign Sorcery, Forbidden Power, blah blah. It's possible we're getting another one of those this year or next year, whatever. Who knows? Whatever the pipeline looks like. That's going to say these can be used in match play, and so they are going to have an expanded list.
That's probably true.
Instead of using thing on that page, you may use this artifact
an
instead.
List, and it's just all the old ones.
Well, I mean, they might
like it's a Rifts book, just straight photocopied and put in the.
Right. I mean, they could be doing something along those lines, so we don't really know.
I mean, I consider them campaign books, really, and if Malign is over, then the next one's got to start up, right?
Yeah, we should be fighting Slaanesh here soon. All right, man. Sir Darwinning has a question before we get out of here. Says, weird question for chat or anyone. What do we think about Tree Lord Ancients with Iron Drakes combo?
What's the combo?
You mean running them? Iron Drakes are sweet. Tree Lord Ancients are.
I don't know what the combo is.
Is this like
Please elaborate
before
we leave. What is the
summon wild? Summon Wildwood to hidden paths. The Drakes on the woods for the 3+ save. Feels.
I don't think that's worth 300 points. And Tree Lord Ancient isn't very good.
It's also there's easier ways to get a 3+ save on your Iron Drakes. Like being in what is it?
I'd rather run Chaff around the Iron Drakes, to be honest, because then you have more units on the table that could possibly go somewhere or do something, and they're just about as protected as they would have been with a better save, possibly more.
Also, they have the Rune dude who can just pink, right? Give him +1.
Yeah,
and then you can who's cheaper than the Tree Lord Ancient.
I think Wildwoods break line of sight, and Iron Drakes can't fly, so they wouldn't be able to shoot from outside of it.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a non-bow, unless I'm forgetting something. No. I think that the Iron Drakes just wouldn't be able to shoot through the Wildwoods. That might be a problem.
Bit of a non-bow, yeah.
I like trying to find stuff like this, so definitely. I always like trying to figure out neat little interactions and combos.
Mm-hmm.
So I appreciate the attempt.
This is what you do, though. This is what you find a thread and you pull on it. Yeah.
What if I do this with this?
Does this work? And then you just do that, and then when
at the end of it, you often have to think about, okay, but what am I actually paying exactly to do this, and what could I have gotten instead? A lot of times you'll find it's really good against some stuff, but probably way overpriced against some other stuff, and then consider how often you're going to play against one or the other. There's a lot that goes into it, but
yeah.
If it has anything to do with Iron Drakes, I'm in. I'm a fan.
Yeah, Math Hammer and Theorycraft is like a beginning point, not the end point in the process of proper list science.
It's a fun discussion. They're fun thought experiments, and sometimes you're like, wait,
is this good? And then you like put it on the
good?
table.
Like you're thinking about like 5 chimeras, and you're like, hold on, this is a meme, right? Wait a minute, is it good? No, it can't be good because it's so stupid. Wait, now hold on. Let's think about this.
I've heard about people finally busting out all their cockatrices in like.
Oh, that's what I meant. Sorry, 5 cockatrices.
Yeah, guy went like what was it, 4-1 with like a bunch of cockatrices in a TTS like online tournament. I'm like,
yes.
Yes.
We were talking about cockatrices way back when we're like, wait, is this good?
Yeah,
Hold on.
yeah.
This is supposed to be the stupid thing. Wait a minute.
Fortunately, it's fine cast cockatrices, so you'd have to get them all.
Yeah, the model is disgustingly bad.
But yeah, like the cockatrice, like there's someone out there because they just lowered their points again, so they're like what 90 points. Someone out there is gonna run 5 of them. Mm-hmm. Like someone's gonna do it, and like or 8 of them or 10, like just how much do you want a D6 mortal wound ability, and at what point is it worth it? I mean, but that's where you theoretically
in an army that doesn't have any mortal wounds otherwise, maybe
it's good. Yeah,
maybe not. It's not bad.
TTS is the perfect tool for experimenting with stuff like that, though. It's the perfect tool.
If it works on TTS, at least it works in a different game.
Try 10-up meme lists are the beauty of TTS. Yeah, exactly. And then
TTS allows you to make the memeiest of meme spam and at least have a mathematical proof to be like, okay, it's possible that this could work in real life.
Yeah, and then from there you get empty bases.
And dirty, like, hold on, is this completely stupid thing a potential success or not? Like, that's a quality use for it.
Yeah. And then from there, I'd say you get some empty bases and you put it on the table and play a mock game, whether it's against your own little, your own little force or against a buddy, real quick. Again, but that's doing it for data. You don't go to the store and play a casual game with empty bases.
No,
you go to see if this works. You go to your friend's house and you do.
You go to your friend's house and you write a 2K Slanesh list in 6 minutes and 20 seconds. And then destroy his tier 1 Iron Jaws army and be like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So this is decent.
All right, man. Any closing thoughts? Anything you want to get off your chest before we head out here?
Turbo Bus number 1. Grizzly. 0 mounts. And ETS, keep PTRing, and then wiping on Twin Emps and hiding the logs on private because you're embarrassed, but we found them.
One of the WoW tags coming out, man. All right, dude.
So wipes on Twin Emps, 0. PTR 0. Just saying.
No one from
and, mages. You deserve your lack of a raid spot in TBC. Fucked.
All right, man. And then, of course, everyone can, if they want to get a hold of you or hear more of your spicy takes, where can they do that? I think
youtube.com/c/Heywoah, and that'll take you right to my channel. Or you can use the search feature in YouTube, which is way easier, and just type Heywoah, and there it is.
Yeah.
If you want to watch our AQ40 raid that we did this week to some chill Persona beats, you may. It's probably decent to paint to, I suppose, if you give a shit.
That's music, yeah. Decent music, good soundtrack on Persona
and
games.
It's got some nostalgia in there. You'll see that classic Warlock gameplay of
dots,
resist, 5k crit, 5k crit, resist, 5k crit. Not bad. It's you got the highs and the lows with it.
All right.
And I don't know. I might start streaming. I might stream some games in the future after I'm done with my next video.
Yeah, I gotta get back to. I got this Blood Bowl thing to get started. I guess Monday we're kicking off, and then honestly, I kind of get a calm now, moving into winter theoretically eventually coming up, and then
I might start streaming again.
look at that.
Casually.
Right on. All right, man. Thanks
Have
for.
opportunity to talk to patrons and stuff and answer people's questions and play No Man's Sky and Doom and WoW and stuff and build lists for people, which I'm doing right now for Edward Lawrence, cooking up some Cities of Sigmar lists that feature as many great sorters as he damn well pleases to play, which turns out to be a lot. He's not wrong.
All right.
They got cheaper and they were already good, so I'm a fan. Anyway, see ya.
Yeah. All right, chat. Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. I hope you enjoyed that comprehensive hot take on the games on the GHB. Remember to drink your milk, pay your taxes, and I'll